All right, I think I'm live. Hello, Zen friends. Happy end of weekend to a lot of you. I hope you had a great one and looking forward to a fun week ahead. Love, great energies coming in this evening, and always excited to see what messages come in. But before we get into all that, we of course want to start off by coming back to the moment so we could be present for the messages. We'll start off. I'm going to take a big deep breath in. You can join me if you'd like to do that. Hold it for as long as you feel comfortable. Don't pass out and slow exhale out. And in that moment, come back to the now, out of the future, out of the past, out of the chaos of the outside world, into this beautiful bubble of love. And then we'll bring in the singing bowl for more energy, more love energy. So if you want to join me, let's begin. Big deep breath in. Here we go. Beautiful, beautiful. I will hit the singing bowl three times. And as I do that, can just imagine that, beautiful love within us just expanding out into our minds, our hearts, our physical bodies, our energetic bodies, and overflowing out to the outside world to let it do whatever it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet. Something that I want to do, I do it every once in a while with all the chaos and all the stuff with all the dictators and all the government stuff all across the world. I'm going to send out extra energy today just to fill all of those positions of authority with unconditional love energy and kind of like a hedge where it fills it up, where if someone doesn't want to convert into higher vibrational energy, they can't stand to be in the position. And whatever way their soul chooses to step out of those positions, that they do. So they have an opportunity to raise their vibration. Otherwise, where they're at, they can't stand it. Like turning on the light and the cockroach scatters because it's like, ew, I don't like the light, right? So that's the energy I'm going to add in today. If you'd like to join me in doing that, all across the world. So here we go. Let us begin. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. Beautiful energy. All right, let's put her back over on her little throne. She can watch over us. So, hello, everybody. Thank you so much. Can always feel that extra energy when everyone joins in, and uh, I feel that extra oomph, the extra um, goosebumps, right? So thank you. I can always tell. So, hello, everybody. Can you believe it's Sunday night again already? It just flies by. Can't believe, can't believe it's the end of April coming up here. May is next Friday. Boom, boom. Here we go. So, welcome everybody. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, welcome. I'm your bud Z, and we are here to spill the capital TT, the truth, and see what spirit has us to know this evening. So, thank you for being here. We got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts and great senses of humor. So, welcome. There's always room for more Zen friends. So, thank you. And we hope that you'll enjoy being with us. If you want to know how the whole process works for readings and everything else, it's all down in the description area of the video. So, you can check it out there. Donations do get first priority over free readings. Free readings are generally like 1 to 2 card readings, but we do dive deeper for the donations, and it talks about how you can make a donation. We have the Venmo, what's it? Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, Google Pay. You can use the super chat at the bottom too. I don't have any set dollar amounts, so whatever you feel like you're able to give from your heart at this time, I'll honor that. What else? Yeah, I try to get to free readings every session. So at the end of each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all the readings with the timestamps too. So all the names with the timestamps. So you could just click on that timestamp after the stream and takes you right to your reading. So it makes it very easy and fancy. And you don't have to be present for your reading if you got life to live or you need to sleep if you're on the other side of the planet. Although I love having you here, I get to feel all of your energies and we glean so much and listening to each other's readings. So please hang out with us if you'd like. I definitely appreciate all the love and energy. Um, I think that's kind of the skinny on how things work here. I do offer paid private readings, both virtual and recorded, and also energetic hedges. All of that is down in the description area. And every full moon and new moon up to now, I've been giving away a 30-minute person recorded reading or an energetic hedge, whichever someone prefers. The next, and I have decided today, this will be the final giveaway. What? I know. Well, for the full and new moon, I'm sure I'll have other giveaways, but it's done its duty. Here we are, May 1st. It's been 4 months since we've been giving them away. So this will be the final one for this little thing that we're doing here. Well, I'm sure there'll be other things we'll be giving away. But if you want to get into the final one for the full moon on May 1st, here is the link to get into that drawing. So enjoy. Also, I have been doing the before every full moon and new moon, putting out a video about making the most of the full moon or new moon energy. This will be the last one of these two. I'm balancing things, and all of this energy that's starting with this, it's interesting. It just kind of all hit with this Uranus going into Gemini. It's really having me balance and look at things. So I'm going to focus my energy on things that I feel are bringing the most impact. And these don't feel like they are giving what they were before. So I'm going to kind of back off of these. So take advantage of this one, making the most of the full moon energy for Scorpio. You can click on there and make the most of that energy. I did make the basics of making the most of the full moon. So these videos will still be available out there. I'll probably keep them in the links in the as someone says, calls them the show notes. So if you ever want them there, I'll have them tagged under there so you guys can still access them. But if you want to make the most of those are very helpful. And I also have a podcast every 2 weeks. right now with the easier path, which this last one was the empath's heart song. And the I am feel like I will this easier path also, I'm kind of it's on the chopping block where I may not continue that either. Kind of just feel like I'm gonna simplify and go back to just doing these readings, and using the other time for my own personal spiritual development and see what spirit wants to do next. Because I feel like we've been doing all these for 4 months, and I'm an Aquarius. We get tired of things easy. They've been great. I've enjoyed them, but I'm not as excited about them as I used to be. And so we don't have to continue doing stuff that we're ready for something new, right? Always something new. It's that Uranus ruled, Aquarius is ruled by Uranus. Uranus is going to Gemini. It's new things, new things, new things. So um I feel like that's kind of the excitement that's coming in. So check this one out. I'm still deciding if there's gonna be another if I'm gonna 'cause I was gonna do the, a few more around the empath, how to grow your empathic and, powers or energy and abilities. So I'm gonna be meditating tomorrow about, that and see if I'm gonna do that. So that might be the last, of the easier path too. So if you wanna check it out, the playlist is all down in the description if you wanna catch up on any of those. So there you go. I know I offer a lot of free things, so I'm just kind of looking at balancing my energy. Not that you guys need to know. You guys, you're so accepting. You're like, "All right, Red Z, whatever you wanna do, we will let you." So, thank you. All right, well, let's do some shout outs, and I will, and then we'll get started on the readings this evening. So we've got Livier Vagara in the house. Hello, hello, my friend. Good to see you. Got your free reading request. We'll put that on here. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. Hello. Absolutely. So happy to have you here. And we got Lauren of Light. Hey, Lauren. Good to see you. I do have your donation via the Cash App. So thank you for that. And I got your questions here. Let's see what I say. It's comeback season, baby. You survived the storms, right? Yeah, yeah, definitely. Um, with Uranus moving into Gemini, it was really hard on the fixed signs, they said. So I know that the last 7 or 8 years, like, yeah, I've been moved a few times, everything else. So it's like the good times are rolling, baby. And I'm ready for it. All right. So we got you on the list here. We have Leslie as well. Hey, Leslie, good to see you. I got you on the free list. Thank you for all the coffee, everyone. See all the coffee cups. Yum, yum, yum. And Blueberry, hello. Good to see you. I got you on the free list here. We have Christina Lowe in the house. Hey, Christina. Good to see you. Got you on the free list here. And Maria P. Hello, my dear. We got you on the free list. And thank you. I did get your 2 donations via Z PayPal. So we have you on there. And we have Me New Uplifts. Yep, I do have you on the free list. Good to see you. We got Jojo. Jojo, I have you on the list too. Good to see you. Hello. If you're awake, you might be sleeping. You might be sleeping. I know, yeah, but if you're sleeping, you're probably not listening to this anyway. So we can talk loud. um, sorry, what is in my mouth here? All right. Um, I think it was a piece of my mint toothpaste. We have Ashish in the house. So Ashish, we got you on the free list here as well. And then Sudeshna Ghosh. Hello, hello. We got two for you. Donations. So thank you. I got you. You'll be up first. And Minnie Hill, we have you on the free list, top of the free list here as well. So we got you here. All right. Absolutely. You can absolutely add another question on there, Lauren. Boom, boom. Done. Easy breezy, short and easy. All right. So I think I've got everyone on the list here. Let me just move that up here, and I think we are good. Tonight we're gonna be using this Sanctus Concordia tarot deck here by Christopher Lee. So it's a beautiful deck. That's what we'll be using for the tarot. And then the oracle, we still have the talisman oracle. If you have donation, a single donation of $5 or more, or if all your donations add up to $5, one of your fortune cookies will be that. The rest of the fortune cookies, we're going to be continuing with the You Are Awesome deck, which is a hilarious, fun, whimsical type of little oracle. So we'll continue using that. All right. So let's take a little cheers here, everybody, with some wonderful coffee. Thank you guys for being here. I'm so grateful. Some of you guys have been with me for the four years, almost 5 years. It'll be like 5 years in November. So it's like 4.5 years. I can't believe I've been doing lives that long. So thank you guys so much for being here. All of you old ones and you new ones. I'm so grateful. And thank you for all the thumbs up. It does help spread the Zen love. It helps get my channel out in front of more people that can hear messages from spirit. And I'm so grateful for that. So thank you. You're part of the love tsunami. And I love you guys. Cheers, cheers. All right. Cheers, cheers. Hey, Tim. Good to see you, brother Tim. You're still basking in the peace. Your radiance helped great. So grateful. Thank you so much, Tim. I appreciate that. All right. So where we're at, we'll have two for Sudeshna up first, and then Lauren of Light. We have all your questions, and then Maria P, your times two. And that's where we're at right now. So let's dive in. We got Sudeshna up first at 1709. And there is the timestamp. So thank you. Oh, yeah, I wanted to give these a like too. Love and a like on those. All right. So, messages from your spirit guides and the universe. Ooh, nice. So, just ready to hear what do they want you to know? Shuffle these up. Let's see what we got here. I think you guys will love this deck. There's very beautiful designs on them. Very, whatever. The artistry is beautiful, is what I'm trying to say. All right, let's see. What do they have for you here? That one. All right. What do we have going on? So the bottom of the deck for your overall energy here, wow, you have these eights. So you've got the Eight of Swords and the Eight of Wands here. So eights are very flowing energy. Just imagine four on each side. There's this beautiful little kind of valley or canyon where things just flow very well on here. Eight of Swords is about letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, because this is the mind energy, right? That releases what made us feel blinded, like we couldn't see something, or bound, wrapped up or trapped. And it's very flowing energy. So this is a good realizing, okay, I'm seeing things, I'm letting go of things, which is allowing this Eight of Wands, this energetic flow to come in. So in a way, there's like this celebration energy, this great job, very proud of you for what you've been questioning, what you've been letting go of, and take a moment to celebrate that, because it's been opening up new energy. The more we let go of expectations, it's like the clogs in our energetic pipeline get cleared, things start to flow more, right? So I like that. Then you have these three cards come out together. You have the Temperance card. Yeah. So this is telling you, you can trust that with the alchemy of that, energy going back and forth and back and forth. Sometimes it doesn't feel like things are moving, but things are. Magic is happening. Sometimes it's happened below the surface or behind the scenes. We don't see it arriving yet. It's like if something's being sent across the world to you, you don't realize it's on its way until suddenly it arrived at your door and you're like, oh, wow. So all along it was on its way to you. We just don't know it until it's right here, right? So I like that, coming in here. You got the Six of Pentacles. So there is going to be this abundance that you're going to be having coming in here. Six of Pentacles is this energy of, you have enough that it's overflowing out. So you do have that energy that is coming here, and I think I've talked about the last podcast of the abundance where it be, and if you haven't checked that out yet, I feel like they brought it up a few times. So let me know if you watch it, that way I can check it off in my head, or they'll know, they'll stop telling me. But I feel like because that podcast talks about the 6 of Pentacles in it, because there's 2 things that keep things from coming toward us. Our energy, if I'm focusing on lack energy, want, need energy, and if down underneath the surface, if my inner child has this rate of exchange that you feel you have to give so much to deserve so little, may not even be conscious of it. It could be in your subconscious world because that is what's ruling the city gates. It's like consciously we're going, yeah, I want all the abundance to come to me. But the inner child's going, no, you don't deserve that yet. Keeps the gates closed until they feel you do. And then they will open it up and allow it to come in. So, I feel like the gold with the temperance card is, it's the over time, the magic is happening out of nowhere. The gold appears, like we said, suddenly it's there. But if that door is barred closed, you can't bring it in. So I feel like they're saying prepare for the abundance coming by looking into that inner child, right? And then the third card that came out with all those is the Eight of Pentacles. Yeah, got some beautiful transformation coming in, all the work that you've been putting in. This is the blood, the sweat, the tears you've been putting in. You will get the reward, and the gold is appearing here. All this pentacles and all this golden energy that's coming your way. But to receive it, you gotta connect with that inner child and go, let's talk about this outrageous, out of balance, unfair rate of exchange, because that's what they learned, and they thought that must be the one. They don't know any better when we're children, right? But now you have the wisdom to show them, no, no, we don't have to overgive. We deserve 1 to 1, not 1,000 to 1 or 10,000 to 1, right? And then you have these 4 cards together. Yeah, the 5 of Pentacles. Well, all this Pentacles energy. So this is the belief in lack, the fear of not having enough, not being enough, the fear of being left behind, being left out in the cold, being abandoned, which goes back to that childhood energy, right? So they're all pointing you back to that, because it's important for us to transform that, right? But there's also this beautiful thing that happens with the 5 of Pentacles where we realize it's not humans that bring us our sustenance, bring us the jobs, bring us the love, the relationships, the things, all the body, everything. It's not the outside world that does that. It's the creator. The creator is who brings us our sustenance in each moment. Now they might bring it through humans as the delivery drivers, right? It's the Amazon, well, that's a bad example because Amazon does have trucks, but, you know, the Amazon company doesn't physically walk it to your door. They use the shipping message. Sometimes it's UPS or the postal service or, whatever it is across the world, but um, so it comes from the creator, but it is delivered to us in a variety of different ways. When we realize that, we don't fear abandonment because we experience abandonment from humans. When a human goes into fear, they go into survival mode, they do pull everything back, all of their support, and we feel like, oh, where did everyone go? But creator never goes into fear. They don't have fight or flight. They have power and they have their endless resources, so they don't feel lack, they don't feel any of that, and they can give us everything we need. And so there's this beautiful transformation about sustenance, I feel, for your life here. Yep, and you have the Emperor. Beautiful. Look at these beautiful cards. They're so vibrant. And I like this Emperor is that there's no right or wrong choices, that there is just where's your heart want you to lead, and you get to choose where you want to go. There's no judgment from the creator either. They look at your life as an adventure. They like your worth from them is you're priceless, you're perfect, you're this perfect mountain already. And we're just exploring it as humans to understand who we really are, and all the humans have the expectations, the judgments, and it's like, well, it's all right if humans judge us. We fear being ostracized because Growing up, we fear if I don't please them, I'm going to die. Because as children, we probably will. We'll starve to death or get eaten by something, or something bad will happen because we're not protected. But once we're old enough, we're like, I can take care of myself. I don't have to fear that. I can now follow my heart. Where do I want to go? Right. Because Creator will provide. You also have the Nine of Cups. Yeah, the emotional dream come true. So again, following the heart, where is it leading you? And you have the Ace of Swords. Yep, seeing things from a new perspective. It's a gift from the heavens. The Ace of Swords, it allows you to see things more clearly from a place of unconditional love and joy and laughter and gratitude, not from a place of the human mind, which is small t truths rooted in fear, all those expectations and rules that we hear from the human plane, right? That are not true. They're just made up opinions. People, oh, this is the way it's supposed to be. Who says? Someone did, and we're just going to obey it. Well, let me see what's in my heart. I'm going to follow that, right? Right. So that is your first one. Let's see what your fortune cookie is for that one here. Okay, folks, this is your first one. They're giving your second one already. We'll put it over here. And you have my obstacles are fading away, and my path toward greatness is clear. I just have to keep away from black holes because you're a little kitty in space riding a popsicle, it looks like, or a fudgesicle. I like it. Stay away from the black holes, which is the black holes of life, right? This emptiness, these expectations are black holes. It sucks the light out of our lives. How perfect. Perfect metaphor. All right, so that's what they have for your first one. We'll circle back around for your second one here in a moment. Hey, June, good to see you. Hello, hello. I see your 3 donations. So we'll get you on the list here, and I'm sure your questions are incoming here in a moment. We have 1 more for Sudeshna, Lorn of Light, and 2 for Maria P. So take your time. You don't have to rush to get them out there. Um, I know they'll arrive in the perfect timing. Right. So good to see you. All right. I think that's it. So cheers, cheers. Let's dive in for some more here. Sip, sip. That probably is really close to the microphone. All right. So Sudeshna, 2745 is for your number 2. So here is your timestamps. So, what lessons is the universe trying to teach you? How should I move forward? All right, let's take a look here. So, what lessons is the universe trying to teach you? It's an interesting question because when I ask them, they're like, we're not trying to teach any lessons to anyone," which is a great awareness because we're here living experiences. We're not here in a classroom, and I know there's a lot of, stuff out there that, "Oh, it's Earth is a classroom. We're here to learn, and we have certain things." Yeah, we're here to learn and experience and grow, yeah, but it's not the creator in the universe that is wanting us to learn. It's us going, what do I want to learn? And we come down here to learn. So I'm going to rephrase your question a little bit is what is your higher self wanting? It's like, or a better way of saying it is what are you learning? What are you in the process of learning right now that your higher self has, planned for you? So I like this, right? I like this. So it's a beautiful, beautiful awareness there. So let's take a look here and see what is it that you are learning that you have wanted to learn. All right, got those there. And then what is, and again, there's no shoulds from the universe. They're like, there's no wrong choice, just different choices, different outcomes, different experiences. So with them knowing you and knowing kind of where your energy is wanting to lead you, what is one of the most productive ways to move forward, right? I know they're clarifying all that, but I feel like it's important. You're ready for this clarity to take your power back because when we're like, Universe, what do you want me to learn? It feels like we're out of control. We're just, in the back seat of a car and our parents are driving us somewhere and we're just along for the ride. Where are we going? What do you want me to do? They're like, no, you chose to come down here. What experiences are you wanting? It's like a grandparent taking a grandchild to, the park to play on all the swings and the slide and the merry-go-round and the seesaw. There's no, you know, these things must happen. They're like, "Go explore, go experience. I'm here for you, and I'll be watching you, and I'll be with you at the bottom of the slide to catch you, make sure you don't biff it into the sand, and I'll push you on the swing, and I'll spin the merry-go-round for you, and I'll get on the other side of the seesaw if you don't have anybody to jump on there, I'll be that for you." It's they're along to enjoy and they have great joy and a gleam in their eye when they're watching us have our exploration, right? So that's kind of more the energy, right? All right, so let's see what they have here for that. All right, boom, boom. Yeah, I love it because the bottom of the deck, overall energy for your reading, you have the 10 of wands, which is a beautiful dual kind of, energy that's here, which is this great, I can look at life as a burden, or I can look at it as a blessing, gratitude. And there's no right or wrong, just those choices bring us different experiences and different outcomes, right? And every moment is a choice between those two. It's very, very simple. Humanity, we make it more difficult and complex, but when it comes down to it, life is a choice every moment of higher vibration or lower vibration. And again, no right or wrong, just different experiences, different outcomes. Lower vibration restricts, tightens, cages in, dims our light. Higher vibration expands, empowers, and grows, right? So I like that. All right, let's take a look here. So, what are the lessons that you are learning right now that you've wanted to learn? Yep, the Two of Cups, the power of emotional choice. So, I guess I already started the reading, just kind of channeling without cards. Sometimes I do that. This is every moment, four choices: the choice of story, of what things mean, higher or lower vibration, the emotion. What do I want to feel in this moment? Higher or lower vibration? Um, what what is the intention behind my physical action? Is it from a place of love or a place of fear? Or what is my overall energy that I'm putting out? Higher vibration, lower vibration, drawing to me, gratitude, drawing things to me, or, lack and need and want and pushing things away from me, right? So I like that. So the Two of Cups, you also have the Magician, beautiful energy, this that you have everything that you need within you, there. I'm gonna read a little bit. I have this new, Alice in Wonderland tarot that and it's an amazing I mean, this is the tarot book, that comes with it because they have stories in here, and I'm starting to read through it because I wanna hear where they're having it through, but the Magician, um, it's an amazing thing that it talks about because it's the magician marks the point in the human experience when we realize that we are separate from other people and in some ways, from the divine, but it's like that's not the truth. We find that out later. But, let's see here. Oh, yeah. In biological terms, some think that this happens at the moment of birth when a baby is literally separated from its mother. Happens at various points throughout our lives as well. It's part of the continuing dichotomy of the human experience, the pull between separation and unity. So one of the reasons this understanding our separateness is important is because until we realize we are a complete, unique being, we cannot understand that as such we have our own will. It is our will that gives us the power and autonomy to create what we want in the world. This is the definition of magic. Without the key understanding of individuality and will, we cannot understand what we're capable of. Yeah, I think that's where I want to leave it there. So the magician reminds us that before we can effectively manifest or wield our magic with precision, we must be clear on several points. First, we must recognize that we are unique beings with free will. There we go. And with that will comes power and responsibility. Second, we must understand ourselves and know what we actually want, not what we've been told we're supposed to want, right? Without that clarity, everything we do will be a confused mess. Debate and discussion with those who oppose us or are willing to play devil's advocate help us to achieve clarity, sometimes more than conversation with those who agree with us or support us. And finally, we must understand the fundamental ways of elemental energy. The physical world, for all its appearance of solidness, is made of energy. Yes, we can often do what we wish, but only if we know the potential and possibilities of the materials at hand. And that the magician does have all the four elements, the earth, air, water, and fire, and full of them. And so you have all of this, but I like the awareness that if I don't know what I want, then it's a mess because I'm going all over the place. But soon as you zero in with the number one magician, once you know what you want and all your energy goes towards it, there's progress. But if you're bouncing around not knowing what you really want, that's why it feels confusing because your energy is drawing when you're focusing on this, it's drawing this, and then when you take your eye off and focus on this comes forward, but this drifts away, and then you focus on this drifts away, this moves forward. But when you are locked in and knowing what direction you wanna go, just look at the very next step, it starts drawing it fast towards you. So I like that. You've got the Fool card. Yep, letting go of expectations. You are ready for a new adventure, free of all the supposed to be, the should be, the need to be, the have to be. You got the Fool card 0, the Magician card 1, and then 2 of Cups. You have this 0, 1, 2. You have the Page of Cups, which is seeking your heart kind of energy that comes in here, along with the Four of Cups. Yeah, bored of the things of the outside world, that it's your self-love that is the most important thing here for you. And knowing, because when you know your heart, then you know the direction to go. But if you're living from your mind, there's all these opinions, and that's what's confusing for us, right? Yeah, and then you got the Six of Cups. I like this childhood energy. It's where it's it's like going back to the simplicity of childhood, where it wasn't so much to worry about. We were usually like, "What do we wanna go do next?" That was our childhood, usually in the beginning, till adults started getting involved, right? But I like this, kind of energy. Let's see here. Now, what's the best way forward for you, um, to achieve what you're wanting to achieve at this time? Yeah, the High Priestess, which is step away from everything, go up into your High Priestess temple so you can connect with the higher realms, look behind the veil, get in tune with your emotions. And then you have the Three of Wands. Then, with the new information, you'll know which direction you want to go. Does involve that you will change direction once you realize all this. Yeah. And this full moon coming up on Friday is powerful. It's a great time for release, but the moon does have revelations here for you. And it's even with the sun moon energy that's here. It's kind of like this does bring you this clarity coming up. And instead, with that 10 of wands on the bottom of the deck of feeling like I'm spending so much energy trying to live up to all these things everyone wants from me and thinks I should do. Instead, when you focus in on your one thing, you can go ahead 10 spaces. But when you're focusing on 10 things everyone else wants you to do, you go one space, one space, one space, one space for each, right? So I like that for you. Hopefully that helps. And we'll see what your fortune cookie brings in here. I mean, we went really deep in that one here, but I feel like that's more than just for you and me. When we go extra in depth on things, It's for all of us, right? So you got, Dear Universe, I'm totally open to some awesome coming my way. You can keep the meteors and black holes, thank you. Like all the planets. There's all this wonderful energy. So being open to newness, right? Are you trying to control the universe and saying, this is what needs to happen and when it needs to happen and how it needs to happen? Or are we going, you know what? I'm so ready for some awesome. I'll let you bring it my way because you know more about, possibilities than I do. So I like that. All right. So that is what they have for you, Sudeshna. Thank you again for your dual donations. All right. So, June, good to see you. Boy, oh boy, you nailed it. Oh, no, this is good. Been on a major downswing for a long time, but in your last reading, you mentioned how in April they would experience a major upswing. They were, oh, wow, like never seen before, because their focus will be on travel and the rental of a new business place first. All right, so first you'd like to say, oh, we're always so amazed. Oh, how detailed you provided the accuracy. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Everything you mentioned in March came to fruition in April. In the previous read, you mentioned how this would be extremely short-lived, and in May, they would experience another downstream. Something was going to be revealed. Reading, please. Oh, ho, ho. Okay, so on the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th in May. All right, let me grab these while I see them, and we'll get them on your up here, so I don't have to search them out when I get there. So thank you for that. Between SS and okay. And then number 2, today, space, all right. Number 2, and then for a number of reasons, let me add that in there. And extended, all right. Got that on there. And 3, I'm holding on posting for the 3rd reading for follow-up questions. I like it. Hey, Jojo, yoo-hoo. Hello and good night. Sleep tight, my friend. Get some good rest. All right, I have that on there. June as a placeholder. All right, very good. So up next, I have Lauren of Light, and then 2 for Maria P, and then 3 for June is where we'll be there. Love you. Psh, psh, psh. I can't do it. I need to practice. All right. So let me take a quick sip here and then we'll dive in. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. Oh, June number 4. Uh-oh. There's gonna be more follow-up. Dun dun dun. All right. So Lauren O'Light, we are up with 4320, 4320. We skipped the 1. You jumped. You jumped. Oops, I didn't do that right. All I did is cut and paste a space. It didn't like that. There we go. So, yeah, 4, 3, 2, and then 0. It's like, "Ooh, you jumped over the 1." All right. So, Lauren, thank you for your donation via Zcash app. So what we got here, so you texted until 3 AM. Oh my gosh. You kids, you. I remember those days. I don't know if I mentioned it, I think yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yeah, because when I was on my way walking back from the gym, um, I was thinking about relationships because I thought I saw someone that looked like one of my exes walking a dog, and I'm like, "Are they back in town?" He's quiet today. Oh, what no kidding, right? Um, uh, and I was like, um, gosh, I was trying to figure out how long ago it was. 2009 was the ending of my last relationship. It had been 17 years. I'm like, gosh, talk about life flying by. It's crazy. I'm like, I remember those. Oh yeah, it's almost if you round it up, it's closer to 20 years, you know? But it's all right. I'm a hermit. I'm kind of I'm kind of okay, you know. Get out there. Eh, eh. I'm my person, you know? I found my person already. We'll see, we'll see. You know, that beautiful, I call it the cost benefit analysis, you know, with what I love about having my own life and all that, the cost of being in a relationship, meh, you know. But I'm open, but it has gonna take someone pretty amazing for me to, uh, sacrifice the peace that I have. Yeah, no analysis. It's not fear. Yeah, it's not definitely not fear. I'm just like the pool of selection. I'm like, "No, I would want someone that has found their self-love." That's very hard to find in my pond. So, I keep my eye out, but I'm like, "Oh, well, it's alright. I'm complete. I'm not, you know, I don't have any fears. We're all good." Right, but for you, this is about you. Let's get back to you. So, what, what does he feel, think, and, the unseen and the unseen for today, right? So let me split these out so I can, because that's what we'll look at first here. So what is he feeling today? Okay. What is he thinking today? Okay. All right. Yeah, of course he's gonna have a couple more cards thinking. What about the unseen? What can we know about the unseen? Um, and then this. All right, let's see what we got here. So what is he feeling today? Yeah, we got the Eight of Swords. Well, what do you know? His feelings are in his mind again. But he is looking at his own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that make him feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. So he is analyzing his feelings, very much an Aquarian kind of energy. Because Aquarians we feel, but we want to analyze emotions before we feel them. It's like, no, we don't just take an emotion on. It's got to be looked at, right? So I feel like with their emotions, they're more in their head and their heart feels like it's on pause for a moment while they're analyzing, before the output comes out. I don't know why they're showing me an ice machine. Takes a while for the ice to produce before it'll spit it out, you know? If you ever get, like, bagged ice, that's what they're showing me, is you hear the and then the motions will come out, but for now, that's kind of this pause kind of energy. What's going on in his mind? We do have the Two of Pentacles and the Page of Pentacles. So we got that contemplation of choices in the outside world, cycles repeating, but wanting to do something new with that Page of Pentacles, right? Not, I don't want to, I don't want to keep doing this back and forth, kind of rubber band, you know. Here I am, no, I'm not. Here I am, no, I'm not. and and then he's doing it today. Let me think about why do I do that? I don't want to do that anymore. And I'm doing that right now. Let's see what's going on unseen here. We got the Four of Swords and the Tower. Yeah, so they are with this Four of Swords. It is this, the Tower is you know, I feel like this is the fears of being um, ousted, this fear of things suddenly ending. But there's also this, again, the Four of Swords is like questioning the thoughts and beliefs and letting expectations go and trying to see things from a bigger perspective. But the Tower card is, I feel like they're really looking at am I why do I have this nudge to run kind of energy? Why am I having this? And I feel like they're analyzing this. Why do I feel like suddenly this, I gotta run, again, the fight or flight, right? Why do I have that flight? Where's the fears that are coming in here? You know that. Below the surface, we've got the 10 of cups and the temperance card. You know, we've got the joy, the celebration, the relationship energy, the temperance, they're wanting to take time. They're wanting to take more time. And it's when, this is what's the unseen below the surface of that. I feel like because we got like kind of seen and unseen, they know what they're looking at and they're trying to figure it out. But below the surface, they kind of freak out when things are going too fast. It's like they take a long time to get used to new steps, you know? The next step, they're like, I need to know way in advance. And when that time is coming up, that needs to be a the earliest date it can happen, but I need a range. It'll happen here, all the way up to here, so that when we're getting close, I don't feel the pressure of this. It can be anywhere within here, They like, I need to have wiggle room so I don't freak out kind of energy, which is very human of us, but some of us do have expanded hyper sensitivity to things, right? Humans at our core don't like change. Our inner child likes sameness. A lot of us can deal with little changes and big changes, but um, depending on how we're wired, sometimes we don't take change very well at all, which is where I feel are kind of wired. Um, let's see what else for today here we got in here. We do have the Ace of Pentacles along with, let's see what this is about. We got the Page of Cups. Yeah, there is this sense of worth that's below the surface here. And the Queen of Cups. Yeah, all this emotion below the surface that doesn't get to be felt and experienced because of the fears that they've had. They keep so much silent. Now, they've shared a lot more with you than they have with probably anyone in their life, even their family, because I feel like they've opened up more to you, but they don't talk to their family around these things because of this necessity to appear strong in a way. Um, but um, so they've stuffed a lot of emotion, but down there in this Ace of Pentacles, this is such an important time for their new way of looking at their worth in relationship to the outside world. So I feel like that's a lot of what's happening today. Um, and we'll find out here. I do feel like there's some stuff going on with family today that kind of has them in that, you know, it's like in the silence of the wee hours of the night when they're texting and, this is going back and forth. They're in this space of safety because, you know, all the all the other rodents are asleep, their family, right? So they could be themselves. But then when they wake up and everyone's it's like the walls have to go back up, and so it's that, oh wow, and there's this fear, they're bringing back like when you were going to move close to them and be there, and that, this, if you're in my life so close, and you're going to be like almost like you're their confidant in a way. You have a lot of information that my family doesn't know, and they're going to be all around. What if it slips to my family? you know? So there's that fear of, I don't want, this kind of separate, kind of different life they live with you meshing with their family because one, they feel like it'll explode, that all this stuff will spill out, and then the fears that he had will happen. But I feel like there's also this, he feels that it would, what is it? When you dilute, because I was thinking when you pour something in and it makes it weaker, right? It might dilute the relationship that you guys have because of that influence. So it's like these 2 worlds, and it's like the 2 pentacles too. It's like when the 2 worlds collide, it blows up one and it kind of lessens the other, is like a fear that they had. That's interesting. All right, so let's see what else we have here. You also wanna know their next actions towards you. When will you see them next week? Where do you go, next week? And then what do the angels I wanna tell you. Okay, so we'll scooch that to the next one here. Just got the song in your head? Which song was that? Did I just sing a song? Alright, let's take a look here. So based on current energies, what's their next action towards you? When will you see him next week? We'll pull a when card and we'll get more information on this too. Oh, that he listens. Oh, when the worlds collide. Oh, okay. Yeah, that is the song in it. And then where do you go next week? All right. So we'll look at those first here. Let's do a when energy. That one. I feel like I want to bring in some of these other when decks too. Why do they want that? Well, it doesn't matter no why they want it. Just do it. Okay. These are it. Yeah. All right. Oh, thank you, Raul. All right. So, first of all, what's their next action towards you here? Well, Knight of Wands. Well, that is an action. That is that passionate that we were talking about, you know, I think last night or maybe the other night. But yeah, there is movement. It is passionate movement. Um, wah wah wah, but it's energetic, but it is fire action, more fire than water, right? And then when will you see him this next week? Let's take a look here. You do have the 9 of Cups, which is it says March 1st through March 10th, but that would be the 1st through the 10th, like May 1st through the 10th, right? And what's funny is that it's next week and within 2 weeks. So it's within a week. Why do I get a week to 10 days? Oh, because it's May 1st to May 10th. They're like, well, technically, if you want to say it, it's actually, and these are 3 different decks too, you know, 3 different decks. So it's like, well, it could be anywhere from May 1st to May 10th. Let's see what they want you to know underneath here. Yeah, you got the Hanged Man. I feel like there's a little bit of a pause, that's really here. Um, so, there is that first, kind of a pause, a little cocooning time first, it feels, that comes in here. And then the 2 of Swords. There's this like, um, a change of story, a change of plans, it feels like here. So it feels like, "Oh, we'll do this," and then, "Well, wait, I can't do that. It needs to be, on this date." So I feel like there is a change. The plans are paused for a moment, but just briefly. So, interesting, all right. Um, where do you go next week? So you've got the 8 of Pentacles. Yeah, here's that kinda same energy as the Hanged Man. There's a little bit of cocooning energy with the 8 of Pentacles. So because that's the caterpillar transforming into the butterfly. So there's a little bit of, time there, yeah, to where you can gain some clarity with the Ace of Swords. And then you have the Queen of Wands. Then there is something more. I feel like Queen of Wands is very intuitive and very action oriented, right? You feel sparky and pretty. Oh, well, of course, sparkly. I feel pretty, oh so pretty. Um, but this Queen of Wands feels like it's spur of the moment. Almost. It's like you're following your gut, you're following your instinct with this Queen of Wands. I feel like they're saying, you're gonna have like your would you say you've only booked your first Airbnb until the 1st, and I feel like you will know, it's like on the 1st when you're getting ready to, go to the next place, um oh, uh, I don't know, I feel like, well, with this Wands energy, the Knight of Wands wanting to serve the Queen of Wands, that I feel like you decide, um, you by your gut, by your instinct, by your intuition, but it is fiery, so I do feel like they're like, "Here, let's meet." I don't feel like he want so much that he wants you to go there, but, "Hey, why don't we meet here?" And then you're like, "Alright, that sounds good." And so you go there, but then he's delayed, so you have your time alone, um, but I feel like you're the one that your intuition and, you're like, let's go that direction." And that's why they had well, it's within a week to 10 days, you know? Yeah. Maybe not in the middle, but I feel like his middle is, you come 3/4 of the way and I'll go a fourth of the way. Oh, I love that. Meet in the middle. I like that. So, it's based on current energies. We'll see what happens here, right? So, I like that. And then you wanna know, what do the angels want to tell you about love life? Let's look at that here. And then we'll do your other one. You're moving out of your house tomorrow. Oh, how exciting. And then what do you uncover in the Ozarks? Oh, how beautiful. All right. So, what do your angels want you to tell you about your love life? Let's look at that here. Not this one. Not those. This one. Okay. Yeah, I like it. The 9 of Cups on the bottom of the deck. It's a beautiful energy because it is an emotional dream come true, but that also is about the 9 is the Hermit's energy. And kind of what I was alluding to when I started to talk about my love life is, we're the love that we're looking for. And you even said that, I think in your comments too, about, yeah, I choose me. And we're the love of our lives. And once we find that and we fill up, then it doesn't mean we stop wanting love in the outside world. It would just, the love we choose in the outside world becomes above and beyond extra, right? So, I like that, that energy. Yeah, so don't worry. I don't wanna be alone forever. No, no, no. You are love and but you find your, I'm the love of my life, and then there's someone I share this love with that's above and beyond extra. So their actions or non-actions, words and silence become, you know, just either I have frosting on top of the cake or I don't, or whipped topping on top of the frosting on top of the cake that I am, or not. It's like, yeah, it'll be so much yummier, but I'd still be fine with cake with frosting? I like sweets, can you tell? All right. Let's take a look here. What else do they want? That's the bottom of the deck. What do they want you to know about love? Yeah. So we got the 8 of swords. It's also about, we learn to let go of our own, and you have been learning to let go of your expectations of supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be. So you've been doing that. Continue to do that. We have a lot that are even subconscious below the surface that we don't even know, that are bubbling and active down there, but they are, and they'll come up whenever we have a trigger that activates. Like, oh, there's one. I didn't even realize that was still there. Thought I cleaned all the minds out of the mind field. I like that. I never heard that before. But every once in a while, one pops up. And we're like, oh, there's another one to dismantle. I'll transform it, I'll question it, and then it'll disappear. So I like that. Yep, you have the temperance. Well, these are cards that we got for him. There is a mirror, there is this patience, there is this allowing time. That's part of one of the things, right? Trust the timing and, well, I wanna be married now. But it's like, well, if they need that extra time, I have to know that in the future, they will always need more time for change. And, you are very fast and able to transition and transform and move through change, like, but that's not them. And knowing the difference and going, yeah, I have to slow my roll with them, at least in the expression of it. You could be making plans, 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 and but what comes out of here is slow and a lot of advance notice and ranges. Well, this is the soonest that this could happen, and this will be the absolute last that it has to happen. So we've got all this time in here. So you start focusing on this time. And as you get closer to things, he starts freaking out. And you're like, it's all right. We got extra time. Oh, okay, okay. But they're getting used to that feeling and then they can accept the change. So it's about managing their anxiety a little bit, you know, is what you'd have to get used to, right? All right. You got the devil card, which is like this eight of swords. you know, there's a lot of long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that are a core to your beliefs around love that will be challenged, that we will let go of. It's part of this Saturn return energy, that you're both experiencing, I'm sure. Um, but it's the questioning of all these mental beliefs that happens here. Yeah. And you have the Ace of Pentacles too. So you guys are definitely discovering more about your worth being rooted inward and upward than outward on relationship situations and things. So that's all tied in together. Yeah. And then they top it off here with the Nine of Pentacles, which again, that's the Hermit energy. If I can't be happy alone, I can't be happy in a relationship with someone else. It's beautiful. Um, it's independence, and we have this thing, this mindset, right? That, well, when we get in a relationship or marry, we become one and I lose myself. No, we become um one partnership, but we maintain our um our individual selves. We still have our own lives. We share our lives. We don't become each other's lives, because that's the codependence. And then that's but if we join together and we share our lives, there's some overlap, but we maintain, you've been alone for years. Have you been happy alone? Right? Let's see here. You got two and two. What are these other two? You got the Three of Pentacles and the Hermit. Yep. So here's that alone. Being alone, you discover, and you're able to be true to your authentic self. And this is what you're learning right now with love, is this time apart, is you're really remembering, wait a minute, I started to lose myself, but I've regained myself. And this is a great time. This little period of feeling like you're a hermit, feeling like you're pulled away, feeling like you're in that pocket, has shown you so much in a very short amount of time. Um, and let's see what this other one is here too. Yeah, the Ace of Cups and the Empress. Yeah. Finding your self-love, finding the Empress of which you are, and allowing the space for creativity to come in here too. So, again, the greatest thing that we can do in any relationship is raise our own love vibration, right? We get rid of the thoughts that don't serve us anymore, the emotions that don't serve us anymore, the energy, the things that don't serve us anymore. And that creates space for, um, more love in our lives. But the more we raise our love vibration, then the higher the vibrational love experience we have. Because we can't give more love than we have for ourselves, nor receive more love than we have for ourselves. And so the more we raise our self love and open that up, the more we can give and receive love to the outside world. Now, that's, also their responsibility. Um, I don't know, is the responsibility? It doesn't feel like the right word, but it's they're the only ones that can work on their self-love and open up. Because no matter if you send a tidal wave of love their way, if their self-love is only this big, then they can only receive drop, 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 drop. And they can only give you drop, 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 right? Not whoosh. So it's being aware of that too, that they can only give you the love, equal to what they have for themselves. So I like that. All right. And then one more, a question. So you're moving out of your house tomorrow. Congratulations on the move. You're like, woohoo. So what do you uncover in the Ozarks based on current energy? What is uncovered here in the Ozarks? Okay, I like this. So you do have the Three of Cups, which is joy and celebration. Great connection to your spiritual posse too, but it's like you find your joy in the Ozarks, your inner joy. Let's see what these 5 cards are. Yeah, you got the Emperor. So here is you, you're clearing out, and I feel like the Ozarks give you that little pause where you get out of your head, you're really centering in your heart, you know what your joy is, and then you are putting some plans, and then you'll put action behind the plans. Um, but not while you're there. I feel like you're in the planning stages and sitting in your heart. Yeah, the 5 of Pentacles. This is, this transformation. I feel like this is like you get this, I wanna say, "My God provides," because that's the 5 of Pentacles transformation is. It's not humans that bring me what I need, it's the creator, it's the universe that brings me what I need. And there's this beautiful, trust that I've always have had everything I've needed in each moment, I'd be dead right now, right? So I like that energy. Yep. And then you got the Hanged Man. So that is the, period of time that you have cocooning. You're letting stuff go that doesn't serve you anymore. There was this, I was reading it earlier. Where was it here? It was like a little cute saying, not a cute saying, but a great saying that said, um, maybe it was down here because it was about the caterpillar and the butterfly. Oh, there it is. That which appealed to the caterpillar does not tempt the butterfly. That which appealed to the caterpillar doesn't tempt the butterfly. Isn't that great? So I love that. Oops, didn't mean to do that. All right, there we go. So I like that. Let's see what else we got here. You've got the Queen of Cups. Yeah, a lot of getting in tune with your empathic abilities and sitting in your heart. So, great spiritual connection here in the Ozarks and the Hierophant, too. Seeing truths, your higher self showing you a lot of truths and a lot of change energy, a lot of because they're the master of change. So, you discovering and sitting in that silence, it feels like where you can really tune in. Something about the energy of the Ozarks, it just feels so refreshing. I was reading, something on Instagram today, I was talking about, trees, how they were actually able to find that during a storm, trees are putting out electricity or energy. They actually were able to get it like through scanning while they were in a storm, and you could see this energy, and that's when there's a storm, the trees are like purifying the air in a storm, right? So I really like that, kind of energy that's there. But I feel like you do get this kind of energy there. So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. You do get a talisman oracle. So let's see what amazing talisman you get tonight. The ones you've been getting have been like, wow. Yeah, you got navigation. What is that? Oh, is that it's a fish, fishy fish. We'll see what that is. So navigation, what a perfect card for here right now. So it's time to tap into your innate navigation system and plan your trip. What? Determine where you're heading and imagine the final destination where you see yourself at peace. After all, even the best GPS wouldn't do you any good if you don't know the address. Determine where you are right now in your life, clarify your vision, and check what attitudes will help you along the way. Forming a new healthy habit doesn't come easily, but you can prevail with a strong will and determination. This card can also symbolize finding your calling and purpose in life. The Talisman Power says you can use this power when you want to better visualize your goals. The universe has a magical way of manifesting when we truly present our desire. Imagine yourself in the murky waters. Your internal compass is here to navigate you through the mud and the difficulties. See yourself going through the seaweed and into the clear waters where your destination is right in front of you. It's here waiting for you. And then it says, the affirmation is, "This is my goal." It says, or state your goal in a very concise sentence. So be specific in your goal, I feel is also in there. But I love this navigation. You are gaining your like your GPS. You're really going, I know where I want to be. Like you said, I know the address. So it's proclaiming it and going, I know exactly where I want to go. And plug it into your internal GPS and then watch it go. So I love that for you, Lauren. So that is what they have for you. Many blessings. Thank you again so much for your donation. And I love your adventures. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Let's see. I had some more people come in. Let me catch up on my shout outs on my list and we'll get back into the readings here. We do have Wilder Wandering. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Thank you for your donation. Get you on the donation list here. I'll give an update in a minute where we're at on all of those. Hey, Leslie. Good to see you. So we had Eagle Money come in. Hey, Eagle. Thank you so much. We'll get you on the free list here. Boom, boom. And then we got Kay Linda. Hello. Good to see you. We got your donation. We'll get you on the donation list. You're right here before the Wilder Wandering. Okay, there we go. Okay, then those are all Lauren up here. And then Rahul, thank you so much for your nice comment about the background there. And then June, yeah, the dun dun dun, holding on to the fourth one. Yeah, so I'll put that there just so they have it there. We had Kat Mia right before that. Get you on the free list here as well. Good to see you. I think that was it. I think that'd be it. I think I had everyone else already. Yes. All right. Okay. So up next for donations, we got 2 for Maria P, and then 4 for June, and then Kay Linda, you'll be up after that, and then Wilder Wandering, you'll be up after that. So that's where we're at for the donations. All right, let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody, and we'll dive back in. All right. So Maria P, we're at 119.10. So Maria, here's your first timestamp, and we'll pull up your PayPal real quick here. There we go. So for number 1, Wally's and thoughts towards you today. Thoughts and feelings. All right. And then he went to finish his tattoo today. Oh, how fun. Does it have to do with you, that tattoo? All right. What's coming for you tomorrow at work? All right. Will you get the invitation for the 3rd round? All right, thank you. Ace of Pentacles. I think that's a yes. And then Dr. Bob's thoughts on you. All right, get those there. All right. So Wally's thoughts and feelings for you today. Yeah, the 8 of Swords. There's a little bit of letting go of expectations and little celebration of um, that they recognize that you have been less like expecting less and celebrating more, if that resonates for you there. And I also feel like they've been letting go a lot of their supposed to be and should be and need to be on them, around the relationship, those that made it feel blighted and bound and trapped and restricted. Instead, it's more feels like it's more open, re- you know, and less in the head. So he's trying to let go of all this thinking so that we can just enjoy the heart, right? So I like that. Does that tattoo have to do with you? I don't know. With the strength and Leo energy here, does this have to do maybe it is a lion. Does it have to do here? Because I'm getting child energy. I wonder if it has to do with their son. But I don't feel like it has to do with specifically with you. It might represent more because Leo energy, the ones that's coming through is I want myself to be seen. So I feel like it has to do more something that means something about what they've gone through in their own life, which can include you and the son. Like I feel like it represents the important things in their life, a reminder for the important things. So I feel like it's more that I don't feel like it's like your name or anything. Your birth flower. Let's take a look here. And then what's coming for you tomorrow at work? Yep, the 2 of Swords, a decision, is coming through, and I like that. I feel like that's the big thing is decisions are made on the 3rd round. Will you get an invitation? You did get the Ace of Pentacles, which right now, based on current energies, is a yes, because it's a abundance, new opportunity kind of energy that comes in with that. And then Dr. Bob's thoughts on you. So we've got the 5 of Cups and the 2 of Cups. I like this. Both of this has to do with emotional choice energy here. And we get this so much um, when we ask Dr. Bob's feelings, or thoughts on you, and I know it's like, he's not in love with you, like, romantically, because when it comes up, it's like, I always check it, I go, "Does he have a thing for you?" And he's like, "No." Um, but he definitely feels that partnership energy of, like, he feels like you really wanna be a partner with the company kind of energy, like, you are someone who supports the company. The 5 of Cups is an energy of, like, um, turning the frown upside down kind of energy, and I feel like you're like a little spark for them, and I feel like, the we already have all the other thoughts that we have on 'em, that's why I feel like they wanna show you a different side to it, so they just didn't wanna say, "Oh, you know how he feels this way," the stuff that comes through a lot from him. This is different, this is, like, more of a you bring a spark into his day. It's like you smile. I feel like you're bubbly. I feel like you're, from his perspective, you're like, "Hi, Dr. Bob, da 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 da." I don't know if you bring him a muffin or a cookie or something. "I had extras of these. Did you want one?" And you're like, "Oh, wow." I feel like you just help turn his frown upside down. Sometimes when he's feeling down, when you come across his path, he it's like he wants to smile inside instead of feeling whatever he's feeling, like lower vibration emotion. Feels like you put a spark, with him, but not in a romantic way. He does not like, "Oh," "dirty old man." But I like that for you. So, I feel like you do make him laugh just as I laughed. It was like, yeah, you make him laugh. So I like that. So what your fortune cookie brings in here too, and then we'll go on to number 2 here for you. All right. With a new day comes new strengths and new challenges, like keeping ice cream from melting while running up a mountain before the sun rises without being seen. Yeah, that's a big one. You've got the abominable snowman running up the mountains with ice cream. So it feels like a fun, whimsical day tomorrow because it's a new day, new strengths, new challenges, but you can overcome them. It's like ice cream. All right. So that's for your first one there, Maria. Thank you for that. And then for number two, we're at 12503. Of course, we'll circle back around for your free reading here in a moment as well. And let's get out of this one and into this one. All right. And then he wanted a message on work for you. All right. Those two. Was it your interview in person or your writing? Oh, that's what they gave me too. So the energy of the interview in person and then the written thingy part. And then what's coming for you and Wally's relationship this week? Coming in anything you should know about what's coming for you. All right. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So a message on work for you. You do have the Knight of Wands and the Moon energy. Yeah, this is the year of the fire horse. There's a lot of movement and action. And the Moon card here, this is about the emotional energy. I feel like they're gonna they just been like repeating the same message over and over again, right? That there's something unseen in your heart that is your passion, that is what is drawing you. And I feel like, around work, it's like, yeah, all this that you're in right now, I know it's in front of you, so it feels like this is so important. But they're like, there's something in your heart that is your dream come true. That is how you want to share this love in your heart with the world in your own special, unique way. And it's like this is where the action happens. This is the year of all this. The old is going away, and there's a new passion, a new direction. It's like it's been burning within you for a long time, but it's erupting. And so you're going to be feeling less and less excited about what you're doing because there's something that's drawing you in a different direction, like we talked about the other night. So they're reiterating that message that we had actually I feel like it's been every day this week, right? All right. Was it your interview in person? So your interview in person, yeah, the 4 of cups. So it's like it feels like the interview in person was equal to a lot of the others. Um, in the writing part, the Knight of Pentacles that came in there, I feel like the writing part, I feel really expressed something in there, your quest. It's like I feel like your thirst for wanting to move forward came through a lot in there. Because I feel like the 4 of Cups was like, yeah, it was like neck and neck everyone was in the in-person interview, but the writing one seemed to put you ahead by a nose, because the Knight of Pentacles is the slowest moving horse out of them all, but it's like you came ahead because 'cause they're showing me, like, in a horse racing, they won by a nose. So it's like, yeah, that did set you apart with the written. Um, what's coming for you and Wally's relationship this week coming? You got the 6 of Pentacles, so there's this nice little it's a victory card, this equal giving and receiving kind of energy that comes in with it too. It feels very grounded, very earthy kind of energy. So it feels good. Um, yeah, just a very giving. It just feels like it feels a very equal, balanced week for you too. Anything you should know about what's coming for you, coming towards you? Yeah, you got the Page of Pentacles and the Four Pentacles. There is this solid foundation and abundant energy coming in here, this fullness, new opportunities, but a really solid energy that's coming in here. And I like this. If you have anything going on with your home, um, they're letting you know that things work itself out with your home, and there might be a new possibility of a new residence or an upgrade residence. There's something sort of beneficial that's coming around your residence too with this Four of Pentacles. And under that, you have the Queen of Pentacles and the Emperor. Wow. So you definitely have this new birthing coming in with the Queen of Pentacles, this abundance energy that's coming in. And the Emperor is how much of an abundance that comes in has to do with your choices. You're the emperor of your life. You get to choose by what you focus on, what comes in, right? So the more you're grateful for what is and what is coming in, what you have had, the more it comes in, right? And this is the time there's this great energy of this for you that this is coming in. And if you focus on lack and what's missing and, "Oh, that's all," then we get less and less and less. The what comes in that could be like this comes in, you still get stuff coming in, but and you're like, "Oh, well, I got that at least," right? When you could have most, right, by what you're focusing on. So, be aware that you are the ruler of your life, whatever you're focusing on. Boom, 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 you're drawing it in. So I like that for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie for this one is as well. There we go. And see what we got here. All right. This one here. And you have the only person I need to prove anything to is myself. And so far, that person is impressed. Now let's focus on dinner. I like that. Little scuba diver. The only person I need to prove anything to is me. And so far, I'm pretty impressed with myself. Now let's focus on dinner. That's just funny. I love those cards. Right. So that's what they have for you, Maria. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for the dual donations. Cheers, cheers. All right. All right. Hey, Chelsea. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Your Cash App just came through. Thank you so much for that. We'll get you on the list here, and I'll give you an update where we're at. So for donations, I've got coming up next, I got 4 for June, and then 1 for Kay Linda, 1 for Wilder Wandering, and then Chelsea, you'll be up after that. So boom, boom, boom. Not too long of a wait, but I do post pinned comments too. Thanks for being a new subscriber. Thanks for being here. Glad to have you here. If you need to go and, live life or whatever, or if you want to hang out and listen to everyone else's, please always feel free to do that. I enjoy everyone's energy. But I do post a pinned comment at the end of every session with all the readings with timestamps. So if you need to go do stuff and come back later, it'll be there, listed there for you. Yeah, you're very welcome. We try to be it's fancy, right? All right. So let us dive in here. So June, you're up 133.15 is for your first one here. Boom, boom, boom. Hey, Sean G. Hey, good to see you. I think I just got your Cash App that came through as well. So we'll put you on the list here. All right. So June, thank you for the update on all that. I love to hear all that. It just I'm just amazed how the clarity comes through. Maybe it's the need for tea is big with this one. So they do share it. Let's take a look here. Just shuffle these up a little here. All right. So there's been a lot going on with them there. I kind of rushed through the reading of it. Let me just catch up real quick here. So they have been having some fun stuff. And in May, they would experience on their downstream. Yeah, something's going to be. Oh, yeah, that's right. All right. Let's take a look here. See what we got going on here, June. So you want to know on the first, second. Oh, you're very welcome. You're so sweet. If I still blush, I'd be blushing right now. All right. So on the first, second, third, fourth week in May between SS and K, and what is supposed to be revealed, is it still on track to be revealed? And a deep dive into what is it is again, or if it's changed. All right. Now let's take a look here. so so the first week, right? We're gonna do one for each something here. Week two. Here's week three. Here's week four. We're going to start off with one for each week. And then what is supposed to be revealed? Is it still on track to be revealed? X marks the spot. I guess we'll put that down here. And a deep dive into what is it again? And what is this? What is it that is to be unfolded here? Okay. I just smelled a candle that burnt out. So this candle back here must have just went out because I just smelled the smoke from it. The candle went out long before the legend ever did. That's the song that's playing in my head. So, I guess the candle goes out. All right. Well, let's see what we got going on here. So, the energy between SS and K. So, for the first week, we've got the Empress, yeah. So we do have this feeling of abundance the first week of May, and it feels like here this is all about creation and creativity and mother nature, mother nurturing. Feels very one-sided. It does feel, of course, SS more Empress energy of this abundance, this creativity, this taking care of self, energy, very nurturing, a lot of emotional energy behind it. So there's a lot of emotion below the surface that hasn't made its way out in the first week, but it is there. But I feel like with SS, they feel like a birthing. They feel like they're really caring for themselves. This reemergence of remembering who I am kind of energy. So I like that. Week two, we've got the Queen of Pentacles. It continues. Same kind of energy, little less emotional, more grounding, more focused on the outside world kind of energy with the second. Because the Empress, she's the ruler over all four queens, and all four queens grant her all the cups that they have behind the scenes because all the queens have cups. In addition to what they rule over. So the Queen of Cups also gives the Empress, so she ends up with 5 cups of water, and then 1 fire, 1 earth, 1 air. That's why the Empress is so emotional, but it's not on the surface, it's all granted from the queens in her in the org chart, right? The Empress and the 4 queens that report to the Empress. Corporate life really brainwashed me, didn't it? But the Queen of Pentacles is that same type of energy of the nurturing, the mothering, the creation energy, but more focused into the outside world. So some of this creation energy of the first week makes its way out into the second week. And it does feel like the abundance comes in the physical world. And I feel like that abundance does impact both of them. So there is a bit of a nice maybe the taxes come in. I don't know. They're probably not getting any taxes back, but there is this, feeling of abundance for both of them in the second week, which I kind of feel is what keeps the volcano, the emotional volcano, below the surface here. Oh, okay. Well, that makes sense. Why it feels abundant, right? um, And that also makes sense why it's like the focus is in on the abundance and the outside, not so much on what's going on between them. Week 3, we do have the Chariot. We do have this, action movement energy, power of choice energy coming in. Again, it's a victory feeling, but there's more fire here, more action. The Chariot rolls over all 4 of the horses, so there's movement of mind, movement of emotion, movement of finances, um, movement of energy. I was like, "What's the 4th one?" Movement of energy, so there does feel like there's some choices that are coming up, but it feels like more movement, action. It does feel like in the 3rd week that there is choices being made and action being taken on choices that feels overall victory. It is a victory card. So far it feels like the first 3 weeks feel very abundant and full, especially from the standpoint of SAS. We tend to tap into their energy, right? More so, and then we get the extra tidbits on the volcano. So far, it doesn't look like any big explosions so much here, but let's check week number 4. Boom! Well, we got 3 of Pentacles. So there is about creativity, about being true to one's authentic self. Again, more creation energy, collaboration energy, friendship energy. Maybe there's some sort of gatherings and stuff going on. Feels like a very busy month with all of this going on here. But I do feel like we'll find out more about week 4. Week 4 feels like the tick tick boom. That's what I hear. And I feel like it has to do is there some sort of gathering? Because it does feel as if there's, collaboration or friends get gathering, and that is where the drama tends to kind of happen, because it's all about what do people think, and they like you better, and that usually sets off the volcano a lot, right? Oh, okay. Yeah, so it does feel like that kind of is a thing. And, of course, they're like it's their birthday, but everyone's just like, "Ugh, do we have to go? We'll go for SS." And it's like, "This is my birthday. Why are you paying attention to them? It's me. It's me, me, me time," right? Right, well, let's see what happens here. So what is supposed to be revealed? Is it still on track? Let's take a look here. We got the Lovers card and the 3 of Cups. 3 of Cups energy here. What is this? Because we've got the 3 of Cups as third party energy, and the Lovers card, of course, is important relationships. The 3 of Cups can be tribal energy as well, but what is this that's happening here? I mean, it feels as if something comes to a head here. What was supposed to be, I had to purge and enter new memory, so I had to purge all previous readings, which is alright. It's all from spirit, they don't forget. But it feels like there is something revealed here about a third party, energy, whether it's a current one or a past one. I guess we'll find out here when we do this deep dive into here, but it does feel like there's something that comes to a head here, um and it does have to do with a relationship and jealousy or finding out that there's a third person somewhere. Isn't there something about, you know, well, you had this, well, you had that, kind of energy? Let's see. Well, we have more cards, so we'll look at here because this is the deep dive. Yeah, into what it is it again, or did it change? So let's find out. Maybe that's why we don't know because it's changing. Let's see what we have here. Yeah, we got the Ace of Wands. So definitely there's this passionate, electrified energy here. What do we have here? We got the 10 of Cups. Here's all about joy and celebration, big gathering, and the 7 of Wands. 7 of Wands energy is an energy of, these 3 cards came out together. So it's about me being true to my authentic self. I'm not dimming my light. I'm not asking permission to shine. I'm not did I already say defending who I wanna be, I'm just gonna shine bright. And it's about this is what I want, 10 of Cups. I get to have what I want, 10 of Cups, Ace of Wands, my passion, a full heart. you know, kind of energy. Let's see what these other 2 cards are. Yeah, we got the 3 of swords, so there is heartbreak, disappointment, energy that comes in here, and the 2 of wands. Yeah, the power of choice, and I do feel here, with the 2 of wands, it's like a choice between 2 passions. So, it's interesting that we talked about the 3 cups, the 3rd person kind of situation, lovers. We got the ace of wands and the 10 of cups, relationship energy. I want a passionate, loving relationship. It does lead to heartbreak, and it's like a choice of a new passion. So it feels like there's something that comes up here that has to do with a third party love and revelations around a third party kind of person here. Yes, I know. Who is it? I know. Hold on. You're like, "Who? Is this SS or K or both?" Right? Let's see here. Let's see if we can just find out real quick. Inquiring minds want to know. 6 of Cups. So it is someone coming back from the past that comes in here, right? 6 of Cups is someone returning from the past. So let's see here. Is it SS? So SS or K or both? Let's see here. SS. SS has the devil card here. Oh, and K has the 4 of wands, which is the marriage card. Joy, celebration, energy. Yeah, I feel like SS is been working so hard. When could they find a relationship? But 4 of wands, this feels like it's more K, and it feels like it was at some sort of celebration or event that they met. I don't know if they went back home for some sort of celebration or a gathering a gathering of some sort where they went alone. I feel like they reconnected with an ex, um, or someone from their past, um, and so it feels like it's more K that kind of met someone and, and is one and is has this new passion. I feel like that's what's found out, that they reconnected and have been talking to them. I don't necessarily feel like anything happened between them, but I feel like they've been talking and, you know, a lot of joy and, because they don't have the restrictions and the all the fighting and all the expectations where they feel like this relationship I'm in is work, but when you don't have a relationship with someone, it always feels so much more open and so much more fulfilling. Not fulfilling, but it feels like abundance. Because when we don't have any expectations, we've got this, um, you know, all everything is wonderful. When we're with someone, we have all these expectations, their wonderfulness becomes less. So it's like when there's nothing, we always feel like, oh, someone appreciates who I am instead of looking at who I'm not, right? So I kind of feel that was here. Kind of feels like they find some texts is what I felt when I looked at that energy. I'm like, it's like I see the communication. I'm like, oh, who's that? Kind of energy. They're like, "Oh, that's interesting there." So it does feel like that is what happens there, but I don't feel like SS is so not really upset about it, you know? It's like heartbreaking in a way, but it feels, yeah, this feels like week 4. I feel like it all happens around that period of time, because this feels like it's around that party, it's around this is when the stuff hits the fandango there. Um, but it's funny because the heartbreak isn't heartbreak, it's more like, "Really? If you can find someone that can put up with your shit, then go ahead," "But really?" You know, "You go, 'cause my god," that's the kind of energy I feel from SS. It's not, "Oh, no, you" they're like, "Go. Please." Um, it's like, I saw this, little video, whatever, clip on Instagram a while ago, and there was this it's like one of those programs where they've got, all these guys in the house and all these girls in the house or whatever, and they're all trying to determine who's going to end up with who. And then they had all the girls and interviewing them and going, "So how do you feel that so and so took your man?" And she goes, "First of all, they did not take my man, they took over my problem. So thank you for taking away my problem." That's what they just replayed in my head. "Thank you for taking away my problem." It's like there should be T-shirts that say that, right? So I feel like that is kind of what we have there. Yeah. The fortune cookie for this one is "The race is on. I'm rooting for you." Here we go. The race is on. Zoom, zoom, zoom. All right. I will replace number 3 for that one. All right. So thank you for number 1 donation, and we will dive into number 2 here. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. All right. So 151.57 for this one here. And so today, uh, is that we saw SS's new business rental space now that they've fully moved it. It's doubled the size, a little over 2,000 square feet of the old place. For a number of reasons, we're really concerned that they are overextended. Moreover, the business has had much downtime because of the move and travel. So the question is, are they truly overextended? And if so, will they be able to fully recover and when? All right, let's take a look here. So, based on current energy, are they truly overextended? And if so, will they be able to fully recover? And when? And I feel like what is needed is also needed here. Let me move these over here out of the way. And let's see here. We'll grab these here. So I do feel they're having me pull cards. So I imagine whatever card comes out here, I do feel they're overextended. So otherwise, I would just pull one card and go, no, they're not overextended. All right, good reading. Let's see here. So are they overextended? Yeah, it's truly trying to balance with the Two of Pentacles. You know, it's usually a balanced energy, but I feel like this is cyclical. It's like there's an up and there's a down, with this. And I feel like they are on the downside over here. So they do feel underwater with that energy. So yes, yes, yes. You guys are on it. Will they be able to fully recover? We do have the World card. That is a victory card. That is an ending of a cycle, the beginning of a new adventure, along with the High Priestess and the Eight of Swords. So recovery here, it does feel like there's possibilities they can here. But this Eight of Swords, they've got to kind of get out of some old mindsets, change some ways that they're doing things. And the High Priestess energy here really, she's about getting up into, like, the high priestess temple, looking down from a higher perspective, look at what's going on behind the scenes and under the surface. It's like they have to take a step back and go, "All right, we can't keep doing things the way we've always been doing them and expecting a different result." So they do need to their spirit guides are funny. They're like, "Cut the crap." So you gotta cut the crap and get rid of the waste and focus in on what is bringing in things. So I like that, right? I'll hire someone part-time. The hidden revealed was discovering that K, although their words are supportive, their actions are not. This is we finally see how K is sabotaging things. Thus, just making through by isn't hiring to someone versus a past love. No, it did feel like because it did feel like there was a celebration and stuff. It feels more that because it feels like that's something that is um, more impactful. I feel like that kind of situation in comparison to everything wouldn't be a deal breaker for SS after all the crap that they've put up with, right? It's more the wow, really? That this is what really, so yeah. Let's see here. When would they recover? And then the how we'll look at here. We got August 12th to September 11th with the King of Pentacles. So that's when the like abundance is able to come in here more so. I know May they were getting like they're having a lot of abundance come in, but to make up for and to get back and make up for what they've lost and for the change of all the stuff it does feel like. August 12th to September 11th is where we're at, which really May, June, July, August, like 3 months from now? It's not even that far away. Isn't that crazy how it's already almost the end of April? Crazy. So how do they recover? What needs to happen here? Oh my gosh, I got the King of Pentacles again. So feels like there is some sort of sugar daddy or sugar mama. It can be either one, but it feels like there is a great abundance that comes in. There's a surge of something. Let's see what this is about here. We have the star card, which is a good balancing energy, a hope card. Um, but it is like a mental dream come true. It does feel like something that was planned, something that was like, this is what we want to do, that whatever this is that they were trying to plan, that it does bring in a nice chunk. So this brilliant idea that comes in is what happens here. Yeah, we got the lovers card, this power of this emotional choice energy. Does feel like there's a partnership energy with that. um, with this sugar mama, sugar daddy, whatever, they might have someone that agrees to partner a little bit to help them out a little bit. Maybe not like an official business partner, but I feel like someone might help out to help them get on top a little bit here. Maybe even investing a little bit in one of their dreams. Like if we have someone like that'll give us, let's say $5,000. This is just off the top of my head, $5,000, and we can buy these things, but we can triple that back when we sell them, or even quadruple it back. It's like a great return on investment. But we need someone to kind of, you know, do this one time little, and we'll give you the money back, plus give you some of the profits back too, kind of thing. Feels like they kind of finagle something here that helps them do that, and the opportunity comes in. So I like that. But that kind of feels like what they wanted for that one. Let's see what the fortune cookie is for that. And let me see here. I don't think I gave all your oh, they were stickers, okay. So, because of your donations, one of yours will be a talisman oracle fortune cookie, which I think will end with the talisman. That's a deeper one, so we'll do that. So for this one, I inform the negative committee that meets in my head to sit down and shut up because I'm awesome. I like it. The bull and the bear. Yeah, in this, the bull market, that's like talks about investments, right? So that kind of brings in that kind of energy that there's some sort of they get someone to temporarily invest and even write out an agreement that they will pay at least the money back, um, and you know, plus a portion of whatever they get from the sell of this thing, whatever they're purchasing. It's like an opportunity that doesn't come around very often, and they're able to purchase a lot of it and then turn it around and sell it. Um, but it's not like something that they sell all the time. It's like a temporary thing, if that makes sense. So, right. So that is for number 2. So thank you again for all your multiple donations. For number 3, we've got 20113. So here's your 3 timestamps right here. Oops. Somehow I get rid of that off of Maria. Let me put that up there. There it is. All right. So knowing the volatility of their relationship, when will SS stop lowering the bar and finally be done with things? Yes. So we'll pull a when card, but kind of want to know the what is it, right? What is it that finally breaks the camel's back? The two-humped camel that they are, because they can stand a long time in that desert, can't they? So we'll find out what this is here. All right. So let's see the when based on current energies. This be the tea. This be the tea, right? All right, let's look at the when first here. We got what February 19th to February 18th. We have the 7 of Swords. Wow, 7 of Swords too is the thievery, the lying, the cheating energy, right? And it's interesting here because I feel we've got February 9th to February 18th. And this is the moon in Aquarius energy. It's usually the new moon is then, but when's the full moon in Aquarius? All right, I gotta look it up. Because I feel that's when it is. So let's see here. Oh, I think I can. No, it doesn't have a moon. Oh, I know it's a moon schedule at the beginning of this book somewhere. Where did I take it out? It's usually in here. It tells us all the moons in the moon cycle. Oh, here they are. So full moon in Aquarius, July 29th. 10:36 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. Is that a good enough date for you? An exact date and time at 10:36 a.m. Eastern Time. Boom! The full moon in Aquarius hits and culminates. So July 29th. And with the 7 of Swords, I do feel that it has to do with um dun dun dun. That's right. The cheating because the bottom of the deck, we do have the 5 of Swords, which is an argument, and it's the Ace of Swords. Ooh, wow, the Ace of Swords about clarity and discovery of new communication. And you got the Lovers card underneath that with the Heartbreak card. those exact cards we had for, um, that last part of that reading of what is happening, well, there it is. And I feel like the discovery happens in May, but it's, "Okay, I'll stop talking to them, blah, blah, blah," right? But I feel like it continues, and then the discovery of, "Oh, you started talking to them again? Alright, well, let's see here, you got 3 cards and 2 cards and 1 card, so there is a countdown that happens here, so let's see what we got here. So, yeah, we have the Queen of Swords with the 3 of Cups, okay, there it is, and the 7 of Cups. Yeah. So I feel like here, there is this, because the Queen of Swords, I feel, is SS, and they've got this balance between the head and the heart, but there's also the sword suit is about communications, right? 3 of Cups is third party. 7 of Cups is interesting because at first I was like, "Oh, is that this the emotional confusion?" Like, no, 7 people, and I feel like they stopped communicating, like, with that ex that they kind of reconnected with and were talking to, that were getting a little too friendly with, with their chatting or whatever, but I feel like they discover um and with that 7, I feel like this is July, and the big argument is they find that they've been on a site chatting with other people, like let's see, a dirty a dirty person site, you know, kind of thing where, um and so it's not that they met people, at least this part is that they didn't meet anyone, but they've been chatting on a naughty chat site with 7 different people, kind of energy that's coming in there. So, yeah. I gotta find my happiness somewhere. I don't really feel it's cheating. I didn't meet him in person that we know of. Yeah. And we got the Queen of Wands and the 6 of Pentacles. And this is this fire energy of the Queen of Wands, and this 6 of Pentacles is like this, it's the codependency awareness that I give so much and this is what I get. And I feel like the Queen of Wands is this is where like that breaks the camel's back, you know. It's like SS is kind of like a slow cooker. Takes them a long time to get to that point, but once you do, oh hell, right? Where Phil's K is more the volcano, the frying pan, heats up quick, cools off quick. "What's the matter? Why are you still upset?" You know? They're like, "Oh, it took me a long time to get here, but it's also gonna take me a long time to cool off," and I feel like that this is just, you know, the crock pot has blown up, has cracked. The crock pot has cracked, right? Leading to, yeah, the 7 of Pentacles, which makes sense, takes a long time to get to that point. The 7 of Pentacles is the last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. But now we have this fruit that's here, and it's like there's this, um, I don't want this fruit anymore. I no more fruit, right? So I feel like that's what is coming up there. They're just like, really, after all this, and I don't trust you, you know? Um, because it's like, because I don't feel like it's a site where it's like, models or, you know, where, you can go on. I've heard from a friend, I don't go on those kind of sites, especially because I'm gay, but but I've heard, they can go on and you can meet up with other people that you're interested in and, cameras and different things like that. But it's like, it's just so happens that one of them or, different ones that were actually in different cities that they would go travel to. And you're like, how is that? Who are these people? Did you meet them in person? No, but I can't trust you. So I'm going to assume you did, and why? Why am I putting up with this crap? So I kind of feel like that's coming here. Is that your number four? The August question there? Holding for good measure. I like that. Okay, I'll just combine all that and for number four. Let's um let's see what the fortune cookie is for number three, and then we'll go into number four and do that, right? All right. Oh, I like that. I acknowledge my talents and all that I can do. My confidence is soaring and my boots are sweet. Yeah, I kind of feel like this is SS's energy here too, right? Um, so I like that. I like that. My confidence is high. I'm like, I don't need to put up with this crap anymore. So, all right. So that was for number three. And we'll dive in there. Number four. Let me do a couple quick shout outs here. We had some other individuals come in and get everyone on the list here. So we have Premia. Hey, Premia. Good to see you. Got your free question. We'll get you added on the free list here. And oh, Aunt Rose, hello, right there in front of my face. So, Aunt Rose, hello, hello. I see your donation. And once I finish June's last question, I'll give an update on where we're at on all the donations. Everyone has an idea of where we're at on the list here. And I think, was there someone else? I thought I saw, oh, we had Sean. So I got Sean. John, hey. And I think I got everyone else. I think that was it. So I knew there was a couple. Yeah. All right. So June. Let me grab these here. Just gonna put them up here so I can. All right. I'm gonna take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. We'll dive into number four, and then you'll get the talisman oracle for this one. All right. So in August, SS's family and K, they're scheduled to go on vacation out of the country. Deposits have been placed. Is that still going to happen? Let's take a look here. Based on current energies. That. Oh, another 3-2-1. Uh-oh. What's happening here? Oh, it's a 3-3-1. All right. Let's take a look here. So we've got 9 of cups on the bottom, which is, a dream come true energy. So it feels like this is like, I've wanted to go on this and, go on this out of country thing. So if that's underlying energy, is it's still a dream that I want to go experience this. But let's see here. We've got the 5 of Pentacles. Ooh, this lack, this being left behind, being left out on the cold. We have the Ace of Wands energy and the 10 of Swords. Interesting. So the first 3 cards here, it gives this energy of, feeling abandoned, feeling left out in the cold, left behind, letting go of expectations with this 10 of Swords. And the Ace of Wands is this fieriness. Let me see these other ones because I'm feeling like there is a big discussion with this energy of um, well, I still wanna go, and I don't wanna feel like I'm behind, and, I'm, this, um, I won't expect anything when we go, but I still wanna go. I wanna be able to, experience it all, and I promise I'll be behind. I won't be a menace. I won't da 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 da. And it's like, yeah, I've heard that before, but let's see what these other cards are here because it feels here. And we got the Seven of Pentacles. Here's that energy of, um, you're not the fruit I'm looking for. Oh, the Three of Cups again. I put all these cards out separately here. And the Ten of Cups, relationship, joy energy here. I I just so this last card is here too. I got the 10 of Wands, endings energy. I feel like it feels like that that K is uninvited and that someone else is invited instead. We'll find out if it's the golden child. But it's like, "Really? After all you telling me you don't want me, this, and this, and this, and this, and you know, you're off chatting with your ex, and you're all talking to these people on these sites, and you're telling me you don't want me talking to other people because the barking dog" wait, the guilty dog always barks first, right? Yeah, it's like, "The barking dog is guilty first." No, it's not that. Yeah, the guilty dog always barks first, right? So it's like they've been because they're jealous because they know what people can do with other people. Oh, really? Right. So, but this 10 of Wands is that endings energy, and they're just like, "Nope, this is my dream. Um, so I'm going." And I feel like it still is all gone, but I feel like they invite someone else to go along. Let's see if they'll give us any information on who is this other person that gets to go along. Any ideas? Friend, romantic interest, June. It's June. June, you get to go. You're like, "What? Me?" Well, we got the sun card. That looks pretty golden to me, doesn't it? Leo? Are they a Leo? There's this Leo energy here, fire sign energy, but it is a bright light. It feels like it's a very I mean, there's really there's a golden sun there. I mean, literally all this golden dust down here on the bottom, the sun, the golden sun. Um, it's interesting. We'll find out here too, because we wanted to find out that um, are SS and the golden child ever going to reconnect? So this will help us determine if it's absolutely, but it feels like a bright someone that's a bright, sunshiny, Leo, fun energy, someone that's coming along to make just makes everything better kind of energy, which I feel is what the golden child has been for them in the past. Someone that really makes it, bright and sunshiny. But we'll take a look here. So, um, okay, put a stop to their friendship. Oh, he did also. Oh, yeah. Well, of course, mom loves the golden child. So let's take a look here. So, are they ever going to reconnect based on current energies with this little adventure? These three in this one here. All right. Well, we have the Chariot card underneath the bottom of the deck, which is movement energy. It's um, if Mother Moon has anything to do with it here, behind the scenes, Cancer Moon energy. If the mother has anything to do with it, power of choice. It is movement. It is victory. It feels like that. Let's see what else we have here. Yeah, we've got the Hierophant, which is a change of energy. I feel like after it feels like the golden child has a, whatever this new love they had, um, this is like a stepping stone energy. The Hierophant is the master 5, master of stepping stones. I feel after the golden child ends this Ace of Cups energy, because they must have a new love or someone in their life, or the old love, if they were still with someone. Feel like that's a stepping stone. They're not going to be in it for forever. So when they end up, whatever romantic situation they're in right now, I feel like it does come after that. Yeah. So they do come back with the Six of Cups energy that's coming in there. Yeah, and they do have it here. Um, so we've got the 5 of Pentacles, which is, after leaving or abandoning someone else, then there's the victory, the 6 of Wands energy that comes in. So it does feel like after that ends, then they do come back here. Yeah, and then the 6 of Pentacles, this equal giving and receiving energy that comes in. It is out of order because we've got 2 cards and 3 cards and 1 card. And so there is this, it's not 1, 2, 3 or 3, 2, 1, it's 2, 3, 1. And it's like, okay, that's kind of um it happens differently. What does this mean? Because they're in a relationship, but that is that. Oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry, they were showing me a movie. So, I just wasn't sharing it like I normally do. I was keeping it to myself, how rude. Because they were showing me that they're having trouble in their relationship, the golden child and the person they're with, and they come back into SS's life, not romantically, but back in where they are starting up their friendship, and then that ends, and then they're together. Eventually. They don't just jump from one into another, but they start hanging out. It does happen. I feel like it happens quickly because we do have the Knight of Wands under the Chariot, which is the fastest moving knight out of them all, and we actually have the Six of Wands, which is like they're riding the fire horse, so seems to happen fast when it happens there. Um, and I do wanna find out here because when is it? August is when they're going? They're going out of the country in August. They have to know really quick, right? Let's see. So is it the golden child? Well, this will be all happening by August. Yeah, there's an ending and an ending and a new beginning. Wow, based on current energy, I'm kind of leaning towards that sun card being the golden child, that it comes in there. But interesting. Maybe mama can call over and go, "Hey, if you can break up by August, you can go out of the country with us." What? Just don't tell Kay yet. Uh-oh, dun, dun, dun. Okay, let's see what this talisman oracle brings in. Let's see what else we have here. All right. Yeah, she would do that, right? Wow. Blessed day. Oh, blessed day. And look, we've got the sun card up there. We got the sun up there and the moon, but we got the sun. Blessed day. All right, let's see what this says here. So from sunrise to moonset, you are blessed to have good luck. And so we'll say this is towards SS, right? If you see this card in a reading, know that today is your day to act upon your wishes. So that blessed day will come. The silk moth is a symbol of internal transformation and hope. Start directing change toward what you want to achieve. It all starts with believing that you can. Joy and happiness will surround you and follow you the entire day. Spread your wings, embrace the beautiful energy, and share it with the rest of the world. The talisman power of this card, you can use that when you need extra help on a specific day. For example, you can use it for special events, meetings, anniversaries, court dates, or any day you need to go smoothly, full of joy and confidence. This energy will lose um, its energy quickly, so you won't be able to use it on consecutive days. So make your choice wisely and trust its power. Every time the doubt comes back, hear, see, and feel the fluttering wings of the moth. And the affirmation is, I am joyous. So she does have a blessed day ahead. But yeah, that sun card definitely coming in here. Oh, I didn't even see the moth in the middle here. Bzz, bzz. The bug zapper. So hopefully that helps. June, oh, I didn't give you your fourth timestamp, did I? So that was for number 3, number 4. Oh, I got so excited getting into it, I didn't get you your fourth timestamp, but you're here right now, so you know. They all kind of meld into one big question anyway, right? All right. So that's what they have for you, June. Thank you again for all of your multiple donations. We shall see what unfolds. My goodness, my goodness. All right. So, hey, Maria, you did another donation. Okay. Yeah, I think I did get another PayPal that came in here. Yes, that is you. All right. So, Maria, thank you for your additional donation. We'll add you onto the list here. All right. So, I think that was all that came in here. Yeah. So for donations, what we have Kay Linda next, and then Wilder Wandering, and then Chelsea, then Sean G, then At Rose, and then Maria P. Dun dun dun. That's right. Good to see you, June. All righty. So that's what we'll do. And I normally around 2.5 hours, I normally take like 30 minutes to do free readings. I'm going to hold off and do that like at 3 hours, but I'm going to run to the little gentleman's room real quick, come back, and then we should be able to get through majority of the donations by around 3 hours. And then I will do at least 30 minutes of free readings. And if there's no other donations, we'll finish out the free readings too. But so I'll be right back. Thank you guys so much for your patience. All righty. Thank you guys so much. So I've fallen off my chair here. Let me adjust this pillow. All right. There we go. So thank you guys so much. All right. So Let us continue. Thank you guys again so much for all of the thumbs up, all your love, your patience, and getting to your readings. So grateful. All right. So, Kay Linda, we're at 229:35. So, here is your timestamp. And let's jump up here, give your donation a love and a like since it lets me here. And you wanted to know what's coming towards you in love. All right. So let's see here what Spirit wants you to know. What can we know about what is coming towards you in love based on current energies, of course? The future, can always alter, which is great. We're glad that everything's not stuck in stone, especially if it's something we don't want, right? All right. Well, you do have the two. Oh, wow. You have the Two of Swords on the bottom of the deck and the Two of Cups coming in here. I love that, right? And so I do feel like you're going to have this choice energy coming up. It is a new opportunity. You have the Ace of Pentacles under that. So it is a new opportunity that's coming up. And it doesn't feel like these are individuals that you know, but there is going to be a choice of like two individuals. One of the mind, like, that the mind goes, well, this is like who we're supposed to want. And, it's a great resume, right? That's supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be the stories we're told about what we're supposed to want growing up, right? And um that's all nice, but that's existing, right? But then the heart is like, ooh, look over there. So it's like you have two choices, one of the mind, one from the heart. So these two individuals, and of course, our heart knows what it wants. The mind tries to protect us by having all these expectations and going, no, no, this is the kind of person you want, someone who's secure financially, has this, blah, 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 all the resume, right? Whereas the heart is like, it doesn't, all that stuff doesn't matter if you don't have love and have this deep love. Ooh, over here, right? So kind of feel like that's what's coming in. Now you do have, that's the bottom of the deck. You have one card, two card, three cards. So something is growing, something is progressing. Let's see what the first card is here. You have the Page of Wands. So it does appear here. It's interesting. I feel like the heart one is someone new, but the mind one with this Page of Wands is like a love interest from your past that's coming up, coming back into your life. It's like, oh, well, they're coming back in, they come across my path, but at the same time, there's also this other new heart interest, mind interest, heart interest, right? So interesting, right? And then the two cards, you have the Queen of Wands and the Four of Wands. Yeah. So, here's all this passionate interest here. The Four of Wands is a marriage card, but it's, yeah, I don't think you're going to run off to Vegas and get married or anything like that. I feel like this is more of a gathering, and this might even happen at a gathering of some sort where you bump into an old, like, ex or a love interest, but then you also had met a new amazing, like your heart was like, wow, and you're like, oh, but there's that, kind of energy that comes in here. And so I do feel like it could be a wedding, it could be a birthday party, it could be some sort of celebration, national celebration, kind of energy that comes in here. Some sort of party, but it's a joyful gathering of some sort. Let's see what happens here with these three cards. You do have Leo energy. Oh my God, all this wands and fire energy. So you definitely have a strong draw. This could be this other person is a very, oh my God, a very, sorry, you got another wands card. They could be a fire sign because I feel like their energy, you're just so drawn to this new person. The old one, I feel like there was an old draw to them, and there's kind of still a spark there, but I feel like the energetic draw to this other person and physical, attraction. I just feel like there's this huge, like, whoa, especially Lion, Leo energy. Usually they're like beautiful people, like really, you know, beautiful, handsome, cute, whatever. But you had the Six of Wands, which is this mutual attraction. And there is something about with the Six of Wands, one of you is elevated above the crowd, either or separated, like, a DJ or you're presenting something, and you're at the head table. Like if it's a wedding, you're the bridesmaid, or you're in the wedding party, so you're separated, and so you're up on stage, or you get to say something, or it's something that where one of you is set apart, where you guys see each other, like whoa, kind of energy. And like it, right? And then is another one? No, it's a Queen of Pentacles, which is this new beginning. There is this, um, it is a nurturing. There's a sensuality, but there's also this birthing and this kind of, you know, nudge. Because the Queen of Pentacles, even though she rules over the Pentacles with the King, behind the scenes she has heart, water energy, and this is this like nudge towards following your heart. And it's like, wow, this is what I want to go do. But that's the one that got away in a way. Um, and that could be an option, but like sometimes our mind goes, well, it's better to be with the devil than the devil you don't know. And you're like, no, that's not true. And you can go towards the other if you want. There's no wrong choice, but it's a great opportunity for this Leo fiery individual. So I like that for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. K Linda or Clinda. All right. And you've got, I may have the same fur as you, but we are all special inside. Sometimes sweet, sometimes tangy, always awesome. I like that. So it is this wonderful attraction energy. I like it that it's a kiwi and a bird, but it's like there's something about them that you just have this connection. So I like that. So hopefully that helps, Kalinda. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. Hey, Wilder Wandering, you'll be up next. You send your question to the guide readings energy. Have you already met the person whom you're spending your life with? Okay. So let me see. Is it the same one? Okay. You added more on here. Let me just grab that and we'll add that up here. So I just have it all together. And we'll do that. All right. Take a quick sip here and then I'll give you your timestamp and we'll jump in. Cheers, cheers. Thanks for the clarification there. Struggling not meeting people who don't give you the creeps. You're so funny. All right, let's see. Where are we at? Oh, over here. Your timestamp is 2:37:57. So Wilder Wandering, you are up. So thank you for your donation. Let's get up there and do that here. So click, love and like. All right. So have you already met the person who you're spending your life with? So we'll ask that here. See what we got here. And I like that you're struggling. If I need to keep being on the hunt or if they've already kind of in your life, right? All right. Any other advice as well? Okay. I think there's a countdown going on here. We'll see what we've got here. 4, 3, 2. There's like it's 4 cards, 3 cards, 2 cards, which usually then there's something that's going to be appearing here. The bottom of the deck with the 3 of Cups, this is like your tribal energy. Like they're already among your tribe. So I feel like you do already know them with this being below here, or you meet them through your friends. We'll find out here more. That's the energy above on the deck, but I feel like there's something to do with meeting them through friends, or they're already your friends group kind of energy. Let's see what we got. So the 4 cards that came out together, You do have the 4 of Pentacles. There's like this home energy. You have the Tower card energy here. Let's see what these other ones are here. I'm getting an inkling that it's someone that, and maybe this is um, someone who moved away and has come back, kind of energy. Moved away from home and come back home, like to where you're living. We got the 10 of Pentacles. There's this abundance energy here. And this Leo energy coming in. Better not be taking Kay Linda's friend. Because we had the Leo energy of the other. But um yeah, I don't feel like this is someone like an ex or anything, but I feel like it's someone. I feel like you'll know them because they used to live there, they moved away, and then you're among friends group, and now they're back, and I feel like they're being introduced because 'cause they're like, "Hey, this is my friend, they've been away forever and they came back," and you're like, "Oh, really?" And I feel like with this Leo energy, they're very drawn, they're very attractive, this fire energy. The 10 of Pentacles is relationship, but it's more fullness of life energy what I'm getting coming in here. It just feels like they're very, I wanna say very grounded, but also very confident is a good word. Not arrogant, but they're very confident in who they are. They have a fullness of life, um, kind of energy. Let's see what else we have here. The 3 cards that came out together, we got the 9 of Cups. It is kind of a dream come true energy here. We got the Knight of Swords, so it's a great communicator, and the Page of Pentacles, yeah, and aware of their self-worth, confident in who they are, not insecure to where they're, needing to validate themselves through other people, because that's why people wander and, especially if it's a low vibrational Leo expression, the me, look at me, and they're fooling around with all these people because I need attention from all these people. But with this 10 of Pentacles, with the Leo and this energy, it's someone who's confident, like, I don't need to prove myself to anyone. I'm enough and I want to share it with someone, but I don't need to be with someone. I don't need to be fooling around. I'm enough myself. So we like that energy. Let's see here. I just still want to know if there's someone that you know already. You got the King of Cups with the 2 cards that came out. The King of Cups is someone who's very compatible. It's one of my cards that is like, oh my God, we fit like a glove. They roll over the emotional suit, so they're in touch with their emotions, but they're not so emotional that they're emotionally unstable. Because behind the scenes, the King of Cups has sword suit. All the kings do. They have a sword energy, which is communication. They can communicate their emotions and they're intelligent and aware, and it's a beautiful balance between head and heart. So it's someone very compatible. It makes sense that this is someone like a dream come true. And again, the 3 of Pentacles, it's in your friends group. The 3 of Pentacles is collaboration and part of the group. They're also a creative individual. So let me take a look here. I'm getting an inkling that you've met them before, like before they moved away, like maybe a few years ago, and you only met them like briefly through friends. They were like a friend invited them to a friend activity, and then they went away. So I feel like you'll be like, they look familiar because you met them once, but I feel like it wasn't, the timing because of course they went away for work and now they're back. But let's see here. I kind of feel like that's the answer there. Let's see what this is here. Can you clarify for me here? Yeah, the judgment. There's this calling card, and it is something rising from the dead or coming back from the dead. So I feel like you've met them before, but do you remember them? Let's see here. Do you remember them? Oh, we got the 5 of swords and the devil card here. I feel like you might have I don't know if you might have had, like, a little how can we say? It's like this question of, not question, but this, energy, like, you were bantering a little bit when you met them, those years ago, and but it wasn't like an argument, it was like, you know, your little fiery personality going, "Well, blah, 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 blah," and they're like, "Well, blah, 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 blah," back at you, right? And people are like your friends were going, "What? What?" And, and, it's like that kind of tension, a little bit of energy where people are like, "Why don't you guys just get a room?" And they're like, "What?" Because it's this flirty, picking on each other energy, right? This was, like, years ago. So I don't know if you remember them. That is how you flirt? Okay. So it could be a wide variety. You do remember them? So I feel like that's what, that kind of energy is coming in there. So interesting. Let's see what else we got here. Sometimes I check my surroundings and realize friendships are closer than I thought. Having eyes on my sides does not help with my peripheral awareness because it's a shark. That's funny because when you're talking about hunting, did you say hunting? Yeah, or the hunt. Do I need to stop the hunt? Doo-dun, dun. But friendships are closer than I thought. So, I feel like you don't need to hunt, anyway. I kind of feel like, the energy is you live your love, you live your passion, and when you're out doing that, then you meet someone loves the same things, and then a spark happens, and then a relationship organically grows. When we're on the hunt, it's almost like it's like we're on a job hunt where or we're an employer and we have a position open in our life. And so I'm accepting applications and I'm doing interviews, dating, right? I'm doing background checks, checking their social media. and, uh, and then you find, oh, I think they're good. Let me hire them for this position of love in my life. And then you find out they lied on their resume and you have to fire them, and then you have to go through the whole process again because it's the purpose of trying to interview is people lie on their interviews or they over exaggerate on their resume so they can get the job. And then when you get the job, you find out you suck at this job. You don't have what it takes. You lied. Versus when you are living your passion, it's a different energy. That feels like work. When you're living your passion and you bump into someone and the spark happens and it just grows and you get to know each other because you weren't putting on airs and interviewing, you were just enjoying your life. And that's, I feel like, how this goes. So you can stop the hunting to start enjoying your life. And I feel like this friend is coming back soon. I don't feel like they're back yet, um, but I feel like they're coming back soon. More like summertime, which is like June 20th to September 20th. I kind of feel like summertime, they're returning back and they're moving back home. So I like that for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings. Oh, we already did that. The shark was your fortune cookie. So that is what they have for you. Hopefully that helps. I love it. Oh, yeah, perfect. I love it, right? It's like, yeah, just go do the stuff you love and you'll meet the people that have the same interests, right? And then it'll spark. And then you're like, yeah, because otherwise, yeah, it feels like a job. I'm already working hard enough. All right. So that's what they have for you. Many blessings to you. All right. Let's see here. So, Aunt Rose, we got you there. And then Aunt Rose, you have another one. Oh, thank you for your additional donation, Aunt Rose. We'll get you that one there. And Olivia is in the house. Hey, Olivia, good to see you. Great to see you too. Everything is well. Hope everything's well with you too. See your donation. We'll get you added on the list here too. You're very welcome. Thank you again, Wilder. Have a good one. Thank you again. All right. So where are we on time here? So I'm going to complete Chelsea's up next, and then I'll be about at 3 hours probably. And then I'm going to do 30 minutes of not personal readings, free readings. They're all personal, free readings. And then Shanji, Aunt Rose, Maria P, and then back to Aunt Rose, and then Olivia is where we're at on donations that I'll do. And then if there's no other donations after that, then I will finish out any free readings that I don't get to at that time. So just a little update on where we're at here. So thank you guys for your patience and getting to your readings. Cheers, cheers. Ooh, that is hot. Very hot. I have a little hot plate to keep my coffee warm, and there's only like this much coffee in the bottom, and it was getting all the heat. All right. So Chelsea, you're up 250.45. So Chelsea, thank you for your donation. Let's put your timestamp down there and go up here. I think you're up here. Oh, no, yours was via the Zcash app. So yes, there you are. So thank you so much, Chelsea, for your donation via Zcash app. Oh, you even said it there. Just sent via Cash App. If I would read. All right. So you'd love to hear what you see for your love life coming up. All right. Absolutely. See what is coming your way based on your current energies. We'll see what we have here. You have someone in mind. Had a couple great dates, but then got wrapped up in your own stuff. Yeah, him with his business and book. Ooh, and family things. Plus you losing your job and writing. Oh, yay, roller coaster. Still keep in touch and the connections there. Curious if anything comes of this when life eases up or if it fizzles. All right, well, we'll take a look here. We'll specifically ask that, and then what else is coming your way. All right, so based on current energies, anything with this person that you have on your mind, is there any resurgence there? And then what else do they want you to know about the love life? I have the Love Boat theme playing in my head now. If you remember the old Love Boat. Love exciting and new. Come aboard, they're expecting you. Right. I won't sing it. But we'll take a look here. So, bottom of the deck, you do have the Star card, which is like a dream come true energy. So I do feel like this is you're welcome. My pleasure. Or I can do the Gilligans, just sit right back in your hero tail. We'll just keep them rotating through your mind, right? The old reruns. You probably saw the reruns. I think I saw the originals. All right, let's see here. What about this? The one from the past to see if that does have a resurgence. We have the 9 of Wands, still a bit of a blocking energy that's keeping you guys kind of apart here. We got the 7 of Pentacles. Yeah, the slow. Last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. So things were slowed down there between the two of you guys there. Yeah, literally. The Knight of Pentacles too, which is the slowest moving knight out of them all, and the Devil card. So with all this restriction, the 7 of Pentacles, 7 Pentacles, Knight of Pentacles especially is slow. Things were slowed down. And the Devil card tells me that the purpose was because both of you were being given the opportunity to question a lot of long-held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets around relationships that don't serve you anymore. And it needed to happen so that it wouldn't impact, future relationships. So they kind of slowed things and go, no, 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 no. So they're telling us that it slowed down and it is still slow there. But this card will tell us, is there a resurgence or not? And you got the Knight of Cups. So it does seem to be a resurgence. This is the movement of emotion, the movement of romance, the quest for romance. So it does feel like things do as you guys rattle through your these thoughts and beliefs that were caging your hearts, that it opens up and then there is a resurgence that comes in here. So I like that. Well, well, well. Let's take a look here. You've got 3 cards with 2 cards underneath, and again, 3 cards with 2 cards underneath. They're telling me this first one is you and the second one is them. So this is gonna be talking about what is going on in each other's lives and what is the underlying energy below the surface and what's important for you to know right now. Oh, okay. Oh, isn't that nice? So it's good you guys are learning some, "Alright, let's take it slow as we go into it," right? Secretly married, oh my god. Oh, yeah, yeah, that makes sense that there's time to let some stuff go and do some growth so that you guys don't have to do the growth together and screw up a relationship, right? You can independently learn things and then come back together and feeling like, "Alright, now we're able to do this," right? Oh, from her husband? Oh my gosh. "What are you doing with my wife?" "What? Wife?" Yeah, isn't that great? So, okay, for you, we've got the 6 of Pentacles, yeah, so you're learning a bit here about your over-giving energy where you feel you have to give so much to deserve so little. There might be some codependent relationships in your past where you feel like you give and give and give and give, and then they don't, and they end up giving elsewhere, either in cheating or, um, you know, giving to friends or work or hobbies, and you feel you end up giving until you're exhausted, and then you continue to give until you feel resentful, and, if that's the pattern that you recognize, then definitely something that we can look into. I have a podcast series called The Easier Path. The link is down in the description, or if you click on my name after you're done with your reading, if you go, that's the one before this one. It's actually under the abundance where it be. We talk about the 6 of Pentacles, and the 2 things that keep things from coming to us is our energy, whatever we're focusing on, but also our inner child who learned this rate of exchange that I have to give so much to deserve so little. That's below the surface, and it's in our subconscious until we bring it to the front, then we will continue to run on that until we bring it from 1,000 to 1 down to 1 to 1. Oh, I love that. So, definitely this learning that, where it is though below the surface it's we can be conscious of it, but it's bringing that rate of exchange to our consciousness and find out. It talks about it in the video about going back and who were those individuals that we were given so much to and felt we got so little back from it, right? Oh, yeah. Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, so, check that out. Let's see here, did I keep here? No, I deleted it here. But the link is down in the description area if you wanna go to that podcast playlist. The playlist link is there. It'll be the one right before this one, it'll be Adventure 14, I believe. Yeah, because you have the 2 of Cups. So there is this relationship energy, yeah, and the heartbreak. The heartbreaks of the past, so they have all that energy. It's important, that you're aware of these and you're, um, using this time, because the more you raise your love vibration by letting go of those thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, then you're raising your love vibration, that speeds it up. It speeds up the things, but because things go slow to give us the opportunity to release things, so they're not weighing us down. Otherwise, we'll continue to do what we've always done and get what we've always gotten, and we want something more now, right? Oh, right? I'm a Capricorn rising, I get it. And an Aquarius, fixed sign, stubborn Aquarius. Yeah. Underneath the surface here, you got the 7 of Cups and the 4 of Swords. Yeah, so you're learning a lot about the emotions that you didn't allow yourself to feel when you were younger. So you've been delving into that, and continue to do that. That is a good, energy that's there. Um, yeah, and then the 4 of Swords is also about letting go of expectations and learning about, these rules of who someone's supposed to be, what they're supposed to bring into a relationship, how a relationship is supposed to happen, how it's supposed to progress, how it's supposed to end up, what it's supposed to bring me, who I'm supposed to be in it. That's exhausting. It sucks the life out. So something that we can learn, with this 4 of Swords is resting our mind and focusing on what we're grateful for in a relationship, not focusing on what's not happening. The more we focus on what's not happening, we get more of that when we focus more in on the other, and that it actually talks about that in that video. That's the energy. Whatever energy I'm focusing on either draws something to me and grows it or repels it away and shrinks it, right? So I like that. For them, we've got the 9 of Pentacles. Yeah, so they're in this bit of hermiting, and they're learning that if I can't be happy by myself, then I can't be happy with someone else. So I like that. Yeah, the 8 of Cups, they are working on leaving behind emotions on relationships and connections that don't serve them anymore. So they're going through a purging of emotions, but they're also going through a purging of people that don't need to be in their life anymore. And the Magician, yeah, they're really stepping into their power, really realizing a lot of that they have everything they need within them. So I like this self sufficiency, this independence that they have here. Well, yeah, definitely. Isn't that great that it's not just jumping like I was a serial monogamist, for my relation. I was with someone 3 years, and then I immediately went into a one-year relationship, and then immediately back into a 3-year relationship, and then into a one-year relationship, and then I was single for 3 years, and then in a one-year relationship, and then I've been now single for 17 years. I broke the cycle, but, because you realize when you stop and you reflect and take time, then you find the love of your life in here. Underneath the surface for them, yeah, they have the Hierophant. I like that. They're realizing all of the stepping stones they had, although what they learning about themselves through it all. Yeah, and this beautiful transformation from like caterpillar through, to um, a butterfly. So beautiful transformational energy that comes in there, right? Yeah. Yeah, I love learning lessons. Let's keep going at it, right? See, does it make sense to feel like you experience the same thing as another person at the same time, but dealing with your own things? Yeah, and usually we're all mirrors for each other too. And a lot of what we perceive other people are going through is because they're a mirror for us. Sometimes it is us being reflected back to us, but we can also um, be learning, you know, a lot of the same stuff together because a lot of humanity, it's the same moral of the story, just different how the story is told. It's all about we're in a journey of self-worth and self-love. We're taught define yourself by the outside world, and uh the three buckets we define ourselves by, of course, are relationships with humans, situations like jobs, education, social status, marital status, things like that, and things, our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions. So the three buckets, all of those are unstable, pointing us back to ourselves, um, where we find the only stable thing, which is the eternal, unconditional love of the higher realms. Eternal, very, it's forever. That's pretty solid. And then, of course, unconditional, which means no conditions, nothing we have to do to earn it, nothing we can do to lose it. So everything points us back to us. Everybody's a mirror, every situation, event, everything's a mirror pointing us back to us. And when we find that self-love, we start raising it, then we don't stop wanting things in the outside world. We stop needing it. We're not desperate for it. It becomes above and beyond extra. So the outside world transforms from a place of lack to a place of overflowing abundance and extra, right? You know, well, they always are. They're always unstable. People change, people walk away, people pass away. Relationships aren't stable. Things never stay the same. Any situations, never stay the same. And things, our bodies, possessions, all that, it breaks down, it blows up, it, burns down, it's stolen, it deteriorates over time. So everything is unstable, but it's all designed, it all points us back to, the outside world is temporary and unstable, forever, eternal, and stable on the inside. Then we're like, oh, because when we're connecting our anchor to the outside world, if it's flying all over the place, we're flying all over the place. We feel like we're out of control. And oh my God, when we go back in here, we find a solid foundation. We anchor to that. We feel solid. Then the outside world feels stable to us. So I like that. And because you made a $5 or more donation, you get a talisman oracle for um, your fortune cookie. So you got intuition. Ooh, I like this little beetle and then the all-seeing eye. Let's see what this brings in here. Oops. One more. There we go. So you are wide awake and able to perceive a higher level of awareness that helps you recognize secrets and subconscious intentions. Are you a Scorpio? The intuitive beetle is using the third eye gate to see through the prism of distortion. The answers you're seeking will come from within, from your divine knowledge and your inner wisdom. Your intuition will help you read people's body language and facial expressions if they're in disagreement with their words and actions. Ooh, human lie detector. Boom, boom, boom. Allow time and space to practice putting your newly found feelings into words, but know that your present situation will benefit significantly from your keen intuition. You're like, yep. The talisman power for this. You can use this talisman power to strengthen your intuitive ability and psychic insight. Meditate with this energy when you feel your instincts rising in a tricky situation. Focus on this image to awaken your third eye and enter the realm of your higher consciousness. Rub your forehead gently and imagine opening up your third eye. Your little affirmation is, I am awake and I see. So I love that for you. You are seeing a lot of things that you are wanting to see. So I like that for you, Chelsea. Boom, boom, boom. Um, I do have timing cards. So let me pull one here for you. Based on current energies, so about this resurgence. Of course, it's dependent on both the energy of what they're investing and the energy you're investing. And of course, timelines are constantly shifting on our moment by moment choices. So take it with a grain of salt. You got December 13th to January 9th, which is the Queen of Pentacles energy. But, that can definitely, you know, like I said, the more energy we put in, we can draw things in sooner for us too here. But yeah, but it's December 13th to January 9th. It is Capricorn, Taurus, and Virgo. Taurus, we're in the season right now, and Capricorn is December 20th. Uh, oh, Virgo would actually be the next after that. That's in September. So it could be any of those sun sign, periods, but right now it's kind of like December 13th. but it can be Taurus season or Virgo season, depending on if how much energy you both invest in that. So I like it. It's not so bad. It's always gonna be perfect, you know? You wanna do the work beforehand. You don't wanna end up having with each other because, of the old, both we're letting the crap go so you can have a non-stinky relationship. Oh, when you met. Was it that period of time? It'll be almost a year. Oh, wow, how perfect. Here we go. All right. Well, that's what they have for you, Chelsea. Thank you again so much for your donation, and I'm excited for your adventure. So thank you again. Absolutely. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right. So let's see. We're a little past 3 hours. So I'm going to break from donations, complete 30 minutes of free readings, and then I'll return back right now for donations. Let me just make sure here, nothing else came in. We've got when I return, Sean G will be up first, and then Aunt Rose, and then to Maria P, and then back to Aunt Rose, and then to Olivia is where we will. And I've got here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I've got 12 free readings. So depending here on how much they are, we can, how much the Spirit speaks. We'll see how much we get through. But I will complete them all tonight as well. So. All right. Oh, Chelsea, thank you so much for the tip there. Thank you so much. Wow, I appreciate that. You're so generous. I'm grateful. I don't often get that. Thank you. All right. So let me take last sip of my coffee here. Get my water out here. All right. So let us jump in. So up first we have Mini Heal 31130. So Mini Heal, here is your timestamp. No, not at all. No, that's wonderful. I am very grateful. Even means even more so knowing that you're unemployed. So I bless you with employment coming your way, an abundance of returns to you. So thank you so much. All right. So Minnie Hill, you want to know who is that person that's going to help you in your career? All right, let's see here. Who is it? Got the Page of Swords and the Page of Pentacles. Wow. Yeah. So it is someone that they are going to bring new opportunities here for you. And the Page of Swords is someone who helps bring clarity for you. But I feel like it's someone that helps um, like get in contact there as well here with this Page of Swords. I feel like they give you a lead on a career opportunity. It's like they give you someone's number or someone's contact information and go, if you contact this person, and the energy I'm kind of picking up with this is it's someone you already know. And I feel like it's someone you bump into. And it's like I feel like you used to work with this person, but you haven't seen him in a while. And you guys don't work at the same place anymore, but you bump into each other like but it doesn't feel like it's work related. It's like you're at a coffee shop or at the store, grocery store. It's like somewhere where you're like, "Hey, oh my god, what are you doing?" And blah, 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 and da, da, da. And they're like, "Oh, I'm working at this company now and doing this and da, da, da." And you're like, "Oh my god." And like, "What are you doing?" And you're like, "Oh, I'm doing this and da, 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 da." And you're like, "Oh my god, that sounds amazing what you're doing." And they're like, "Really? Would you be interested? We have like some openings coming up and I would love to I can give you some contact information if you'd like to, I'll let them know that I gave you their number and you can, da 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 da. You're like, what? So I feel like it's that kind of situation that comes in, but it is someone that you used to work with that you got along really well. Um, And I don't feel like it was a previous manager. I was, like, kinda curious, like, was it a manager? Did you work for them? No, you worked with them. So, it is like a peer, and then they're like, "Oh my god, you'd love this too," kind of energy. So, I like it. So you trust them, you can't trust those managers. I'm just kidding, I used to be a manager. Well, no, you can't trust them. You can't trust all of them, let's put it that way, because you could trust me. I was an honest, nice manager. Mostly. All right. So that's what they have for you, Minnie Hill. Many blessings to you. And then we have Ashish up 3 14 44. Look at those fours. So Ashish, what energy surrounds your love life right now? Let's take a look here. Nope, I don't want those. They want these two. All right. Okay. Yeah, I feel like you're in a period here of kind of slowness around love. The energy is the shaking and the rattling of the devil card, right? The 10 of wands is a change of energy. And so what this is, the devil card is like the mind that's caged the heart over time with all these long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets and stories that you were given around what love is supposed to be, who that person's supposed to be, what it's supposed to bring you, how they're supposed to start, how it's supposed to progress, how it's supposed to end, what it's supposed to bring you, who you're supposed to be in it, and blah, blah, blah. All that stuff that feels exhausting, right? And that's that 10 of wands. It's the burden of all these rules that just sucks the life out of love because it's like, God, well, something worth having is hard to get. No. Once we release the expectations and all these stories as much as we can, we free our heart, then it becomes the energy that felt like a burden becomes an energy of abundance. Because when we have all those expectations, all those things from the devil card, we're behind. We feel like we have to do all this just to get up to 0, then we can have abundance and have a good relationship. We hardly ever get here. We hardly ever get up to 0. We always feel like we're behind. That's where the burden comes from. But if that same love is here with no expectations, we immediately 0 is here. We immediately start having abundant relationship, and we focus on the growth and the what we love and are grateful for in the relationship, and it grows instead of shrinks and has the life sucked out of it. So I feel like right now you're in that learning phase to free yourself, because the more you're focusing in on what's not happening, the more you're having more of not happening. So there's this big release of all those thoughts is where you're at right now. That's what the focus is. I feel they want you to know right now. Okay. So that's what they have for you, Ashish. Many blessings to you. All right, and Jojo, you're up 3 17 13. All right. All these mirrored like 3 1 and then a 7 and then a 1 3. So an interesting mirror with a 7 in the middle. So you want to know why can't I seem to communicate, get on the safe wavelength with anyone lately? I also would just say lave length with anyone today, especially my mother. All right, let's take a look here. Well, Uranus did move into Gemini, which is bringing in a lot of shaky bakey energy. You also have a full moon in Scorpio coming up on Friday. You're probably picking up on all that. But let's take a look here. What does Spirit want you to know here? Got 3 cards. You do have the Judgment card. Got this calling, this pulling away, this playing the trumpet. You got the Page of Pentacles and the 2 of Cups. I feel here there's a little bit of like your higher self, this Judgment card, and the 2 of Cups is like the relationship energy with you and your higher self, that your higher self is like pulling you into this higher opportunity with this Page of Pentacles of looking at your worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way. It's almost like there's this, you know, if you're defining yourself by how you're getting along with other people, I feel like there is this higher self is saying you don't need to be on the same wavelength as others, you know, just be in tune with yourself kind of energy that's coming in here. They're like, your worth isn't dependent upon their choice of emotional reactions or whatever, that, there's this return to you kind of energy that seems to be in here right now. And I like it for you. I feel like, um, you're being drawn to you, and so they're like, it's all noisy out here because you're being pulled to get in tune in here. And so you don't have to worry about the outside world kind of energy. I feel like you're with this judgment card with your higher self playing a trumpet. They're like, I'm trying to drown out all the outside noise for you right now. Um, because I want to work on our relationship between me and you, right? And so your higher self is like, I'm working on you opening up and being on the wavelength with me, which makes it difficult because these other people are on a different wavelength and you're at a higher one. So you're like, I don't understand what they're saying. Like it's gonna say it's like wavelength. What? What did they just say? Because they're not saying thing. It's like I can't hear them correctly. And there's just that distortion that's there. So hopefully that makes sense, Jojo. That's what they have for you, my dear. So hang in there. All right. And then we have Minu. We got 32053 for you. So Minu, here is your timestamp. And what are the chances of receiving ancestral property or financial support from your maternal family? And when might this happen? All right. So based on current energies, let's see here. Let's see. Ancestral property or maternal family. We'll look at both of those and see. So we have the Empress. So ancestral property, that's an abundance card. That's a big abundance with Empress. So there's pretty big chances with receiving it from your ancestral property. From the maternal, Three of Wands, try a different route. So maternal family seems to be like, no, but ancestral property seems to be where you have that energy coming in. Well, I'll pull a quick when card here. So based on current energies, when could Minu be looking for receiving this assistance? Okay, this one here. And you got the Page of Swords, which is December 22nd to March 20th. It is Libra, Aquarius, and Gemini energy. So it can be sooner based on a change of mindset because the Page of Swords is about, new ways of looking at something too. Gemini is May 20th to June 20th. Libra, I think, is what, October 20th to November 20th? I think that sounds right. So you can have these different periods of time, but the changing of mindset is if I'm focusing on need, want, lack energy, or fear that I won't have it, then I push it further away into further periods of time, right? But if I focus on gratitude for what I do have and what I do have in the moment, then I can draw it to sooner manifestation, I guess you could say. So, and if you haven't checked out my podcast, The Easier Path, the link down in the description area, or if you go to my main page, it's at the top. My episode before this last one was called Abundance, Where It Be, gives you some great information on there, and that's all free if you want to take a look at it too. Right. So that's what they have for you, me new. So many blessings to you. All right, how we doing on time? We got 311. So 320. Oh, yeah, we're good. Plenty of time. So Maria P, you're up 32331. Thank you for your donations earlier and your newest donation too. So all three. And here's for your free one, a general for you for love and work. Let's take a look here. So for love and work. For love, you got the 9 of Pentacles. There's this great independence energy here. There's this, it's a good reminder that, if you can't be happy alone, you can't be happy in a relationship. So, enjoying your alone time and being able to be alone and be happy is an important thing because if you can't be happy that way, you can't be happy with someone else. So, it's a good reminder to go, why can't I be happy alone? What am I afraid of? Or what do I feel is, lacking or, you know, um, yeah, what do I feel is lacking? What am I fearing when I'm alone? You know, do I fear I'll be alone forever? What is that? What's the fear below that? Because it's a beautiful place to be. I don't need you, but I want you. Not I need you. It's so we give away our power, right? When we're able to be, I could be alone the rest of my life, but I want to be with you. It's different, right? And then for work, Four of Pentacles. Yeah, you got the solid foundation here at work, the Four of um, Pentacles. I mean, you get this all the time. I mean, all the solid pentacles for work. So you got a lot of great balance coming in. The Four Pentacles does teach you, though, that you're not defined by your work. You're not defined by your relationships. You're not defined by your body, your bank accounts, or any of that either. You know, um, inward and upward, you're defined by the eternal, unconditional love of the higher realms. But all of those lovely experiences in those three buckets of our life, they're unstable, right? They always point us back to our self-worth instead of the retail price of what we feel our value is to other people or jobs, education, you know, what our abundant, not our abundance, our worth means connected to our money and our bodies. It's like, no, you know, it changes our whole perspective and it brings in a solidness of our life too. So I feel like that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Right. Cheers, cheers, everybody. Let me take a quick sip here. All right. So Christina Lowe, 32625. So Christina, here's your timestamp. And you would like to know anything about any past life of yours. And sending lots of love to you too. Thank you. I'm accepting all that love. Anything about a past life. Let's see here. So we've got these two here. And you've got the Fool card and the Queen of Pentacles. So, it's an interesting energy here. You had two lifetimes. You had the Fool card, which is like a court jester energy. And then you had the Queen of Pentacles, which is like a royal energy. Like I feel like this is more like a duchess kind of energy. So you had these two lifetimes, one where you were in a court, you know, where you were one of the jesters that helped do it. And jesters were so powerful, right? Um, they were able to influence royalty to do things because they could do it with humor. They could present things that made royalty think without it being serious. Because if they did it in a boo-doo goofy, you know, humorous way, putting on a little play, a little act or whatever, they're all ha 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 ha. But then afterwards, they're like, wait a minute, and it made them think. Kinda like comedians do this these days. They tell these jokes, sometimes it's offensive, whatever, but it gets people thinking, and that's like a lot of comedians want people to laugh, but they wanna make people think about stuff, right? And that's kinda what I felt like you had in one of your lifetimes. But in the same thing, you are also had an experience of being someone in the court, and you weren't the queen in this particular lifetime, but you were like a duchess, someone of importance in the court that did spend time with the queen, and you had influence from a different station. So it's interesting that they're bringing these two different, sides of influencing. It doesn't matter what position that you're in, you're able to influence. Whether you're at the lowest position, what can be considered one of the lowest positions, or one of almost the highest positions, you can influence that. Your position doesn't determine your impact. So, I feel like that's what they wanted to bring up these 2 lifetimes and see how you resonate with those. I could totally see you as a jester. 'Cause you're kinda one in this lifetime, you super Sagittarius. Anyway, that's what they have for you, Christina. Hopefully that helps, my love. Take care. Alright, right? Blueberry, interesting. I love all the variety of questions I get from all you guys. So, Blueberry, you are up next. Look at that. 329.28. You did want a general reading. Did you wanna switch it up? Did you wanna do past life too? We can switch it up. We can switch it. All right. Oh, next time? Okay. So for this time, you want a general reading, but next time, absolutely. So you'll have to remind me if I forget. All right. So let's see here, Blueberry. What do they want you to know right now? What does Spirit want you to know right now? We have so many of them. It's amazing, you know. All right. Well, yeah, you got it's funny because you have the Six of Cups, which is one of my past lifetime cards. I love it. But you got the Ace of Pentacles. You do have the Six of Cups is about, someone coming back um, from the past kind of energy, but I don't feel like it's an ex or that. It does feel here that you have like a family member. I'd almost think like it's a cousin. It's like that kind of energy, like my cuz, someone that I haven't seen in a while that moved away or we kind of went our different ways for a while, not out of like I don't even feel like it was like an argument or anything. I just feel like they went away for a job or they moved out of state or they moved away and you guys haven't been in contact in a while. And I feel like you guys are coming back into contact. And this Ace of Pentacles is this wonderful, feeling of abundance and great connection. I feel like you guys have done this a few times in your life because I feel like it's one of those people that you guys have this relationship with each other where you can go 2, 3 years without talking, and then suddenly you can just call and go, "Hey," like you just talked yesterday. The relationship just kind of bloop, picks right back up where it was, and I feel like that's coming up here, and if this is resonating with you, you don't have to wait for them to contact you. You can reach out to them and go, "Hey, what's going on?" And I feel like it's abundant with this Ace of Pentacles. It's time is kind of what it says here. So I like that. Time to reconnect with someone. And if you know their contact information, or if not, you're a good researcher. You can find it out. You can do it. So hopefully that resonates for you. But it's this contact, or if it's not a cousin, it feels like it's someone you considered family. So if it's a friend, that can also apply as well. Right. So that's what they have for you, Blueberry. Many blessings to you. Right. Leslie, you're up 332.40 is yours. So good to see you. And you want a general for this next week. All right, let's take a look here and see what we've got here. That one, what else? And this one here. So we got the Nine of Swords and the Page of Pentacles. So I do feel like here for this next week, you do have the Nine of Swords, which is kind of like an intense dream that you might even kind of be like, um, it might be perceived as a nightmare because it's so, vivid and kind of extreme. But it's time here with this Page of Pentacles. They give you these intense dreams so that you remember them when you wake up. Because if you wake up and it was a non-intense dream, you might be like, I know I dreamt, but I can't remember what it was. But when it's like, there was this giant green grasshopper eating a city, and it's like the symbology is so extreme that, you know, think about the emotions you felt through it because they're pointing you to something around your self-worth to see it differently than you had in the past. It's like bringing something up, something that you're defining yourself by, that's an old way of defining yourself that's not true, but it's a story you've been carrying for a long time, and it helps you transform it. So, whatever this intense dream is, pay attention to it and write it out. How did you feel? Especially if as soon as you wake up, it'll help you. So, I like that for you, Livy. Uh, um, Leslie, when I was thinking Livier, because Livier's next. But that's what they have for you, Leslie, so hopefully that helps. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Livier, we got 334, 35. No, it was 45. Pardon me. So Livier, here is your timestamp. So energies for the new coming month of May, right? How will your career chances open up? Let's take a look here. So for May and career. So for May, you do have the Four of Cups. It's a bit of feeling of stagnant energy in May with this Four of Cups, which is all right because I feel like we want kind of an emotional stagnancy so that you can focus on your self-love, because that's what's being offered here. You're bored with the other Three of Cups of the outside world, and you have this time to turn inward and upward to understand your self-love a little more. Because with career, well, you got the devil card. Don't we get the devil card a lot for you for work? But it's Capricorn Saturn energy that rolls over the house of work. So I do feel here, you do have this clearing away of mindsets around work. That's what the devil card does. It shakes up our thinking of supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and have to be's and must be's. So it's really bringing a kind of a reflection on that. And I feel like if you kind of sit with and do that inner reflection, even ask yourself, how am I defining myself by work and job? You might not feel it up here, but down in here, um, I feel like there's, something below the surface that, can rise up, and you can look at the fears, any fears you have around work, not, you know, um, that are below the surface. There's this square that you can do, like if you draw a line like this and draw a line like this, and over here, it's like I what are the emotions around I forget how the little square works, but it's like, let me see. I know where it's at. I could probably find it really quick. But, you can put on the top, like, I desire a job because, I fear getting a job because, I desire not to get a job because, and I fear not getting a job, right? So I desire to get a job, what feelings you have, and then I fear not getting a job, and then I desire not to get a job, what comes up, and then um, I fear getting a job. So answering those questions, and there's no wrong with it, it's just write it out, and 2 of them are gonna be obvious stuff. Usually 2 of the questions are like, "Well, I desire a job because blah, 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 and I fear not getting a job because of da, 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 da." But when we go, "I desire not to get a job," that's where the subconscious comes up. "Why don't I want a job? Because I fear this, I fear this, I fear this would mean this would mean this." And then I, um fear getting a job, so 2 of them kind of match up and 2 of them match up, but 2 of them will show you stuff from below the surface, so hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Interesting. Homework. All right. Cat Mia, you're up. 338. 45 is for yours. Here you go. And will C be correct more than 60% always? Let's take a look here. So, based on your energies here, will C be correct? Not always. The sun card is like the bright light. There's clarity, you know, that comes with it shines a bright light onto all things. And it's like the sun rises and sets. And when it's up, it shines a bright light, but when it's set, it doesn't. And the full card is like a new beginning. And it's like here again, it's this resetting because that's the first card in the major arcana. Things reset, things change. So it's like there's this resetting that comes in that no, it doesn't. It's almost like multiple choice. If at a, this is what came into my mind. They show me like is C always 60% of the correct answers on a test? On a specific fixed test, yes, but if there's a test that has variables where the test is constantly mixing up the questions and changing it, no. And it's like, oh, so they're showing it's option 2 that no, the questions are always changing. The questions are always adjusting. So hopefully that helps. So no, they do not. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. And then Eagle, you're up 340, 49. So Eagle, here is your timestamp. And a general for the week. All right, let's see what we got here. Coming in here for the week. We got this and these two. Wow. So based on your current energies, you do have the Two of Wands, which is this kind of power of choice that's coming in. The Two of Wands, you have a choice to go this way, or you have a choice to go this way. And you have the Star card, you have this dream come true of the mind, and then you have the Ace of Cups, kind of this the heart's desire, right? And the difference is the mind, a lot of times the dream come true of the mind is not our dream. A lot of times it's a dream that people gave to us. And if we do that, we wake up in the morning going, "Oh, crap, I gotta go live my dream today." We know that's not our dream. And the other choice is our heart going, "Oh," and there's the difference between if I choose this way, I'll feel like I'm existing. I'll feel like I'm checking off stuff. The mind will be happy, but the heart won't be. If we choose this way, we'll feel like we're living. So it's the difference between making a choice of existing or a choice of feeling like you're living life instead. And it'll look different. The mind will not like at first where the heart wants to go because it feels it's illogical. But that's where what we're looking at. So yeah, that's an interesting choice to make coming up. So that's what they have for you, Eagle. So many blessings to you. Follow your heart. All right. So I think let's see, we started at 3:11, so 30 minutes would be 3:41, and we're at 3:42. So we've done 30 minutes of free reading. So Premia, we just missed you by that much, but I will return to you. And we got Tat Damno. I totally murdered your name. I'm sorry. I'll add you onto the free list as well here. I'm returning to the donations first. So I do have 2 free readings to come back to. I will complete those sometime. Oh, it's that damn OJ? Oh, that damn OJ. Okay. Thank you. I see it now. So, we will return back to free readings here. For donations right now, I've got Sean G, Aunt Rose, then Maria P, and then back to Aunt Rose, and then Olivia. If I don't have any donations after that, I'll return and finish out the free readings at that point. So hang in there. I do, if you need to run off, I do post a pinned comment after I'm done with every session, listing all the readings completed by name with timestamp. So you can just click on the timestamp and go to your reading too. So if you need to jet, I get it. If you want to hang out, please do. I enjoy everyone's energy. So hang out. All right. So let me take a sip here and we'll get back into donations. So cheers, everybody. Thank you for all of your patience in getting to readings. Thanks for all the thumbs up, too. It does help spread the Zen love, and you're part of the love tsunami. So thank you so much for being here and doing that. All righty. So Sean G, you're in the house, 34433. Hey. Look at those wonderful repeating numbers. So, Sean, you want guidance for the week. All right, let's take a look here. All right, what else? And this, and this, and these two. Whoops, sorry, didn't mean to hit my microphone there. Bottom of the deck, you do have the 9 of Swords. Makes sense here. The 9 of Swords, and we got Scorpio full moon coming up on Friday. This, 9 of Swords is like nightmare and insomnia energy, but the energy that's coming through is you're going to have some intense dreaming this coming week, and they're going to be bringing things up for you, and they're making them intense so that you'll remember them once you wake up. So if you're having like, oh my God, Pennywise the clown showed up with a bouquet of roses telling me that they loved me. What is that about? You'll wake up and you'll remember that. If it was just someone, some other thing happening, you'd wake up and go, and I know I was, you know, sorry, I got to crack my back, dreaming. Um, but what was it? I don't remember it, right? So I like that. Have you been working out? Because I worked out yesterday and my muscles just suddenly started to feel, oh, it's the day after a workout. So are you sore? Anyway, this because I know you've been working out. But the 9 of Swords is the underlying energy. So they say, be aware of that because there's stuff coming up that is for you so that you can transform it. You got the Queen of Wands. So trust your intuition, trust your gut instinct in this fire within you to put action behind things to move forward, with that kind of energy there. You have the 10 of Cups, which is focus on your joy as well. 10 of Cups can be relationship energy, but I feel like this is more geared toward I'm feeling like this artistic expression. Get into your art, get into your creation energy, because I feel like this is going to help you with all this emotional energy of the Scorpio full moon and all this other astrological energy that's coming in. And otherwise, that fire will come out in non-creative ways. Right? So it's important for you to express your energy, and I feel like through this emotional energy, expressing it in a creative way. You got the Justice card. You got this beautiful balancing energy, Libra energy that's coming in. I do feel like you do have this wonderful ability to get a lot of clarity this week, especially in the area of relationships, because Libra does rule over the house of partnerships and relationships. Don't feel like it's romantic here. I feel like it's more business partnerships, creative partnerships, but not L romance. It's this. In fact, you've got 2 cards on this side, 2 cards on this side with the Libra in the middle, the scales. So I feel like there's also this balance between this energy of creation and what are you gonna balance this with? Yep, you got this Hangman, your personal transformation, and the King of Swords. Again, there's a lot of clarity. This story, transforming story of yourself. So I feel like you're doing this creative work and you're being able to express this and this. I have this emotion I want to express through my art. On this other side, there is this lot of getting into your mind. The King of Swords rolls over the sword suit. Second portion of Swords too. So big thinker, but it's the master storyteller. And with this hangman, pause, and caterpillar. It's like, balance being in your head with being in your heart this week. That you can do both, but it's important. Um, it's important to change your story about your inner transformation. That it's not about you trying to be better, be someone, higher, but that you're burning away that which is not you so you can see the amazing, perfect person you already are, this perfect soul, this perfect mountain. Realize you're just exploring who you are, not trying to make yourself someone different or someone better, more so, but that you're taking away those things that were given to you growing up that weren't you, but you took on as you because we don't know any better as children. We just take all this stuff on. It's like paper mache strips, wet. He's speaking of creation, right? Wet paper mache strips, and like, here, this is who you are. And we're like, oh, okay. And we start, before we know it, we look like someone who's been in a skiing accident. We're just like a mummy, can see the eyes and a little nose hole in our mouth so we can eat, can see our fingers sticking out, but the rest of us is like in a cast. And we get tired of that and we want to break free. So we start busting through this, all this paper mache and ripping off the paper mache. That's that, peeling away that which is not you so you could see more clearly who you are. So I feel like it's that type of week for you. Yay. So balancing your creative expression of emotion and then your mental transformation of story and letting some stuff go that's not you, some old stories, some old beliefs for your transformation. So that's what they have there. Let's see what your fortune cookie is here. All right. Get this one here. And it says, my middle name is Proton, always constant, always positive. You're welcome, electrons. I like this. Really remembering who you are at the center. You're an energetic being, right? You're a proton. Right. So that's what they have, Sean. Many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. And then we are moving to Aunt Rose, 35130. So, Aunt Rose, thank you for your first donation. Let's give that a love and a like, since it lets me. And then we'll circle back around. We have Maria P up next, and then we'll circle back around for your second question. So the first one is, what do you need to know about staying in a connection with Mauricio? What kind of relationship does he want to be in? All right, let's take a sip here. Cheers, cheers. All right. Let's shuffle here once here. So what do you need to know about staying in connection with Mauricio? Okay, thank you. This one here too. And this one here too. Oh, these are underneath. All right. These are below the surface. All right. And then what kind of relationship does he want to be in currently? Got those two. I want this one here. Is that it? All right. All right. So what do you need to know? Well, we have on the bottom of the deck, you do have the Queen of Cups, which is, powerful emotional energy. She rules over emotional suit of cups with the king. Plus, behind the scenes, she gets a second portion of cups. So, master of emotion. She's also very intuitive, very empathic. Feel like the underlying energy for your reading, because this is the bottom of the deck, right? It talks about you're really connected empathically, picking up the emotions of what's flowing within you, but also what's flowing within them as well. So I like that. I like you are trust what you're picking up. A lot of what you're picking up. I feel like there's still a little bit of static, that some of it might be your inner child voicing some stuff, but you'll feel the difference between, if it feels prickly and fearful, that's your inner child. But when it feels like it's coming from a different place within your body. I feel like you're really connected with your body. I feel like you'll know which one is coming from a different space. So hopefully that helps. Um, what do you need to know about staying in connection with Mauricio? So you've got 3 cards that came out. You got the 8 of Swords, and you got the King of Pentacles and the Strength card. Yeah. So 8 of Pentacle not 8 of Pentacles, 8 of Swords is about kind of like letting go of some expectations of supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be and must be, because that it sucks the life out of a relationship because we start focusing on who someone's not being, and that changes our energy. But communicating what they're not doing, or, you don't text me back, you don't do this, you don't. If you're talking to them, with this energy, this Leo energy, it's like they're a lion, this abundance, um, how they're defining their worth, they're afraid of being caged because of expectations, mean that I can be a disappointment and then I get rejected. So they like going on adventures without intentions, without supposed to be, should be's. What's the status of the relationship, being told what they're not doing. It makes them want to run in the other direction because they start to feel the cage walls coming in and they'll take off, right? So to maintain and stay in connection with Mauricio, it's about focusing in on what you're grateful for about them, and try to focus on that because that creates growth and connection. Expectations create restriction and disconnection. I'm going to add that disconnection into that now. I love that because that's what it does. We start disconnecting because if you're telling me who I'm not being, I'm not I'm hearing I'm not enough, you're going to end up dumping me and everyone's going to think I'm a failure. So I'm going to shrink, and that disconnects, right? So I like that awareness. Underneath that, you've also got the 3 of Wands. Yeah. So with this information, just approach it differently. You don't have to go back and undo things. Just change the energy and it'll draw them closer instead of pushing them away. Also, you've got the Page of Cups along with the High Priestess. So I know this may seem maybe not counterintuitive, not to you. I feel like you get this. But the High Priestess is you step back, try to see things from a different perspective, right? You're connecting with spirit, looking behind the veil, diving deep into your emotions. Here's that Queen of Cups, diving deep into your own emotions and raising your love vibration, this Page of Cups. Because every relationship we have in the outside world is a reflection of our self love. The more I raise my self love, the bigger the communication and connection I can have with other humans. But if I, not that you love yourself this much, but as an example, if I love myself this much, no matter how much love I push out, all that's going to come out is bloop, bloop, bloop. And then whatever love people want to give us, if they give us a flood, all we're going to get is bloop, bloop, bloop. But the more we raise our love vibration, our self love, and our self worth, and that expands our ability to give and receive love to others, also expands. Keep in mind that even if you expand in your ability to give love this much, if their self-love is this big, they're only gonna receive bleep, 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 right? And all they can give you is bleep, bleep, bleep. So, remember that. You like my sound effects? Anyway. And then underneath that, you do have the Knight of Swords. So you're on the quest for clarity, of seeing things differently, seeing things from a different perspective, and that is the High Priestess that allows you to connect and intuitively understand where their fears are from. Because with this Queen of Cups and the High Priestess, along with this Knight of Swords, does tell me that you are very empathic. You do have an ability to kind of dive in and tap into who someone is, the emotions that they're feeling. And if you push it a little further, not to blackmail them, but to, to understand from a place of love, Then you can even get some details behind why they're feeling the way they are. And you might get some pictures and things in your even pick up on memories of theirs to understand that. I have my most recent podcast out called the Empath's Heart Song. If you haven't checked that out, here is the timestamp. I'll put it down in the chat. And then if you're not here, well, even if you are here, I'm going to put it underneath your timestamp in on the pinned comment at the end of the session, so you can access that if you're feel drawn to look at that, because it talks about why we feel things so big and some great tools on how we can transform that and that too. So, what kind of relationship does he currently want to be in here? Yeah, 10 of swords, like I was talking about. Something that's free of expectations. The 10 of swords is ixnay the swords say, sornay, whatever, it's the I don't want restriction. I don't want to be caged. I like how they have it someone trapped in this box. I don't want to be trapped. I want to be free, kind of energy. So I don't want expectations. It doesn't mean I want to be the town man horror or anything. It's just like, I don't wanna be set up for failure. I don't wanna be a failure. I don't wanna disappoint. I just want to be celebrated. And then I'll give you more, right? Yeah, the 5 of swords. And here's this they're kind of battling between their head and their heart as of what kind of relationship that they want. But we do have the world card too, which is a last card in the major arcana, an ending of an old cycles, beginning of new adventures. And, their heart wants to go on adventures, right? And their mind is the one that restricts it, but it doesn't want other people to restrict it because that is where the fear comes in. So they're very conflicted about what they want to do going forward because their heart wants to leap and their mind is like has the heart on a little harness. No, like the little child harnesses they have when they're walking their children. Get back here. It's interesting that with the 10 of swords and the world card, because the world card is the last card in the major arcana, it resets to the 0, the full card, which is one of the cards that I usually get that states that energy of I don't want restrictions. I want a world of possibilities. I just want to go on this adventure. You know, the lion that doesn't want a pride of lionesses. It doesn't want to be in a cage though, but it wants to go on an adventure with, one lioness and see what unfolds, see where we go. What adventures do we go on? But if it needs to be an itinerary for the adventure and it needs to be organized and I need to know intentions and stuff, then they're like, "Nah, I don't want that," you know? So hopefully that helps bring some clarity. Let's see what your you get since you made a $5 donation for that first one, $5 or more gets you a talisman oracle, which is a little more detailed than the others. So for this one, you'll get one of these. So let's see what else they want you to know. Yeah, you got this grounding energy coming in. An anchor. I don't know what that's in the middle. Let's take a look here. So grounding. The anchor in this card represents grounding and stability. A long awaited a relationship, position, or financial compensation will become permanent. It can become permanent. You can now ease your mind and focus on the desired security. This card can mean finally seeing the light after a challenging period. The stormy weather is over, and you can now adjust to the new steady pace in life. Don't be afraid to take a chance, but choose the option with long term beneficial results if the opportunity arises. You can use this talisman power when you need grounding or stability in your fast paced environment. This card can also offer spiritual grounding when emotions are running wild. So look at the card and picture the anchor slowly moving through the water and reaching the ocean bottom. The light coming from the lighthouse shines bright to show you that you have nothing to fear and you're finally home. Your affirmation is, I know I am safe and secure. And that must be a lighthouse at the top. Oh, that's the lighthouse with the lights shining bright here. It's like that, the grounding, you know. So hopefully that helps, Aunt Rose. That is what they have for your first one there. And we'll circle back around for number 2 here. We're gonna have Maria P up and then Aunt Rose, for your second one, and then Olivia, you'll be up after that. Let me grab a couple more free readings that came in before I continue here. See, we have Celestial. Hello, hello. Good to see you. I'll get you on the list here. After that, damn OJ. I love that. I love unique and fun names, so I like that. And then Shirley Silverfox. Hello, hello. Good to see you. I am well. I hope you are well. And thank you for your question. We'll get you on the free list here as well. All right. So I think that's the only ones that came in. So, for the new people that came in for the free readings, I've got 3 donations to finish up. And then for free readings, I just have 4. I've got Premia and then that damn OJ and then Celestial and Shirley. So that's where we're at. So not too far away. Hang in there. Unless I get a mad rush of donations coming in again. But I think we'll be okay for now. So Maria, 40533 is for your third donation. So thank you so much for that. Oh, thank you, Shirley. You're so sweet. And let's see, this one is here, I think is your one. Yep, here it is. All right, I'm gonna take a quick sip here. All right. So he said, Wally seems down. What's going on over there on the dark side? Right. Okay, and then what is it that Wally loves about you most? Is your ex-husband trying to do any drama with you? Okay, let's see what's going on here. And then anything else you can see on work for you. All right, let's take a look here. Anything else about work? Boom, boom. All right. So Wally seems down. What's going on over there? Yeah, Ace of Swords. There's, seeking a lot of clarity. I feel like there's trying to see things from a different perspective. There's just a lot of expectations over there, a lot of demands. I feel like, and it feels like this is returning to their son's graduation and going to college and all of this. There's a lot of this. Well, I want this, I want this, I want this. Boom, 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 boom. And they're just like, God, trying to see it from a different perspective, trying to gain clarity around it. And they're trying to find solutions. And I just feel like they're exhausted. They're just like, people are asking the impossible, trying to, squeeze blood out of a turnip, as they say. So I feel like he's kind of just caught up in that. What does Wally love about you the most? The Two of Wands kind of energy here. Let's see what's underneath that too. And the Sun card, yeah. They love your brightness, your warmth, your passion. I love the Two of Wands here. It's the power of choice. And I like how, part of this is that they love how when you set your mind to something, like your energy and your intention towards something, that you will get it done. It's like Queen of Wands energy, but it's, when you make a plan and that you follow through with it, you put action and you go, you're not wishy-washy. So I like that. And the Sun card, of course, is passion. They love your extreme passion, this fire that you have, this excitement, this They love your energy. It just they're very attracted to, just your passion for life and your passion overall too, of course. Right. And then is your ex-husband trying to do any drama with you? 7 of Wands. No, they're just being their asshole self. Sorry. Pardon my French, that's spirit. But they're like, there's no other word that would have represented it for you. You just need to, you're like, yeah, that's right. 7 of Wands is I'm being me. I'm not dimming my light. I'm not asking permission to shine. I'm not defending who I am. I'm going to be me. Blah. You know, underneath the surface, we got the King of Cups. There's this balance between head and heart. So it doesn't feel like underneath the surface, they're just being themselves, but they're not trying to create any trouble. They're just expressing their inner fire that's going on right now. Anything else we can see for work for you? You've got the 8 of Wands. Yeah, you got this fast moving energy coming in here for you there, as well as the 10 of Swords. Yeah, just let go of expectations, and this energy can bring a lot of fast movement for you. But get out of your head that how things are supposed to unfold and how quickly and what's supposed to unfold. Get out of your head. Get into this energy of abundance. Yeah. Because you got the 5 of Pentacles and the Ace of Pentacles, which 5 of Pentacles is the fear of being left behind, not having enough, not being enough. And the Ace of Pentacles is this energy of, you know, um, realizing that your worth isn't anything about the outside world. I feel like we talked about work earlier. They're kind of bringing that back in that, you know, when you focus on lack, you get more lack. When you realize who you are has nothing to do with anything that happens at work, but what you feel that comes up inside of you is a reflection for you of a belief in here that can be released. So if you feel a disappointment or anxiety around something, if you don't want to keep feeling that the rest of your life in all these different situations, questioning it, understanding it helps you transmute it and move beyond it. And and there's a beautiful awareness that comes. So hopefully that helps me. That's what they have for you. See what your fortune cookie is here for this one. All right. Friends know when friends need a social break and a place to crash. So I feel like there is this, it's okay to take some time alone and refresh and make sure you're taking care of yourself. The Dalai Lama says. It's a llama. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your multiple donations. Right. And then Aunt Rose, we're circling back around for 11:49. Whoops. Try that again. Here we go. So here are your 2 timestamps. So thank you for your dual donations. Thank you for the little rose from Aunt Rose on the little sticker that you had there. So you want to know, how is Mauricio with women that he is in a relationship with? Okay, so when he's in a relationship with uh, women, kind of what is his tendency? What kind of, beyond what we talked about in the first one, right? He doesn't like expectations, right? All right, let's take a look here. Got these and these and these. All right, let's see what we have here. All right, bottom of the deck, we do have the 9 of Wands. The 9 of Wands, I feel like in the beginning, they're a bit protective of themselves, which kind of matches what we were talking about earlier, because it's like a little forest field that's up that they kind of just have a wall that you just have to, patiently wait for them to open that up. Um, the first card that showed itself is the King of Wands. In a way, they like to lead, uh, uh, they like to be in control, but not they're not a control freak. They like to determine, like, how fast, things go and, um that has to do with that, I don't wanna be caged, I don't want expectations, I wanna lead the adventure, lead the safari. You can be alongside me, but I need to feel safe in a way, right? I need to make sure that I don't have these, you know, expectations coming in and demands being made on me. I like to be looked at as the king. Now he can have a queen, and it's not the queen is submissive to the king. It's co-ruling, but he doesn't wanna be ruled over. We can go together, and you can have your ideas, and you can wanna do this. That's why he's not a control freak. But if someone tries to control, then "Rah, roar," right? "I will control." So it's being aware of that, right? These 2 cards came out together. We got the 3 of Cups and the 6 of Cups. Yeah, I feel like they like joy, they like children. 3 of Cups is joy, joy and celebration and friends and family and children. So they love, being a part of things and, this kind of joy, play, fun energy. They like to, have that kind of and all this Wands fire energy. Kind of reminds me a little bit of Sagittarius energy. I like to travel, I like to find out new things, and I love to hang out with kids and do things kids would want to do, kind of be let's go play on some swings, or maybe not like that childish, but childlike, kind of energy. So I like that, you know. And that's when they don't feel restricted because when we're allowed to have adventures, then they want adventures, but when someone tries to control them, that's when they shut down and jet, right? Yeah. Like we said here, we got that Leo energy, here's that lion again, and, the 7 of Wands, which is like the sun, which is also ruled by Leo, but it's I gotta be true to my authentic self, I don't wanna have to dim my light, I don't wanna have to ask permission to shine. I don't wanna have to dim, you know, who I am or defend who I am, and, um, there is this, um, I want to feel seen in the relationship, um, with that kind of energy. I wanna feel seen, so I like that. It's not, I need to be seen by all these other people. But in a relationship, I want to, feel seen by the other person. And let's see, what does that mean? I mean, I want someone who can, and then that comes back to that gratitude, right? Pointing out the things about me that you like, not, what you don't like. So I want to be seen for who I am, not for who you want me to be or for who I'm not being. So I like that. Underneath the surface of all that, and we got the Ace of Swords. They like to learn new things. Yeah, very much the Sagittarius energy. But they love to learn new things. They want to go and do new things, and um, so I like that kind of energy. And the Five of Cups. Yeah, this I feel here they so the difference with this card is it's okay for people to express their sadness and that they're not feeling good and not doing well and et cetera, et cetera. Just don't point it at them, right? Because like, "Oh, I'm just in a weird mood. I'm just not feeling up to it." "Oh, babe, come on, we'll go do this. Will that make you feel better?" But if you're like, "You're making me feel this way," you can cry alone. So that's good to know. They still will nurture and everything as long as you don't make it their fault. So, not too bad there. So, hopefully that helps a little bit in perceiving who they are. And then your fortune cookie for this one is from the You Are Awesome decks. Let's see what we got here. Oh, this one here. Well, hips don't lie. Keep stretchy. Stay awesome. So be flexible, right? Don't get locked in. Be flexible. Stay awesome. Focus on awesomeness. I like that. All right. So that's what they have for you, Aunt Rose. Many blessings to you. Thank you again for your dual donations. All right, let's see here. We had a couple people come in. We got Ankita. Hey, Ankita, good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. It's kind of a short list. We've only got, I think you're fifth out of five. So right now, and then we got Ashvin. Hello, Ashvin. Good to see you. Thank you for your donation. We just have one person in front of you for donation. So you'll be up shortly as well. So thank you. Make sure we came in on the emails. We are good. All right. I'm gonna take a quick sip here. We'll dive back in. Cheers, cheers, everybody. Thank you for all the thumbs up to help spread the Zen love. You're part of the love tsunami. Something you could do for free to show my channel or me some love. And I'm so grateful. Helps me get out in front of more people so we can get them messages too. So cheers, cheers. I guess I should go cheers, cheers, not just take a drink. All right. So Olivia, you're up 42007. Whoa, I totally didn't do that right. So, Olivia, thank you so much for your donation. Let me see here. It's up here. There you are. We'll give that a love and a like. So, thank you so much. And you want a deep dive, Brad Zen T read on the who, what, when someone significant will come into your life. All right. Woohoo. Good to see you. Hope you're having fun adventures. All right, so let's take a look here. So we've got the who will be coming into your life, the who and what. We got 5 cards for that. This underlying energy. Who, what, and then we'll do a when card here based on current energy here. In a minuto here. I feel like I still want to know more about the who. Excuse me, I want that one, I want that one. I don't want that one, but I do want that one. All right. And let's grab a when. When. Who, what, when, where. Not a why. What about the why? I know, the news doesn't have the why. It's supposed to have the who, what, when, where. Although news now has included why, which has become, right? The news is no longer like the old news, the way the old news used to be. Now it's the, what do they call it? It's an opinion TV. All right. So before all this, your energy right now is October 13th to October 22nd with the 4 of Swords energy coming in here. So, and that, with timing, of course, that is fluid and always changing depending on our moment to moment, daily, every moment choices in our life. So you can bring it in earlier, or if you go into a deep lower vibration, you can push it further away. But, the more you raise your vibration, of course, the sooner it can come in. But right now your timing is October 13th to October 22nd. Even on the bottom of the deck, you have the 10 of Wands. So you got this October energy. But there is this opportunity with the 10 of Wands that is about a change of energy, which is we can move from a feeling of burden to a feeling of abundance. And of course, that energetic change, instead of focusing in on, I need love, I want love. Well, what if I don't find love? And that lack energy, that energy, of course, pushes it further away. It brings us more need, brings us more want, it doesn't bring us solution to that. What brings that towards us, of course, is gratitude, right? So when we focus in on what we're grateful for with love in our life right now. It doesn't have to be romantic love, just love. And what are we grateful for about the experiences that we've had about love in the past? Romantic love, as well. That draws in more of that towards us. So I feel like that's what they're talking about there. We'll wait on the who. Let's look at the what. So what do they want you to know? Yep, 7 of wands. Be true to your authentic self, no dimming your light, no um asking permission to shine, not defending who you are. I also feel like this is an energy of not searching for it, but be standing up, be bright, go out and live your passions and do the things you love. And in doing that, that's where you meet them. And because it's not like you're trying to like find someone to fill a job, you know, in your corporation of who you are. I need a love in my life, so I'm accepting applications and doing background checks and doing interviews, dating and checking their social media, whatever. It's you being out loving life and doing what you love, then you find someone that way. Underneath that, you have the 4 of swords. Yeah, letting go of expectations of the how, the when, the whatever. It really helps because otherwise that's the stuff that pushes it away. The more we're pursuing love and digging into love, that's the that's where they came up with that. When you're not looking for love is when you find it. What they don't tell you is it's because of looking for something and hunting it, it actually escapes and runs away from us. Because, you know, look at here comes the predator, right? um Instead it's, you know, uh being yourself. Not because when you're dating, it's like people are lying on their resume. They're putting their best self forward. You find out they lied on their resume. Where when you're living your love, living your life, and enjoying your passions, the stuff that you're excited about, you bump into someone that also has some of those same things because you're both doing something you love. The spark happens and just unfolds kind of like organically. So I like that. So the who, the what, we did the when, and then the where. Let's take a look here. I kind of feel like we did the where too. You have the 10 of cups. Here's that, pursuing your joy. What is your joy? That's where you meet them there. You have the King of Pentacles, which is this feeling of abundance and feeling of fullness. It's definitely something in the outside world. And the Magician, yeah, again, what is it that you love? What is it that you're excited about? And that's where you meet them, is doing something that you thoroughly enjoy and are very excited about. So I like that. Definitely, it's this King of Pentacles. And the Magician is even pursuing something new, doing something new that you've always wanted to do that you have kind of put off and put off. But this King of Pentacles, it's the master, the ruler over the outside world and self worth. But there's a lot of getting out of defining yourself by the 3 buckets of the outside world, relationship situations and things. This is being true to you, not being worried about pleasing anyone else. But it's important that you're doing this and that you're taking control of, I want to do this. I don't care who goes or who doesn't. I'm going to go do this kind of energy, right? So I feel like that's where you meet them, right? Now the who, got to save it for last year. Got the 9 of wands. So this 9 of wands energy, it is someone, they're kind of, I don't want to say introverted, but introverted. I'm going to say it anyway, because, there is this, the number 9 is in the major arcana is the hermit, and the wands energy is, they're kind of reserved into themselves a little bit, which is good to know, because when you're out doing what you're loving, they normally don't oh, thank you. They don't do the dating scene. They don't do all of that stuff. But when they go and do something they love, they're more engaged. But it's because of that. They're usually to themselves, so they don't do a whole lot of, out there all over the place and, going through there. Um, Below that, you have the 5 of cups, and I do feel like this is someone who I almost feel like they're kind of an artist. Excuse me. Because they feel their feelings and they allow themselves to feel, all that energy, and that's why they kind of, like, wanna stay to themselves a bit. Sorry, my voice is trying to go away. Pardon me. Yeah, and that maybe this is their throat chakra. They don't express their emotions, but they feel their emotions. So they're not someone that's, I mean, these lower emotions, they more express it through their art, um, whether that's painting or singing, kind of thing. That's how they express their emotions, but they allow emotions to be felt, and they don't feel like there's a wrong emotion or a right emotion. There's just emotions are to be felt, right? So, I like that. Yes, donations are still open. Feel free. You also have the moon card, yeah. So, it might even be like a water sign. Maybe they are a Cancer, rules over the moon. But they do have a lot of emotion, and that makes sense why they don't go out a whole lot because they feel everyone's emotions, they feel all that stuff, right? So they definitely want to, uh, be able to recuperate from that, which doesn't mean that they would wanna be away from, like, you. It's like you and me alone, Netflixing or just chilling, doing our own little thing, you know, to recharge, but a lot of social stuff they have to kinda recover from, but they'll do it if it's something that they really are passionate about, doing, which that's how you guys meet, doing something you both love, so they'll wanna do that thing, that's not a bad they wanna do that thing with you. I mean, they're like, "Let's go do that together," out there. So I like that, energy, and they got the 2 of swords. The 2 of swords is they know the power of story, and they know that I get to choose the story that we put to things, and I like that, and so it feels like they are, again, this kind of artistic storyteller, whether it's through art or through music, 'cause musicians are great storytellers. They tell it through the lyrics, and they express themselves that way, um, but I feel they have a wide variety of ways that they express themselves. So, I like that. I don't feel like it's anybody you know now, because 'cause you're gonna meet them when you're out doing something that you love, especially it doesn't have to be artistic, really, um, but chances are it's probably gonna be something like that, um, like karaoke. No, I'm just kidding. So, hopefully that helps. I feel like that's what they have for you right now, Olivia. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. I conquer my fears and keep cool every day. Growing quills takes way too long, and I like my hair slick. Yeah, so a little porcupine. I like that. So don't be afraid. I feel like they're a little reserved when you meet them, but just know that, changes, when you interact with them. So I like it. So that's what they got for you, Olivia. So many blessings to you. All right, let's see, catch up here. I think we had some more people come in here. So we do. We have Sudeshna. Hey, Sudeshna. Good to see you. Thank you for your additional donation. We'll get you on the donation list here. All right. Thank you. Thank you. I'll give an update on where we're at here. on the donations as well. We got BMX Rider in the house. Hello, hello. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. Add some more space here. All right. And then Shirley Silver Fox. Oh, thank you so much. You're so sweet. Catch you on the replay. All right. You probably already left by now. All right. And so divine timing, if you didn't hear, donations are still open if you want to make one. And we got Divine Soul in the house as well. So Divine Soul gets you on the free list here. All right. And then the free list, we've got there's just 7 people on it right now. We got Premia, that damn OJ, Celestial, Shirley, Inkita, BMX, and Divine Soul is where we're at. For donations, I've got Ashvin and then Sudeshna left for donations. After those, if I don't have any other donations, we'll be diving in to the free reading. So let us continue. So, and thanks for all the thumbs up, everyone. I'm so grateful for all your love and support and your patience in getting to your readings. And that thumbs up, that hitting that like button does help spread the Zen love. And you're part of the Love Tsunami. Helps with the little algorithm. It gets my channel out in front of more people so we can bring messages for them too. So thank you for being a part of that. All right. So Ashvin, you're up 434.58. There we go. Boom, boom. And let's give that a love and a like there as well. All right. And so, what are Nu's current thoughts about you? Her actions are making you mad. What should I do? Should I leave her or stay with her? All right. Let's take a look here, see what clarity we can bring in here. So, what are their current thoughts about you? All right. So, we got all this. So let's see what that's about. And the energy, if you stay with her and if you don't. Oh, they don't want that one. They don't want this one. Whoa, sorry, I didn't mean to hit my microphone. Because with with spirit, they don't have any shoulds. They're like, oh, there's all sorts of different choices with different outcomes, different experiences. So we'll see what the flavor of the two are, and then you can see which matches what you're wanting, right? Because it's your life. You get your free will and your power of choice. So that's wonderful. But let's see here. What are their current thoughts about you? They still have the 10 of Pentacles, which is relationship energy, fullness of life energy, but it's more focused in on, the 10 of Pentacles is the suit of the abundance and coin and security in the outside world, right? Underneath that, you've got 3 cards. You got the 6 of Cups, which is a child energy. Let's see what else we got here. We got the Wheel of Fortune. Again, kind of this focus in on abundance, energy, and the 4 of Cups. There's a little bit of stagnant emotional energy that's here around this. So, you know, I feel like that is them. They kind of feel their emotions are kind of, level. It's not exciting energy. It's not high vibration. It's just kind of emotionally, it's just there. But I feel like they're focusing more in on the security of a relationship. And it's not about, it doesn't feel like it's, I'm in love with you. I have feelings for you, but I'm more focused in on, I'm looking for a relationship that will make me feel secure. It's like I'm searching for money and possessions and that financial security and having a home and all that and children, that this is the stuff that I need to feel secure. And it's not about, it's the difference of I'm looking for a situation that brings me security. It doesn't matter who it is in a way, right? Versus I'm in love with you and I want to be in a relationship with you and all that just benefit that I've found with someone, right? I feel like they're makeup of how they are is that they look for security first, and then love is a secondary thing, right? Underneath the surface of all that, and they do have the 10 of wands, does feel like here that they fluctuate back and forth between, like, burden and harvest, and there is this going back and forth energy that comes in here. So, I feel like that's where their thinking is at. For you, if you leave her, what kind of energy would you experience? And you got the Leo strength, courage energy. Like, I fear doing it, but I do it anyway. You gain kind of this strength. You have this balance and this awareness, this clarity that comes in about what you want in relationships and what you don't want. So there is this, two major arcana. The Libra Justice card is ruled by Libra, which rules over the house of relationships. So that's why there's this clarity that comes in on the scales of how you're weighing what a relationship, what you want and what you're willing to give kind of energy too. And another one, three major arcana. The judgment card is this calling. It does, pull you away into seeing things from a different perspective, and it feels like you're called and pulled towards something that's more in alignment with what your energy is here. If you stay with them, what are you going to have? Oh, you have the Lovers card, so you can have an important relationship with them. So you can have that. The Nine of Cups, it can eventually, you know, be a kind of a dream come true energy eventually. But with the Knight of Pentacles, it takes a long time for it to get there. Gonna need a lot of patience for that to get to that point. And I feel with this Nine of Cups, the 9 being the Hermit's energy, that you're gonna have to find a lot of the emotional, which is what we all have to do from inside us, because we have to find our self-love in here. But I feel like, it takes a long time for you to get to that point for that to be able to happen. You have to be very, very patient. This Knight of Pentacles too is it's like it's a quest of finding our self-worth. And and it makes sense. I mean, the stuff that's making you mad um isn't her. She's not making you mad, and because no one can make us mad, no one can make us feel anything. Their actions or non-actions, the words or silence can be the source of our trigger, but our trigger is our own. My madness comes from within me. Also, my love comes within me. All the beautiful emotions and all the lower vibration emotions, they all come in here, um, and they're triggered. So it helps you understand your triggers. And, this is your quest of understanding your self-worth, and it does give you a bit of a reflection on whatever pisses you off about other people, about what they're doing or not doing or whatever. It helps you identify what um how you're attaching your worth to that and what fears are below the surface. So if you don't learn it through with this one, you'll just learn it with the next one because it'll keep coming up. Because the trigger is in here, not out there. If you leave her and go to someone else, eventually they'll trip a trigger inside of you too. So it's about, let me have the patience, let me step back, let me breathe and go, what is triggering in me and what's at the root of that? And it helps transform you. So you can have it, but I feel like it's taking the time and the patience to go on your inner quest and finding the core of your self-worth, not having it rooted in, your relationship with other humans or situations or things, but having it rooted in that eternal unconditional love of who you really are, and finding that within you is important there. So hopefully that helps give you some guidance on, at least you kind of know you know, the kind of the energy that comes with either choice, and you can see what resonates most for you. You also have For your fortune cookie, you have this little super canary, I think is what it is. I am super and powerful in my uniqueness. It says 3-second airtime is considered flying in my book. So, some powerful energy. So, hopefully that helps there. Ashvin, so many blessings to you. Hang in there. All right. Let's see here. We did have Gracie come in the house. Hey, Gracie, good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. And then also we got Stormborn in the house. Hey, Storm, good to see you. And we'll get you on the donation list here as well. We've got up next, we've got Sudeshna Ghosh, and then Storm, you'll be right up after that. And then if I don't have any other donations, we'll go into the free readings. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on there. Gracie, you're 8th right now. Divine Soul 7, BMX 6, and Kita, etc. Up the little list there. I read it a little earlier, but I won't spend time on that. I do. I've been on for 4 hours and 45 minutes. My last break was like 2 hours ago. All this coffee and drinking has gone through me again. I'm just going to run to the little gentleman's room, and then I'll be right back, and we will get back into the readings. So thank you guys so much for your patience. I'll be right back. All right. I am back. Thank you guys so much. People to focus more on spirit now. All right. I think I'm all situated here. Oh, let me switch out. I think my phone is all charged. Yep. Let me plug back in my little pad here because it's getting low. There we go. All right. We're ready. Okay. So up next, we do have Sudeshna at 447.37 for your third donation. Thank you so much for your donation earlier today as well. Let's give that a love and a like. Good morning to you. I know you're on the other side of the planet, I think. So you saw a dream about your ex. Like the good old days we used to spend. Oh, then some scary things happening like a web series. Oh, great. So why did you get a dream about him? Any significance? Is he thinking about you or what? All right. We'll take a look here. See what we got going on here. All right. So why did you dream about him here? those, and then any significances. That one is he thinking about you or what? Or what, right? So the bottom of the deck, you do have the 7 of Pentacles. There's a bit of energy around that of the realization of what is the fruit that I don't want, right? So I feel like there's a bit of reflection energy that's coming in on that. We'll verify if they're thinking about you or not, but I feel like this is more with that energy. It's more about you and what you're working out within yourself here. But let's take a look. Why did you get a dream about him? You know, the King of Wands. Yeah, there's this choices coming in here, and the Six of Swords, which is letting go of old ways of thinking, moving into seeing things from a different perspective, going from choppy waters to calmer waters. But this King of Wands energy tells me more. Again, this is the King of Wands clears the throne room. It's your higher self energy with the King of Wands, but it's I'm trying to get into my heart and decide what it is I want, and then what's my path forward kind of energy. So I feel like there's some it almost feels like there's some pressure with some old ways of thinking that I need to do something. I need to do something. I need to do something. What do I want? What don't I want? Kind of energy that comes in here. So it is more a reflection for you than you know. I feel we'll verify here that it's not them thinking about you or a premonition of oh my God they're coming back look out so let's see here. We also asked any significance. What's the significance of this? Yeah. So 8 of Swords, letting go of mindsets, expectations that make you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. Yep, the fear of heartbreak, the fear of, repeating old cycles, but this is getting into those feelings that your heart and your higher self and your spiritual posse are wanting you to work through. And they give you like these uh especially significant dream that almost like borders a nightmare, right? It's like so intense and all that. Either with pleasure, sometimes it's like, whoa, dreams, or scary dreams, like it switches into, like you said, a web series. Oh God, drama. But it has you remember it when you wake up. Because if it was just a regular dream, you'd wake up and go, I know I dreamed, but what was it about? You were like, "No, I remember it very succinctly because the emotions that came up." So try to remember the emotions you felt as you went through the dream, because that is the thing they're wanting you to look at. Yeah, because you're ready to end old cycles, begin a new adventure. So this is about ending old cycles, and they're starting by bringing it in your dreams so that you can let go of some old ways of thinking, some old ways of feeling, etc. Is he thinking about you? I would say that every once in a while they are. The Knight of Pentacles is the slowest moving knight out of them all, but I feel like they think about it more when they're trying to. It's like they're not thinking about you. I wonder how you're doing. What's going on with you? I wonder what you're up to. They're thinking about when I'm thinking about myself and what I'm wanting to change and what I don't want this or that or whatever, then they think about you. But it's more about for their um, self evolution kind of energy, right? What's below that? We got the 7 of Wands, the 9 of Cups. Yeah. I feel like this is the what. Yeah, because are they thinking about me or what? So they answered the thinking about you, but it's not a because they're concerned about you or want to return to you or anything like that. It's all about their self, transformation. But the what is you. The 9 of Cups, your emotional dream come true, And the 7 of Wands about you being true to your authentic self, you not dimming your light, you're not asking permission to shine, you're not defending who you are, not trying to fit to become who someone is. This is about your dream come true is about you being you and someone loving you for it. And I feel like this is a whole process here. Again, you even got the sun on the bottom of the deck after I removed the 7 of Pentacles, which is about shining bright. Be the sun. The sun doesn't ask permission to shine. It is who it is. And if someone can't stand the heat, then they're not for you. You deserve to someone, right? That can um, that's fireproof, not someone who gets sunburned so easy. So, I like that for you. So, I feel like that's more of what the dream was about. It wasn't, them returning or anything, so don't worry. But you are with that 7 of Pentacles, you're realizing what it is you want, what it is you don't want. So, the things you love about them, you even had it in the dream, right? You had the good old days, and you're like, "Oh, I love these fun things. This is what I love in a relationship." And then you also were showing yourself, "Oh, hell no, I don't want that, that, or that either." So, it's the clarity coming in for you. Then your fortune cookie for this one, you do have the little people in space, which says, while it feels like I am floating out of control, we'll be on the ground soon. Might as well enjoy zero gravity. Backflip challenge. So enjoy the journey because you are letting go of the stuff. You're like, okay, but really pay attention to the emotions you had in the dream. It'll bring you a lot of clarity on what you were wanting to see. Okay. Right. So that's what they have for you, Sudeshna. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Stormborn, 45526. So, Stormborn, here is your timestamp. And let's give your donation a love and a like here. It's funny. I saw that, what was his name? Noah. I forget his last name. Kaon? Well, anyway, Noah, he was on Jimmy Kimmel's Tonight Show or whatever. I was like, look, there he is. So I didn't even know who he was, and now I'm seeing him everywhere. So thanks for introducing me to his music. Right? All right. You want to know, will Jordan continue having strong relationships with his immediate group of friends? All right. He's big. Yeah, I'm old. all these musicians, I'm like, who is this? Why am I just hearing about him for the first time? Anyway. So will Jordan continue having strong relationships with his group of friends? So based on their current energies, let's see what we got here. Right. Well, the bottom of the deck, we do have the 10 of Cups, which is an energy of a lot of joy, a lot of celebration energy. That is, a positive energy. Let's see what these other cards bring, and that's the underlying energy of the deck here. We do have the 4 of Cups, which kind of a stagnant emotional energy, which it is kind of this energy of, no, it is an energy of maintaining kind of what things are, but it can become stagnant too. So, will he continue having strong relationship? I feel like he's going to continue to have the relationship that they have now, if you consider that strong. But let's take a look here. Got 5 other cards, and we'll see what comes in with that. We have the Queen of Pentacles, which is a card of Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing oneself. It is abundance. It is a fullness there. So I do feel like the relationships he has with that group of friends continues to grow based on current energies. We do have the Judgment card here, which is a calling to see things from a different perspective. I do feel like there's been a little bit of kind of like, I don't know, I think yeah, I feel like um, he's realizing like, who his true friends are in that group, because there was, like, 1 I wanna say 1.5. 1.5 of them really helped him, and have helped him in his life, you know? They've been an individual. I feel like there's one individual particular, and I feel like that's just, like, blunt and dude, blah, 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 and they're like, "Okay, thank you," they tell him the truth, they don't worry about, "Well, if you don't like the truth, you don't have to hang around me," and they're like, "No, no, I like that you tell it like it is," so it's someone that's in his face that not in his face, but if you ask him, be ready for the truth, and I feel like they do, and he honors that because he knows exactly where he stands with him, so it's like one kinda true friend, but it's not like someone they hang around with all the time either kind of energy, right? Well, I feel like, maybe the others, but there's one that tells the truth with this energy, and like a half of a one. Like, sometimes someone is "Yeah, yeah, yeah, you're right, you're right, you're right," and the other time someone's like, "Well, you might look at it this way," but for the most part, I can think of, like, the point 0.5 person, depends on the day. How much they've been drinking. But this other one, I feel like just tells them like it is, but I don't feel like it's someone that they hang around all the time kind of thing, right? But the rest of them, yeah, kinda just feel like they're all about the joy, the partying, the drinking kind of energy. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, the 4 of Wands, the joy, the celebration, kind of energy. So it feels like they're more about the happy, the joy, don't be a downer kind of person, right? Yeah. And the Knight of Wands, yeah. Again, there's this it's all about the go, 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 action, action, action energy, you know, and so, it does feel like a lot of them are all about the motion of things, not emotion. Besides this 10 of cups, it feels like the spirits, like more drinking kind of stuff. And, we do have the star card here. It feels like, you know, for Jordan that this is they give him hope, and what's interesting is because the energy that I'm feeling around them and with this group of friends is, you know, the relationship that Jordan had with his family, especially like his parents, was superficial. I feel like it was very transactional. Um, and so, there's like this that's what he knew growing up. And so he doesn't understand what real emotion is. He understands transactional relationships, right? What can I get from you? What can you get from me? Energy. And that's what he grew up with. He didn't know any better. And that's how he sees it. The star card is these people give me hope because it reminds me of my family, you know? Yeah, yeah, exactly right. But it's the same thing, It's like we think this is what a family is and this is how people show they care. Well, they're showing me they care and you're like, just using you. But you're also using them, Jordan is, And it's like, "Oh, I see." So he's on his adventure, the Knight of Pentacles under the bottom of the deck. He is on this quest of trying to understand his worth, but, you know, how you grew up and your perception is a different world than his. And so it's hard for you to see things from his perspective without thinking he's an idiot. But if you were in his shoes and you grew up like he did, you would be seeing things, the same way. And that's why you don't get it. Yeah, exactly. I was like, "I don't get it." And it's like, "Yeah, because you're not from his planet, you know? You're from a whole other planet." And you're like, "I don't understand why they do those things," you know? But if you grew up there, it would totally make sense to you, right? Yeah, you're waiting for his downfall. Which I understand, when we're in that period of anger, um, and I know it's hard for you to see them as a little hurting child because of your inner child felt hurt by their adult self, but it was really their inner child, the little 2-year-old self, when they were acting out of fear, your inner child took it as that meant something about you. But this was an expression of their pain. Every hurtful thing that you felt was said was actually towards themselves, right? Yeah. So let's see here what your talisman comes in here. Yeah, he's still a hurting child. And so are you. Otherwise, you would not be wanting to see his downfall. Because that's revenge, right? That's the fight or flight kicking in, they deserve to be hurt just like they hurt me. That's not an adult, mentality. That's a childish mentality. So, when we're when we're in this, um, you know, when we're in this place of pain, then we want them to inflict pain, right? So, yeah. An adult mentality is it's a place of intelligence, love, and compassion. When we're in our adult self, then we're not looking for revenge. We see the truth of things, that their actions don't mean anything about me. And yeah, standing up for ourselves is different than wishing harm on other people or wishing other people to have pain and everything. That's child, you hit me, I hit you back. That's not an adult. An adult is curiosity. Why are you acting so stupid? You know, there's a reason why you're acting stupid. You're not acting like an intelligent, loving, compassionate adult. Why are you acting like a child? An adult wants to understand, there's a reason why. But, when we're triggered, when our little inner child feels unsafe or out of control or uncomfortable, we revert to reaction, which is, hissing at them, not going, wow, you must have really had a horrible life growing up to be able to act that way because they're acting out of fear. It's every moment is either an expression of love, like a cat, is an expression of love or a cry out for it. Now, when people are crying out for love, if our inner child's crying out for love, it doesn't give love, it gives, "No, I want love. No, I want love." And then they start their little battles going on, right? So that's what I mean, it's, we definitely, um, when someone is not treating us in a place, it's like if you've ever, it's the Let Them Theory by Mel Robbins. It's an amazing book. I recommend it for everyone. Um, because the Let Them Theory is, I can't change people. I let them be who they are, but then I let me, that's the standing up for yourself. I let me go, if people are going to act this way, what am I going to allow in my life? And then I make my changes. But it's not about they need to be punished for who they are. It's they are who they are. They're expressing themselves perfectly for the pain that they're in. We all are, right? They're perfectly expressing their pain with their perception of what pain they're in, just as we are. But, um, you know, eventually that starts hurting us. Like them wanting to see their downfall, eventually that's my downfall because the energy I'm putting out, I'm drawing in for myself. That's why curses don't work. We try to someone I'm gonna put a curse on them. Oh, I'm so sorry what you're about to see for yourself, right? That happened to me once when one of my exes, I bumped into them at a bar, dance club, and I wouldn't dance with them. I was like, "Get away from me. We're broken up. You're drunk. Get away," you know? And I I had gone there with friends. When I got home, my, um, 2 tires on my car were slashed. And then they called me the next day to see how I was. So I was like, "Rah," and I was gonna send energy to them to have them, do that, and my spirit guides were like, "If you send that way, it's not gonna hit them, it's gonna build energy, go around the universe, and it's gonna come and smack you upside your head." I turned around and I saw this big ball of fire headed toward me, is what they were showing me in my 3rd eye, and I was like, "Oop, bring that shut that stuff down," because I was like, "That's only gonna hurt me, not them." And, and so I feel like that's, kind of the message there. So hopefully that helps, and I get it, I get it. Your fortune cookie is you have good fortune, and that's the best revenge that we could have on anyone, right, is to be happy, be joyful, have an amazing full life, and don't give them a second thought. That's our biggest revenge. Ooh, right, I know, right? You don't matter. So, in ancient Egypt, the scarab beetle was a symbol of good fortune, rebirth, and protection from jealousy. It's hard and true. This card indicates prosperity and long term success. So sorry. It could also mean a miracle or a blessing. This, however, is not a passive fortune. Now's the time to formulate new ideas about the path you want to follow. Decide what you're interested in and take action because luck is on your side. This card can ease the hard work that needs to be done to get to the finish line, but it's up to you to see yourself through. You will resurrect your power when you encounter obstacles on your way, but you need to stay focused on your goals. Don't forget to celebrate your success. Sorry, let me take a sip here. This got a little frog growing in my throat here. Which is tells us sometimes it is important for us to speak our truth, but most of the time it's just going to hurt ourselves more. So the talisman power of good fortune can be used in numerous ways, all tied in with long-lasting good fortune. So use this power when you want to find your calling or when you want to increase the long-term beneficial effect in a relationship, business venture, or situation. Envision the scarab beetle digging around and gathering good luck. And your affirmation is, I attract good fortune. So if you're focusing on putting out bad fortune on someone else, you're going to draw in bad fortune for yourself. It doesn't mean you have to focus on good fortune for them. It would work when you wish good fortune on others, you draw good fortune in for you. But in this case, just not wishing bad fortune is in your best interest. But bunks. So, hope that helps, Stormborn. Hang in there. I know. It's all about working through those emotions and um when we get tired of it enough, we will, right? So hang in there. You're not alone. I get it. I had bitter, resentful feelings towards my 5 relationships until I didn't. And it's all about the inner work and looking at those hard truths, like you said, and looking at that mirror and going, What did I learn about myself through each of these relationships? Because I asked for them. That's one big realization is I wanted all of these relationships. These were all my teachers showing me what I wanted to see about myself until I saw it. And then I released them from my wrath. No one ended up in a body bag. The first one came close. I was digging a pond in the backyard, and it was gonna be a small pond. It ended up being 5 feet deep in its lowest its deepest spot, and, um, and when they came out to see me digging it, they were like, "Are you digging it that deep for a reason?" And I'm like, "Keep talking." So, I get it, hang in there. Chelsea said, "You still watch it?" Oh, I love it. Thank you so much. Yeah. It is kinda psychology in a way. It's spirit knows how we work and the truth beneath the surface. So thank you, Chelsea. I'm glad you're hanging out. All right. So let's take a look here. I think we did have another donation come in here. Hey, Kay Linda. Good to see you. Thank you for your this is the additional one. Yeah, for your additional donation. We'll give that a love and a like here. So let's get your timestamp here, though. So, Kay Linda, we're at 5:14:36. Here is your timestamp here. You want to know Peter's feelings and intentions towards you. All right. Let's take a look here and see what we've got going on here. So, Peter's feelings and intentions towards you. So, first of all, feelings. See what's going on in that heart of theirs here towards you. Got those. Okay. And then intentions, I feel are these. Oh, there was a hidden one. These four. All right. Now, the bottom of the deck, we do have the Tower card here. Now, the Tower card, is an energy of, you know, someone or something being removed out of our life to make space for something that's more in alignment with our energy and clearing the path for us to, like, move forward here. That's going through. So I like that here for you. We'll find out what this means. If this means this is telling you about someone else that got removed out of your past to open this up, or we'll get more details because this could also be their fear of suddenly someone leaving their life too. We'll find out when we look at the heart and their intentions here too. All right, Rose. Oh, thanks. Thank you so much. Check. Thank you again. All right. So Peter's feelings towards you here. Yeah, we do have this 5 of Pentacles. There is this little bit of fear here, and yeah, that kind of came in with the Tower a little bit, right? When I just said that, that felt kind of right. Because the 5 of Pentacles is the fear of being abandoned, being left behind, being left out in the cold, not being enough, not having enough kind of energy. So, there is that kind of um, fear that they've had, and I feel like they've had that cycle, and it started when they were younger. Someone important to them left suddenly, either through death or divorce or moving away or something, significant for them to have this, and it's been repeating a lot in their life because we've got the World card, which is that they're wanting to end this cycle, this repeating cycle. They don't want to fear it, but because they had so much of it when they were younger, they really had that reinforced. And when you have that fear, you draw it in. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. When we have it happen enough, we believe, oh, this happens to me all the time. And then guess what? It starts happening to me all the time, and it continues to happen to me all the time till I change it, till I change the story, I change the energy, I let the old stuff go. So it feels like they want to do that. They want this kind of repeating cycle to end with the World card because that's the ending of a cycle, the beginning of something new. Underlying energy around their feelings here. Yeah, they have the Wheel of Fortune. So they really feel here this, you know, that you're for them. It's the tune of for me, the fortune. So their human side feels like, you know, you coming into their life here feels like, a gift, and they're like, "Okay, here's this opportunity. What else do we have here?" Yeah, the Hierophant. Again, another major arcana. This is the master of change, the master of, transformation, seeing things from a different perspective. So, it's like they feel like you're different. You are different. Oh, you're very intuitive, you felt it. Yeah, absolutely. Like, you are weird. No, you're unique, you're different. You're not like other people. And, yeah, the 9 of swords here. See, this is their fears. This is underneath the surface that the fear is making itself known here, you know? Um, but they do feel like you're different, and they wanna change this here. Let's see what their intentions are here too. Oh, okay, very good. So you've known each other since kids. So they do feel, they probably know you, right? Oh, it had to be his mom, but she had to leave him to get him into the country. Yeah, kids don't understand, right? It's like abandonment is abandonment. I know, right? Hey, I'm an Aquarius. I love people who fly their freak flags. I like being called weird. So I like that, and then they do. So they've known you for a long time, and I feel like that's why they feel like you're different because they've seen you and they know you. Um, so I like that. What are their intentions? Well, we got the 2 of cups. It's an important relationship energy that comes in here. What else is here with this? Yeah, we've got the chariot. Their intention is to take action. It is a victory energy. It is a movement energy. They roll over all the 4 horses. So it is this movement, right? Um, and it's a positive movement and it's a lot of action. Let's see what else comes in here. Yeah, Page of Pentacles, new opportunities, heightened opportunities. So it feels like here, and the 8 of Pentacles. Yeah, I do want to transform. It's interesting. I want to transform with you. 8 of Pentacles is putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears to get the results. I want to change. Do you ever see the As Good as It Gets movie? I'm seeing the flash from when Jack Nicholson was, it's not, is it Holly Hunter? No, it's not Holly Hunter. What is her name? I see her picture, but he was talking to it was the waitress, that they were dating, and in this one, Jack Nicholson was a someone that had severe, like, ADHD or OCD, and he was trying to not walk on the cracks when he was walking with her, and he couldn't hold her hand because of his, belief about cleanliness and different things like that, and she saw through it all to his heart and stuff, but the whole purpose of this scene was he was trying to explain something to her, and she was getting upset. She was like, "What do you mean?" And he was like, "Yeah, it is a movie, As Good as It Gets." And in the scene, I don't wanna do a spoiler alert, but it's okay. He says, "No, no, what I'm trying to say to you is, I wanna take my meds, I wanna take my pills." And she was like, "Well, that's good and da da da, but what does that have to do with blah blah?" He goes, "No, I'm trying to tell you because of you and wanting to be with you, I wanna be a better man." In that oh my god. But this is what I feel they're saying is I don't wanna continue to do what I've always done. I wanna I want, I wanna transform that. I don't wanna live with this fear anymore. So I like this energy. I just feel like you're like this, in a way, a motivation, kind of energy here that's coming in here. And, you know, the Chariot card is ruled by Cancer Moon, Mother Moon energy. And there's a lot of this nurturing energy that you've really been there for him a lot. Um, growing up in life, it feels like here you've been this source of nurturing and this source of support. So it really feels here, it feels very positive with their intentions that they want to, you know, take things to a new step. They want to move forward. They want to, do things differently, and but they're wanting to transform. So hopefully that helps. I feel like that's what they want you to know right now. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. Let me see here. Whoops. Let me just check real quick here. Okay. So your fortune cookie, we're going to give you one here from the You Are Awesome deck here. You see through his ugliness, the Frankenstein. I like it. Look at your little. I'll read it to you here too. I like that. I restrain from assumptions or caring about judgment. There are a chameleon reasons why I express myself the way I do. Some are for fun, just like tongue ups, like doing pull ups with your tongue. I like the uniqueness and the strangeness of that. It's like, yeah, I like it. So I like that for you, Kalinda. So thank you again for your donations. Many blessings to you. How exciting. All right. So I think that was it for my donations. So we're going to head off and to finalize the free readings here. So up next, we've got Premia at 5:25:28. So there is your timestamp. You're a Pisces rising. I have a stellium in Pisces, including my Pisces moon. We're just clicking. All right. So Premia. So you got a job offer yesterday. From NGO. Congratulations. How will it be? Should you accept it? I have also applied for abroad, but it's not happening. I don't know when will it happen. All right. So how if you accept it at NGO, what kind of energy would you experience? And then anything about the overseas, any update on that? All right. Wow, yeah, you got the full card for this NGO, which is about, a new beginning, free, full of opportunities, free of expectations, this wonderful, flooding in, this wonderful, um, opportunity that's in front of you. It's a world of possibilities. It's a positive energy that comes in with that. Um, yeah, I feel like you're going to get communication on the overseas because you've got the Page of Swords, which is clarity coming in, and the Knight of Wands, which is fast moving, sudden communication. It's like it's going to come out of nowhere, but it's going to come faster than expected for you here. So I do feel like you will get communication and some clarity um, about the application from abroad. Um, it feels like here May May time frame, but like maybe more mid May, before mid May, is the energy I'm feeling right now. Of course, future things always are fluctuating and changing. But if we focus on gratitude instead of what's not happening, that can help things come in sooner. So, we can change the energy around that as well. So that's what they have for you, Premia. So many blessings to you. Hey, Krabby Kaka. Happy haha. Hey, the damn OJ. Yeah, you're up next. Wait, is that what you were humming about? You thought you were next? So you're next, and then Celestial, and then Shirley, and then Ankita, then BMX, then Divine Soul, and then Gracie is where we're at on the free readings. So the damn OJ, you're up. 52820. So your timestamp here is this one. And will Abby and you get back together? All right, based on current energies. All right, thank you. Let's take a look here. I don't feel like you will here. And the reason is you got the 3 of Wands, which is you choose to go a different direction because you got this judgment card. This is your like your higher self with this trumpet calling you in a different direction. So I feel like, when you're being pulled and by your higher self into something, it's always an upgrade. It's never a downgrade. You're not being taken from an amazing person and giving someone that's trash, right? You're being taken from coach on an airline to first class. You're being upgraded to something. And this is what I feel is coming in here is with new information, with new clarity, with new self-discovery. I feel like you're going, "You know what? I'm gonna go in this direction," and I just feel this pull that takes you in this other place that is more in alignment with your energy, where you don't feel like you have to adjust yourself to be with someone. It's someone that just matches. You guys just so I like that for you. That's what I feel is coming in here right now. But I do feel it's you that decides to go, in a different direction, right? So hopefully that helps. That damn OJ. So hang in there. All right. You're welcome, Celestial. So Celestial's up 5:30:13. So Celestial, here's your timestamp here. So what messages do the angels have for you? Let's take a look here. All right. Well, you do have here, you do have love for the future, an important relationship that's here. And you do have the devil card here, which is the shaking and the rattling energy of Saturn and Capricorn energy. But this is like before you enter into this relationship, it could be marriage, it could be that if that's what you're looking for. The Capricorn energy has you kind of questioning long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets around relationships. Like, who is someone supposed to be? What are they supposed to be in a relationship? How is a relationship supposed to start, supposed to progress, supposed to end up? What is it supposed to bring me? What am I supposed to bring into the relationship? Who am I supposed to be? A lot of rules, right, that just suck the life out of things. And this is this all the stories you've been told growing up around the expectations around all the relationships. And you're going through this kind of transformative reflection around that to be set free because all these mindsets have caged in your heart. And your heart's like, I can't go anywhere. I can't do anything. I keep running into all these restrictions. And the heart feels trapped. But there's a door behind the heart that they don't know is there. It's never been locked. It's even ajar where it's open, and we can just step out of it when we're ready. But the heart is only looking forward, right? So, oh, very good. Well, you know, this can apply to any area of your life too, if you were looking for here. You asked for a general, yeah, what messages do angels have for you? You didn't say for jobs. But the devil card is work. It rules over the house of work. But and this can be applied to everything, the more that we the more that we, you know, um, go through life, the more we realize all the stories that we have that restrict us from moving forward in relationship, in job, in our self-love and everything else. We got all these mindsets. And so there is this questioning and letting go of expectations around those things because when we do, it sets us free. Because when we're focusing in on the expectations and the supposed to be's and the should be's, that restricts, right? That sucks the life and out of opportunities, whether it is job or love or whatever in our life, right? And, in doing that and freeing ourselves, and then we're able to start focusing on what we do enjoy, what we do love, and then that starts drawing things in. But the mind will be loud going, no, no, supposed to be, should be, need to be, blah, blah, blah. And we're like, then we get sucked into the lack, which brings in more lack when we can step out of that mind and go, shh, 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 you're okay. We step into the heart with gratitude and what we love. It's like walking into a donut shop and pointing out all the things we hate, then and that we don't want, we end up getting a box of donuts we don't want. But if we point at everything we love, we end up with a box of donuts that we love. And when we realize that's our power, then that's what, kind of transforms here. Um, so, you can definitely adjust that and, look at that too. When we're looking at abundance and you're wanting to draw things in, if you haven't checked out my podcast, which is The Easier Path, the link is down in the description box. The episode 14 was Abundance, Where It Be. We talk about the energy, we talk about our inner child too, two things that keep things away from us. So if you're looking for how can I draw things toward me, check that out. It's free. The link's down in the description area for the playlist if you want to kind of dive more into there as well. All right. So that's what they have for you, Celestial. So many blessings to you. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Slothly Me. Yeah, sure. You can do some more. I am going to need to start closing down. I've almost been on. I've been on for 5.5 hours. But since I'm not back on till Wednesday, I'm pushing through. So yeah, go ahead and put a question down. But if you want a donation, you can do that. We can dive deeper, or for a 1 to 2 card free reading, you can put a question down there for a free reading, and we'll look at that. All right, but I do have a donation, so we're going to jump over there for a moment, and then we'll return to the free reading. So we got Ashvin. Hello, hello. Good to see you. And I don't think you have any others here right now. Okay, so we'll get that in here. Give your donation a love and a like. So for your timestamp, you got 5:36:06. So here is your timestamp. I'm going to take a quick sip here. All right, we'll pull a when card for based on current energies. When are you likely to get married? And then we'll see the spousal characteristics, see what they'll share with us here. Nope, none of those. All right. When is the when? All right, here we go. So the when is March 1st to April 10th. Well, we missed it this year. So you got that for next year. You got the Queen of Wands, which it's all fluid. The whens are always fluid, especially with Wands energy, because that's all about possibilities. You got Aries, Leo, Sagittarius energy. So right now it's March 11th to April 10th of next year. But if we change our energy, focusing in on, our, um, not lack and want and need, and more in our gratitude for what we have, and kind of surrendering to the creator, going, you're going to bring me the perfect person, the perfect time, the perfect way. And I'm going to focus on what is happening in my life. And that gratitude helps draw things in. And the more we work on our self-love, right? Raising our love vibration, getting rid of thoughts and beliefs that don't serve us anymore, emotions that don't serve us anymore, energy that don't serve, even physical things that don't serve. The more we clear out to make space for the new, that speeds up things, and it brings things in sooner. So right now you got that energy, but also Sagittarius, which is November 20th to December 20th. Aries energy, which we were just in. So that's what, March 20th to April 20th. And then Leo energy, which would be what, 7:20 to 8:20? Yeah. Around there, time frame. So you can actually bring it in sooner into those pockets of time, depending on your energy. Spousal characteristics. Let's see what they're willing to share with us here. We got these two, and these two. All right, let's see what we have here. Well, I like it. Of course, if it's going to be marriage, it's going to have to be. Well, it doesn't have to be, but we got the King of Cups, which is a beautiful, compatible person. That's a wonderful, you know, balance between head and heart. It's someone that just fits like a glove. It's a wonderful, wonderful partner. We got three sets of two. So we've got the Seven of Pentacles and the Page of Cups. So they're a very patient person with the Seven of Pentacles. Last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. And the Page of Cups energy here, is an energy of self love that allows them, they're very secure in who they are and, they love themselves to where they're not like, I don't need to get somewhere before I can be happy. So they're like happy with who they are and that they're happy all along the way too. So I like that energy. So sorry, my voice is trying to go away. I'm trying to keep it here. We also have the Ace of Wands and the Knight of Wands. Yeah. So, they are someone who knows their power of where they focus their energy on what grows and expands. They are very energetic. They might even be a fire sign, um, because of this. It feels like they just have this unlimited amount of go, 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 go. A lot of energy, a lot of accomplishment, a lot of movement, a lot of passion too. But uh, I like it that they're not with this Ace of Wands. They're not like a passionate person who can't control their passions, meaning they're not someone that's, because they when someone has like the Knight of Wands, it can be like someone like a little horny chihuahua that's going around humping at everyone's legs because they're searching for this knight. The Knight of Wands is searching for the Ace of Wands. They're looking for passion and they think in the beginning they need to find it in the outside world. But with the Ace of Wands already here, it shows that they found their passion inside. And so they're not on this, you know, ravaging, I've gotta, find passion all over the place. No, they found it in here, right? So I like that. So it's good energy, but a good, action energy. Yeah, they've had pain and suffering with the Tower card. They've had individuals suddenly leave their life and be ripped out of their lives. So they understand pain, but they've also, with the Six of Swords, have left behind old ways of thinking, seen things from a different perspective, understand it, don't fear it, and they've moved from the choppy waters of all that to calmer waters. So good energies because, you know, it's good to know that someone has gone through hell in a way, but have survived and grown from it and see it that way, and they're not still absorbed in that. So that gives you a little bit of some tidbits around who they are. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. See what else they can tell us. All right, this one. All right. Oh, they're just a big, big, big loving Bigfoot. I like it because it says, I openly show my emotions and intentions. It helps to have a GPS tracking device on it. No losing it for this Bigfoot. Yeah, they've got a little tracking device on the heart. So they're not afraid to show their emotions either. I love that. How perfect. All right. So that's for you, Ashvin. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. And then softly me, I'll grab yours and get you here. Let's try that again. Come on, mouse. be helpful. There it is. All right. All right. And we're back to the free readings here. So we got Shirley up now, 5:43:28. So Shirley, here is your timestamp. And good morning to you. I know you had to head off. So will you get a permanent council property with your cats this month? All right. So based on current energy, are you going to get it in April? If not, will you get it in May? Right. So will you get it in April? Well, you have the Nine of Cups, which is an emotional dream come true energy. So that's very positive here. And you got the King of Swords as well, which the King of Swords rules over the world of thought, and they're the master of it, because behind the scenes, all kings get a second portion of thought and swords too. So I feel like you gain a lot of clarity. You at least get communication here before the end of the month, it feels like here, which is what, by Friday, May 1st. Um, there's something about the changing of the story, the changing of how you're looking at it. Um, and we talk about how if I focus on like releasing it to the creator and I'm focusing on I'm grateful for what situation I have right now and what I have had, that gratitude allows things to flow in, right? Whereas if I have a story of lack or fear or need to, want to, because that's lack energy, that actually pushes against it. Um, Solutions coming because our energy is saying, you know what I love? What? I love lack. I love wanting, not having, but wanting. But when we focus on what I have and what I have had, that's have energy, gratitude energy. It draws things in. So I feel like that is what they want you to know, Shirley. But I like it for you. It feels like a dream come true with the Nine of Cups, which feels positive. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Ankita, 5:45:35. So Ankita, here is your timestamp. And you want to know feeling of the person on your mind towards you. All right. So let's take a look here. So the person on your mind towards you, their feelings. Okay, got this and this. All right. Well, you got the King and the Queen of Wands. It's more passionate, Wands energy is fire. It's not water, emotional energy. This is physical attraction and energetic attraction. There's this drawing that's coming in here. Um, it does feel like if you're the Queen of Wands, you're kind of watching them. Let's see if I can get it to focus. You're kind of looking at them and they're kind of looking forward. It's like they like to be seen, but there's also that it's attraction. It's more physical and passion than it is, an emotional connection kind of energy. So I feel like that's more they don't have really feelings, emotional feelings. It's more other feelings. So hopefully that you get that. You're picking down you're picking up what I'm putting down. So I feel like that's more of that attraction kind of thing. I don't feel like they're looking for anything more in their life right now. Right. So that's what they have for you, Ankita. Many blessings. All right. Then BMX, you're up 5:47:18. Here's your timestamp. And what major should you pursue to find your true calling? All right, let's see what kind of, from Spirit's perspective, there's no should. They're like, there's just different choices with different experiences and different outcomes. But I'll ask them, them knowing you, it's like asking them, what flavor ice cream should I eat? Like, will they know that you like caramel, let's say. Um, so maybe here, try this salted caramel or try this, German chocolate caramel blah blah ice cream. Do you like any of these? Because they'll give you some kind of taste of some things. And if that resonates, you're like, oh yeah, that sounds good. then you can pursue that. If you're like, "Meh, these aren't like literally what I'm wanting," you get to choose from your energy. They don't tell you. There's not like a, you know, when we say your true calling, that's kind of like our human belief system. We're here, we're eternal beings, so we're gonna have an opportunity to do everything if we want. Um, so every lifetime, our true calling is to experience life, to understand who we are more by experiencing kind of what we're not in a lot of ways in lower vibration, but we're able to see our higher vibration. We're like exploring and walking around the perfect mountain of who we are to understand ourselves more. And we do that through a variety of different experiences. So our true calling is to experience this life to understand ourselves. And we can do that in anything. There's not usually, an absolute that it has to be done a certain way. Our lifetimes in these human lifetimes are more looking at it as there's this world of possibilities, all these choices we can make. We don't know where they'll end up. That's the exciting piece of humanity as we are today. We used to have lifetimes in the first iterations of humanity, like Atlantis and before, where we knew we could see the map and go, all right, if I go this way, I'll do that. All right, this is where I'll go. Now it's all, we only have a very limited piece of the future. We don't get to see the full map. And that's more exciting because we got boring after a while. Yeah, all right, so I got there. Woo woo. Now it's like who knows what unfolds, right? So let's take a look here. What advice, not advice, but kind of just here's some things you can try tasting. You got the King of Cups, which is the balance between head and heart energy here. It feels a bit here. Um, and even with the Knight of Cups, you got the King and the Knight of Cups. So they're kind of giving you something to kind of look at, a field where you're able to help people balance their emotions by giving them different perspectives, whether that's being a counselor, a psychologist, um, an art therapist. What else are they bringing in here? They're like these kind of even a teacher or a trainer, someone that can help change people's perspectives of where they're coming at because their mind can help balance their heart and vice versa with this King of Cups because it's balancing the head and the heart and the heart and the head. Um, but helping people on their pursuit of their self-love is a big piece of this. And so they're like, this is like what your astrology, your character, your backstory of your human helps you. And if you look at kind of this, what are you an expert in? What have you experienced? What have you overcome? That this is you're the expert in that, and people will listen to you by talking about what you've overcome, and so whatever field you feel that you can express this love in your heart to the world in your own special, unique way, that's the perfect path. So hopefully that helps there, BMX. And many blessings to you. All right. And then we have Divine Soul 55205. So Divine Soul, here is your timestamp. And his feelings for you right now. No contact. All right, let's take a look here. Right here. This one too. So we've got the Hierophant, the Queen of Cups, and the Empress kind of energy here. Yeah, we'll look at these two first because they're such strong energies together. Because the Queen of Cups, she rolls over the emotional suit, and all the queens get, an extra one behind the scenes, an extra cup. So she's the master of emotion. Well, the Empress rules over all four queens. So she rules over this queen of double emotion, but all the other queens, the other three queens, give her. So she's five parts cups, one part, which is emotion, one part fire, one part air, one part earth, right? So very emotional energy. So it's like their feelings for you right now is that you are a very feeling person, that you have a lot of emotion. And I feel like that is a big piece. Not that they're like, oh, you're too emotional. It's that you're so emotional. I can't give you what you're wanting because I don't love myself that much. Right. This Hierophant is, you know, all about change and seeing things from a higher perspective. They're the master of change. And they're like, I feel like they're feeling like you need me to change to be someone that I can't be. And I don't like feeling that way. I feel like I'm less because of the huge heart you have and the ability of the love that you can give. They only can give as much love as they have for themselves, which feels very low. And they can only receive that. Right. And so they feel like you are such a powerful emotional being that I can't compete and I'm gonna fail, and I feel like they have that energy of, um, I can't do this," kind of energy that's there, and it's not about who you are, it's who they feel they aren't kind of energy that's here, and I feel like they're in that Hierophant trying to learn, trying to grow, trying to understand, reflecting on all that, but I feel like that's kind of the what is it? You know, conclusion that they've come to is, "No, I can't, because I feel like they usually don't try to do things they know they won't succeed at because for them, if they fail, it means I'm a failure. They don't live in a world of gray, they live in a world of black and white. So I'm either a success or a failure. I'm not like, "I'm trying." No. If you're not succeeding, you're failing. There's no trying. I feel like they're very tough on themselves. So hopefully that helps. That's what they have for you, divine soul. All right. Many blessings to you. I love your big heart. I'm glad you have it. The world needs it. So thank you for not hiding it. All right. So Gracie, you are up. Look at you got 555.44. Boom. So, what is something positive coming towards you this year? Well, everything is positive, but I get it. From spirit's perspective, there is no non-positive. Everything is beautiful and experience, and we're learning, we're growing. Everything is perfect for us. But from our human perspective, we'll look at that. So, from your human perspective, what is something your human would think is positive coming towards you this year? Let's take a look here. So, we got that. What else? All right. So, you do well. I put that card back in. It just came back out. You got the Hierophant. You do have this learning energy, this change energy. It's a big change energy. You have the Ace of Pentacles and the King of Swords, too. So you do have this big aha moment where you're changing the story about your self-worth here. The King of Swords is the ruler over the mind, the master of the mind, the master storyteller. And with Hierophant coming in, this is a significant change because the major arcana means major life changing. And the Ace of Pentacles represents your idea of your worth and how you look at it. And I like this because whatever this changes, whatever this kind of ta-da that you have in your mind, it feels like it drops into your heart, where sometimes we know things, but then when it drops into our heart, we're like, we know things, right? And it's this change of how you're defining yourself that you're discovering that when you define yourself by, you know, relationships, you feel unstable. When you define yourself by jobs or situations or education, you feel unstable. When you define yourself by things, your body, your bank account, your possessions, you feel unstable because all those things are unstable. And you're realizing through this instability of like, I'm going to change this. No, it's all pointing you back inward and upward for you to see who you really are, a powerful, supernatural, eternal being made of unconditional love. When you go inward and upward, you realize that you can be defined by that eternal unconditional love, and that makes you priceless. Doesn't mean you stop wanting things in the outside world, you just stop needing it, and there's this big clicking that just happens where you realize, "I am everything I ever needed. This love inside of me is all I ever needed," and then you're filling up from the inside. The outside world transforms from a place of lack to a place of abundance and overflowing because you're filling up from the inside. There's a big change coming here for you with that. So I like that. That is very positive because it we don't see the world as it is. We see the world as we are. So if I feel unstable by all that, then the world feels unstable. But when I find that solid place on the inside, suddenly the world transforms. I like that for you. Right? That's what they have for you, Gracie. So many blessings to you. All right. And then softly me, you're up 5:59:09. Almost at 6 hours. Goodness, I know, right? So, can you tell me if someone you work with secretly likes you because you got this feeling, but I want to know the person's name and whether or not what you're picking up on is accurate or not? All right, let's take a look here. So, if someone has feelings, romantic feelings for you, right? Not just likes you, but has romantic feelings. Let's take a look here. Is there someone? Is there someone? And if so, well, let's see here. Is there someone? Well, you have the Knight of Cups. That's the romantic, the movement of emotion. So there is someone. Let's see if they'll give me a name or anything that can identify him here. So who it be? Let's take a look. We've got the Six of Wands. It is someone who stands out there. The Six of Wands energy. It is someone who stands um, out of the crowd. So it feels like it would be someone that like is in front of people. I don't feel like it's a supervisor, though it could be because they're raised above on a horse. It's like a champion in a way. But it is someone who is very visual and out in front of individuals, whether it is a trainer, a manager, someone who works in the cafeteria, if behind a counter, a kind of energy. And I'm getting like an R name, maybe Richard is what came through, but it's like a Rick, Richard, kind of energy, but it feels like it's an R, kind of an R name that, comes in with that. So, if that resonates for you there, but it is someone who I feel stands out, um, from everyone else, um, because of their position and what they do. Since you're my last reading for this evening, one more quick question, but I've been on for 6 hours and I need to end the stream here. So, one more quick thing, and then I do need to go. And for everyone else while we're here, if you haven't entered my giveaway, I do have a, um, drawing this coming Friday for a 30-minute person recorded reading or, a one of my energetic hedges, if that is what you prefer. If you wanna look at the video to make the most of that full moon energy, we have that there as well. I also have the basics of making the most of the full moon energy that dives even deeper into the, release ceremonies and affirmations. And if you haven't checked out my most recent podcast, there is the link for that as well. All right. Oh, is it someone you've already talked to? Someone named Rick or Richard or begins with an R? Let's take a look here. Have you already interacted with them? So we've got the Hanged Man here. which this is a pausing energy, a transformation energy. Sorry if you hear my stomach growling. It's rawr, raw. Let me pull ending cycles, Knight of Swords. Yeah, and I feel like with the Knight of Swords, I feel like you have talked to them already, but there is this ending and beginning energy. So I don't feel like you've talked to them in a while, but I feel like you've talked to them before, but there's been some changes and transformations and stuff that I don't feel like it's been like it's been a little bit since you have talked to them there. Right. All right. So that is what we have here. Hey, Swaroop. All right, I'll do one more, but I do need to end that for tonight. There was a cafe at your job. I know, right? All right. So, Swaroop, we've got 6 hours and 4 minutes and 25 seconds for yours here. We'll do a quick one here for you. And a time frame, please, when you'll get a new job. All right. So, based on current energies, we'll pull a when card here, just a single when card. All right. You do have the Hermit. You have August 22nd to September 23rd kind of energy there. And yeah, because that's Virgo season there. And that's a bit off there. Yeah. But I feel like that is the kind of energy that is going on right now. Um, but you can always, I feel like if you adjust some things, um, that you can draw it in sooner. There's something that's keeping jobs away from you. And I don't know if I think I might have told this. If I've told you this before, my apologies. I do have in my podcast series, episode 14, which is abundance, where it be, it talks about the two things that we can align to bring something into our lives, whether it's jobs or love or whatever, how we can draw it faster to us and allow it in, because there's two steps in that. One, if I'm focusing on gratitude, etc., I'm drawing things to me instead of lack, pushing it away. If I'm drawing it to my city gates, I still have to get it inside the city gates, which is step 2, which is our inner child who's in charge of those gates. We talk about that in more detail in that podcast if you wanna check that out for more details, but I feel like that's the time frame right now. It's kind of further out, but you can draw it in sooner. Um, is what they're telling me, and if you wanna find out what it is and maybe some ideas on what is doing that, check that out. It is down the link is down in the description area for the podcast series, The Easier Path for the playlist, or if you click on my name, Bretta Zen, it'll take you to the, my main channel page at the top is the playlist link up there. So, all right, hopefully that helps, Swaroop. Hang in there. All right, everybody. I'm off. I'm on Wednesday through Sunday nights. I won't be back until Wednesday night. So until then, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the Mother and the Father of all things, our Creator. And of course, I love you guys too. Thanks for all the thumbs up and for all the love, and we'll see you guys soon. Enjoy.